way to turn out the lights? Is there something you're scared of? What's there out in the dark? Make sure to keep all your windows locked. Do you surrender? You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Wanting something good to come, waiting for things to run away from. Are you just hiding? Yeah, walking into the fire, talking like you never die, like you're immortal. You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here.
Level 6! And we have it! Big orange bird!
Who is going to win?
Well, the Shadow Hunter is not portal too quickly, maybe?
别催我，
Zero's
如
tournament
你
like,
所愿。
are we going? Silence on the
尝尝这个。
That was used, so we can use the shackles now. But is there silence on the paladin as well? Maybe the supply?
别挡道。
Archmage? Demon Hunter is dead now though, isn't he? Potion!
尝尝这个。
No way! The knight killed the one! No way! This was never, never, never meant to happen. Hello and happy Tuesday, everybody. I hope you had a great start to the week. We had amazing Warcraft yesterday. Pretty much. Hey, I know that, dear widget. I did not resize that. I didn't cut it off. No, I did not. You can say, you can bye-bye. Yep, there you go. Thank you. What a start. I hope you had a great start to the week. We indeed had some great Warcraft to start the week. So the Warcraft isn't the fault of your bad start, except if you're Lin. Then Warcraft is the reason for a bad start of the week, because Lin was battered yesterday by Fly, who got his first win of the season against the War Chief in a mirror match. That was quite fantastic. The evening session of our stream was also just phenomenal. The evening gang represent. Love to see it. Much love to all of you. We got 13 minutes left till the games start, but since this is a big league and we're on the finish line, we have to make sure that everyone is up to snuff and you know what it's about. And we all know what it's about because Result built us this wonderful, wonderful spreadsheet. We got today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after the day after tomorrow. 4 more days. It's gonna be incredibly hard to prevent that Happy is not going to the grand final. He still has 4 matches. He needs 10 points to surpass Labby. That means, on average, he has to lose 2 out of 4 games. Series. Kind of. Depends how high he's winning the other games. The rest of the season will be incredibly hard for him, though. I think his fiercest opponents are coming in now. That is, what, STARBUCK maybe a little bit of a warm-up, but then Lin, Fortitude, and 120. Question is, what Lin will we see? Will we see the Lin of yesterday? Will we see another Lin? That's all up to grabs. But 40 and 120, both have great shots to kill him. For STARBUCK, maybe his main object is steal maps. And he can do that. He's done it before. He also has defeated Happy before, but that was more like the autumn/winter time of the year when STARBUCK is even more active than he is now. Happy goes into this as the big favorite, but we can also see that there's a lot of game tape for STARBUCK. Yesterday's match versus Infi, for sure. The matches versus Sock, for sure. And a couple of other human versus undead matches can be displayed as well. So if STARBUCK did his homework, he surely has a chance to do something here. For STARBUCK, what's this all about? Well, he has 2 games left, one against Happy, one against Life. And after a disastrous start, I'd say, with a lot of losses in a row, he finally found his stride. After 6 losses came 3 wins, a loss to 120, which should worry us a little bit for the matchup today. But there was then a 2-3 versus 40 and a 3-2 versus Lin, so it seems like STARBUCK is peaking at the end of the season. What can he still accomplish? He is for sure not in the first round of Ascension. But the battle between Life, Lawlight, Lin, STARBUCK, Focus is so tight. All of these guys still have matches. All of these guys still can score. And whoever gets most maps will come out on top. And every rank you climb is more money. Is a later start into Ascension. And there's big potential here. 5 rounds? You can skip 5 rounds, basically. Worth it. Worth it, I'd say. Today versus Happy, probably just 1 or 2 points, but STARBUCK versus Life is a big one for one of these top 9, like 9 to 13 ranks. This competition is super close, but also this competition is super close. Between rank 4 and 8, there's so much possible. You see the difference between ColorFul and Sock is 0.02 in points per matches. 0.02, that's nothing. ColorFul has a match more. Sock also has to play Happy. It's all not gonna be too easy. But Infi is done. Kaho is done. They don't have any more matches. They know where they're at. Especially for Infi, all he needs is like 3 points. That is a win. Infi would need a win. He's not playing today. Wait, Infi is done. Sorry, where was I looking? ColorFul. ColorFul plays Fortitude today. That's what I wanted to say. ColorFul plays Fortitude today, and the matches between them are incredibly close. On paper, 40 is the bigger star. 40 is a world champ. 40 is an icon. He's the torchbearer of the humans, and ColorFul is oftentimes like the vanilla elf. But the match between them go back and forth, 2 to 3, 3 to 2, 3 to 3, whatever the format is. So with an upset, ColorFul can put a big exclamation mark in front of Sock. He could tie or surpass Infi in his last match of the season. And of course, create a little more distance between himself and Life and Lawlight. And he can surpass 1-0. Who doesn't have the easiest program with Happy and Sock? It's not his best matchup here. Sock could also climb quite a bit. Playing today against Lin, and Lin lost 0-3 to Fly yesterday. This could be big points, and 1-0's matchup against Human is also not too great. So maybe at the end, the big surprise is gonna be Sock. He has the chance to surpass Infi. He has the chance to surpass Kaho, and he also has the chance to surpass 1-0, especially since that's a direct encounter. You see how this all is in flux? And how many possibilities we still have with only 4 days remaining? Ain't that grand? Ain't that grand? I think that's grand. What are the predictions on our Discord saying? Well, Mr. Vest came in very early. Lin is gonna get Pally rifled. He probably is at the end of the day. Is anybody predicting that STARBUCK gets a map? Jay Salarex, who's usually very good at predictions. Apart from that, everybody's predicting a 3-0. People, except Dyson, which is Swiss Gamer Dad, might sleep a little bit on ColorFul. A lot of people say ColorFul might get a map, and it is very likely that he gets one map. I'd say a 3-2 here is likely. A lot of people also gave up the hope on Lin. There's only 2 options, right? In life, usually, not the player, but like what we're all doing here. Very little is black or white. Here for Lin, I think there's only black and white. Either he continues his misery and loses again decisively, or he knocks it out of the park and starts a comeback with... He got 24 points possible. He could still end up rank 4. Is that likely? No. Is that possible? Absolutely. Well, he'd need a 3 over as Happy. So it's probably not that possible. But You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. So, this the Sitch. We got 5 minutes in. And then we have games. And we have Mr. Remo Demo. Neo, fuck, marry, kill. Happy Lynn Starbuck. Maybe I directed to Mr. Remo Demo. The dual cast is back together, Mr. Remo Demo. How you doing?
Hello, Neo. Hello, Chan. I'm doing pretty good today. I woke up very early. Couldn't sleep that well, but that doesn't matter because I'm gonna find my energy through these amazing games. We are in the home stretch, boys. The group stage is almost over. 4 play days only left, and banger game after banger game. I'm sure you mentioned it earlier already, but we had a couple of holdouts for the players that didn't play too many games in the earlier parts of the season, and so now they have to play every day for the remaining. And you know who those players are? Happy, 40, Lynn, every day playing, dude. I'm super hyped.
Super hyped as well. And of course, if you still lack some energy, how about Rogue? 20% off with the coupon code B2W. Very tasty, very good. Makes your water better, and water is already good and keeps Mr. Remo Demo energized. But you see that it's a kind of a special day because Mr. Remo Demo is not even muted at the beginning of the broadcast.
Just wait. Just wait a couple of hours, and then maybe we're gonna find the mute button again. Or if Discord wants to troll me again. You just mentioned Discord as well, where in our main channel, people have been predicting the results for today, and I've been seeing a shocking amount of Lynn victories being anticipated here. And Sock victories being anticipated against Lynn, and how times have changed, haven't they? Before 2 weeks ago, nobody in their minds would have thought that Lynn would be losing this series. Normally, Lynn, a dominator against human. He has an 83% win rate against Sock. But yeah, of course, our dear viewers have been watching, and Lynn, in the last couple of days, has had the worst of times. And according to you, it's going to be a clear affair today as well. Either he's going to prevail and shine or crash and burn.
Yeah, do you see any middle ground here?
What do I see? What do I see?
What does he see?
What do I see? Okay, I cannot really say how this is gonna go, but there is one point I think, Neo, where we have different expectations. I think Sock is gonna play at most 1 game of Pele Rifles. I don't think this is a Pele Rifle day.
Ooh, okay. I see. Well, it's very map dependent, of course. I see minimum 2 Pele Rifles.
Okay.
If the series goes longer, 3.
Yeah, I think Pele Rifles just, obviously, it's not as good anymore as it was before. And I have said many times, I think Sock is one of the worst Pele Rifle players on the top level. I have never been convinced by him, gotta be honest. Some maps, though, it's really good. Springtime especially, I think that's the standout map #1. Hammerfall, maybe. But yeah, I think it's just going to be, even in a 5-mapper, Neo, I think it's going to be only 1 Pele Rifle game.
I predict a 66% Pele Rifle ratio here today, especially since Lynn is also not the uber greatest against it. With the Naga, we'll see about that. But our opening match is the Western Derby, Mr. Remo Demo. We are Western casters. We are, according to a lot of forum posts, are the 2 people who are influencing Blizzard, and it's horrible, and we're all to blame.
Ruining the game.
Ruining the game. But STARBUCK was happy.
Yeah. An encounter again that we've seen a couple of times in the past. They had some epic matches against each other. I think the most impactful result that I remember is Bet Boom from last year. Almost 1 year ago entirely. Fall of last year, where STARBUCK had that sick win 3-2. This was when Happy was really struggling against Human. And that stuck so much in our memory because mostly it's Happy winning. Mostly it's STARBUCK taking the L, as most players do against Happy. And I feel like if we cast our minds back to roughly 1 year ago or so, back when Happy was struggling a lot more against Human, I feel like their STARBUCK would have done better, statistically speaking. I think Happy has become really good. Really, really good in this matchup. We just saw him in this matchup yesterday, played against Infi, lost only one map, and that one was also pretty close, all in all, though, very convincing. Now, we touched on STARBUCK's specialty a little bit yesterday. He's capable of playing multiple races, and I don't recall a time where he played random against Undead, but I think he should do it today. Because Happy has very specific builds against certain races, and with playing random, he could make things very awkward for his opponent.
I suggested something in the same direction, but a different branch of that. I suggested playing Orc and Lame a lot. Since then, STARBUCK has analyzed a lot of human replays on his stream. He has played a lot of human games on ladder. I tuned into his stream this morning and I saw a lot of human. Mr. Remo, okay. I think Dr. Bucky is not listening to us.
Yeah, and that is honestly a good strategy, probably. Rather stick to what he feels is better. Hey, how can you disagree with his success? He has risen in the ranks throughout the years. I guess he has dropped a little bit as well, again, recently. It's a hefty drop, actually, if we look at the ELO development on War 3 info. But yeah, he has risen to world-class level. But you know, as a player, you always have to stick with your gut and go with what you feel like is the best strategy and the best success rate. And maybe he thinks that's playing human and playing his best human game. I can understand that and respect that. But at the same time, though, if I'm being realistic, I think no human player right now outside of 40 has any chance of beating Happy.
But Remo, you said, how can you... what did you say at the beginning? How can you argue with STARBUCK? But how can you argue with us and our expertise and our advice? Coach Remo, the Prophet, together.
Well, you know, debate is a beautiful thing. We all bring our ideas together, and hopefully that can make the greatest ideas rise to the top. You know, for a long time, people weren't accepting the Torrents, but now they are here. Are we gonna see those, by the way, today? No, we probably won't, actually.
What?
Unless there's Peli Rifles. I'm telling you, bro. Peli Rifles is over.
No! It's I mean,
yes.
I mean, Peli Rifles is kind of like my phone goes off. Hello. Shut the hell up, Google Assistant.
Who's calling?
No,
it was STARBUCK. Does he want to know what a little bit of advice?
I don't know. It was my Google Assistant, and she doesn't understand why you say Peli Rifle is dead. Sorry, I didn't understand. Yeah.
It's dead. Lemes has been telling me for the last 3 weeks in chat that Peli Rifles is absolutely unplayable, unwinnable, undoable.
Dude, why do you listen to Heroes of the Storm players? What do they know?
He plays Heroes of the Storm?
Yeah.
Is he one of the 5 guys? That's cool.
I don't even know if the player count of Heroes is maybe higher than the Warcraft player count, but...
Oh, it sure is. But we are the kings of being dead for way longer of a game, so take that, Heroes.
The best cockroaches in the world. Chat! Are you ready? Our game is indeed ready. Of course, you can show your readiness with the Prime sub. If you have an Amazon Prime sub lying around, we gladly take it. Also, for the next 10 days, we are sponsored by GrabTab. If you are a mobile gamer, you can earn some money by playing these mobile games and support the channel! !GrabTab. With that being said, here is the tail of the tape for our next game. Happy versus STARBUCK, the Western Derby. We kick things off on Autumn Leaves with 5 gifted subs by Youngfang, who is absolutely addicted to gifting subs. My entire alert section is just Youngfang, 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 and we are incredibly grateful for you, man. That's the tone that we want to set. Mr. Remo Demo, I'm in a better shape today. I remember the F7 button. I also remember the recent results between the two. It is a lot of happy wins, but more often than not, STARBUCK has been winning maps, and that's what it's all about. Happy, of course, wants to defend his #1 position in the Super League. STARBUCK in a fierce fight with Life, Lawlight, Lin, Focus for one of the higher ranks. He could end up anywhere between 13 and rank 9. Today is proving time.
Yeah, this is one of 2 matches left for STARBUCK today against Happy, and then still Lifey will have to face Not an easy task at all, especially going up against Happy today. And as mentioned earlier, Happy's going to have to play one match every day for the remainder of the season. STARBUCK, Lin, and Fortitude. And 1-0. And I wonder how Happy goes into this mentally. Does he perhaps have his sights set more on 40? Is he trying to study him more? Is he trying to prepare for him more? Because if he goes into this underprepared thinking, it's only STARBUCK. I mean, I own him normally always. I wonder if that can prove a little bit dangerous for him, because STARBUCK still has to be respected.
That is correct, especially when he did his homework, and I guess he did. First task, take care of that acolyte! Oh no, what a disastrous start! Respect the
so
Echo, he gets the kills, and that is an early disaster for Dr. Bucky.
Acolyte, is he gonna get the elemental as well? Oh my god. This Acolyte got 120 experience, bro.
That's a lot of experience. That is more than half a level. And the players are leaving the game already. ColorFul has better things to do. STARBUCK with the early aggression needs a steal. Didn't get it. 2 points
around.
versus 1.6.
Please get out.
I mean, we are not supposed to call things early, but GG next.
Yeah, the big problem with this opening build is AM tends to be under-leveled, you know, he doesn't get level 3 early, but at least normally you kill one Skelly, you kill one Beetle, and then you're level 2 at least, and you have the aura. When, I ask you, Mr. Neo, when the hell is this AM getting level 2?
Well, he can maybe militia creep somewhere, but the militia might be busy because the expansion is infested by ghouls and by beetles, and the tower, the ivory tower is not gonna finish. Well, the ivory tower did finish, but the arcane won't finish. So the workers are getting wrecked. This expansion won't finish. The archmage is under leveled. The undead expo has been cancelled though.
But also is very hurt. Could go for a little bit of healing. We saw this yesterday by Happy already, by the way. It's insane how quickly he gets always so much experience on the Crypt Lord. Of course, this game is even more insane because of that Acolyte heroics. He's got the boots now, he's got the claws of attack, comes in with the Impale, fighting against the Archmage, and now he might be the one who has to TP. Happy, did he calculate this right? Maybe not! Maybe not!
Old man.
Very close.
Gotta run. Mantle of Intelligence helping here a little bit. Can he intercept the big buck? It's 37 HP and you don't want to run into more beetles and ghouls. Cool. And Happy, of course, has the ritual dagger to heal while moving across. At this stage of the game, you cannot have a shop up. So is this Archmage gonna heal?
At least got the level 2. I wasn't sure if he was gonna get it. Impale, by the way, very dangerous, but it's Beetles being summoned instead. That's crazy fast for the level up. And he gets the kill, and the kill gets away on 2 HP. Happy playing on the edge, and everything seems to be working out for him, still slaughtering peasants. But there is a counterattack. If not for this, the game would be over, but STARBUCK is getting the expo cancel. Perhaps there still is a way, and maybe Happy didn't even cancel.
He didn't.
I'm not sure if he clicked it.
He didn't. That's a lot of lumber down the drain. I didn't see the cancel text right there. Ooh, good fighting spirit by STARBUCK. This is a bad early game, obviously. But Happy makes one mistake, and maybe that is an opening. But you gotta hold on to this arcane that's rough without repair. And that's floodgates open for beetles.
Archmage at least back now from the tavern. I'm surprised he didn't go for the Ultra Res. Level 2 really doesn't take that long.
He was.
But alright.
That's a good slaughter,
back
man.
now.
Maybe he saw the opportunity for progress. 2.63 ghouls. Okay, we're gaming, Remo.
Arcane Tower being taken out is very painful though. This means Skellies and Ghouls and Beetles can always harass the economy here at the expansion, where indeed the Town Hall is finishing construction. That might be close to a 2-minute lead over the Undead, who only now is resetting up again the Haunted.
Okay, Haunted on the bottom right. Tower on the right-hand side. No extra income for any of the players. 3.8 versus 2.9, and the slaughter continues. 4 new rods of necromancy. This Crypt Lord is having a field day, but we finally get the level 2 Autoelementals.
Full level ahead though is the Crypt Lord, already on 4. This is record-breaking pace, man. 6.5 minutes for level 4 Crypt Lord. Yeah, when you see the big lasses like that in the early game, it is a huge swinging part of the game. And STARBUCK tried to make the game kind of close, but that's just, especially against Happy, too much of a deficit.
Well, the hero spawned at 2 minutes, right? And he got a level every minute. That's okay for level 1. That's doable for like from 2 to 3. But from level 3 to 4, that is incredible. Quite a slaughter. STARBUCK trying to fight back, trying to find flaws in the game of Happy, but as so often, there ain't no flaws in the game of the Emperor. Quick 6-minute game, Bucky in the dirt. And, Remo, I'm worried, man. We have a War 3 Champions update, and you know what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I am feeling the same worry. Faro, if you're in the chat, please pay attention to make sure our game isn't crashing out, or our Flow TV. We had a couple of smaller issues yesterday. Hopefully today all is well. So Flow TV is working for me. Looking at the ladder games, that's good. Let's take a look if our dear Chinese friends are setting up the lobby already. I imagine they should be. Fly has as on his Douyu stream, he's got the lobby name as the title.
What? I gotta check this out. Yeah, they built a function to hide the name. Oh yeah, you're right. He does. Well, so much about hiding passwords and lobby names, etc. Good guy, Fly. He's letting the people know. Yeah, I assume
Of the people.
with the update now, we all have to update War 3 Champions. That oftentimes takes a little longer if you download from China. Yesterday we all had this issue that we couldn't log in anymore, but it seems to be alright. The new section is back. No, that's the wrong thing. Where is it? First person. Here it is. New section in the launcher. Beautiful. The icon could be improved, but I think Kenshin already provided one. And my Flow TV is also working. Nice. They didn't really start yet. Nice. Okay. Seems like we don't have to bring in the gallows for Faro today.
Not yet. Hopefully setting up the lobby is gonna be possible. Let's take a look at the admin saying something.
I saw the WeChat icon.
Yeah, they are saying something.
Oh, let's see what we can translate.
Europe updates. Is somebody in?
Yeah,
They
makes
might not be
perfect
able
sense.
to join right now.
Faro, please patch prior to or after Super League. But you know, it's good for the average length of the series now. We of course need some watch time. We need stream time. So maybe that helps here a little bit. Oh, 2 cape on that Crypt Lord. God damn. Chat
They
said
also
it was a low
added-
damage roll.
They also added 2 more CN North servers. Since when is that?
Dude, we got so many servers. It's incredible. Faro made incredible progress when it comes to servers and networks, etc. Everything has been great recently.
Oh, champ! CN North 2 is normally the server they're playing on. Trying to see if I can connect to that right now in a custom game as we have a little bit of time. Yeah, yesterday when the update was released, we had some unintended side consequences. That's always a little bit, a little bit risky with the new update.
Mr. Remodimo, maybe in the meantime, while we wait, I can give you a little recommendation.
Is it meatballs?
Meatballs are always nice, especially with the veggie ones. But I was streaming yesterday evening because I saw after our stream, Fortitude versus Lawlight were playing a show match.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The Twisted Meadow games, Remo, is a thing
Twisted.
of beauty. I was so joyous for 40 minutes casting and living this game. It was everything I want from human versus night elf. It was multiple bases. It was tier 3. It included crows and a tinker and rockets and everything. Watch that game.
Twisted Meadows always seems to deliver. And it seems like we are ready as well for the next map. We kind of, in fact, missed it starting, so we may have to fast forward a little bit.
Forward a little. No, the people that won't even know. We go. Yeah, Hammerfall it is. Happy with the 1-0 on Autumn Leaves. That was a very, very, very one-sided affair, courtesy of the Acolyte early. Happy basically destroying STARBUCK with only one worker, if you want to put it that way. Now, Hammerfall has been looking really good, and Hammerfall was yesterday the map that Infi was able to get. There's always an enraged Mr. Remo Demo in the early stages of this map because the humans like to harass early, and Mr. Remo Demo doesn't like when the humans harass early. So let's take a look at map number 2. If Happy can claim the 2-0, or if STARBUCK is able to do some damage here as we fast forward.
It just seems so illogical. Like, why does the race that creeps the fastest out of anybody not creep the fastest out of anybody and instead harass and then end up on the same level or lower? It don't make no sense.
Well, didn't you say in the pregame that how can you argue with STARBUCK?
Oh, look at what's going on here. This is a level 3 creep route, baby.
Ooh, he is listening to Coach Remo. Well, we fast forward, and Happy is pulling back. He went all the way across, and now he's pulling back. That is an interesting development.
Yeah, you see there's no peasants there, no towers really to be attacking. Green camp is being taken right now. And this, by the way, also, when 40 was doing his best against Happy, I think this is what he was doing. He was getting in position to attack in the middle of the map, getting level 3, getting the level lead. And now, what do we have? A level lead on the human.
Mr. Remo Demo, as if you understand a thing or two about this game. Water Elemental in range. Is it enraged though? The Archmage did not get surrounded, only the illusion. Great play by STARBUCK, but not the greatest damage from this Water Elemental. We need one more.
STARBUCK trying to set up his own base in the north at the same time, where beetles are harassing the workforce. Footies and militia defending, but it's not a very sturdy base there up in the north just yet. Ghoul barely gets away, thanks to the new patch, taking a little bit less damage from these water elementals. And we still have 2 Ellies here ready to tango.
Oh, we're so close, man, but I think he can't reach because Happy's defense forces, the meat wall, is way too thick. You can't pass all the ghouls, all the beetles, or can you? You got 3 seconds, then repair is possible, but the big damage dealers, the water elementals, are still not part of this attack. The Archmage is surrounded, and I wouldn't be too surprised if this is another fast game. We have to look into, or at the north, what's happening there. STARBUCK's Expo coming up, Beetle Harass defended, but the Beetle Harass is mostly just a warm-up for the real deal, and Happy is once again storming to the 12 o'clock position.
Yeah, at this point, Happy and other undeads have become so good at defending. Might it not be better to just play safe and defensive? Just creep level 1, creep level 2, creep level 3. Again, you can do that faster than anybody else. Set up the expansion, and just defend. If STARBUCK just stayed in the north with his footies, with his elementals, he could have held on against an undead attack pretty easily, especially with militia help, but maybe he can still do that now. AM huddling to the back of the base, next to the arcane tower, but there's no TP, by the way. If he gets stuck back here, that could be scary.
It is scary already, man. It's 12 ghouls, 6 beetles, 2 skeletons. How do you deal with all that mass? It's just so much. We might need militia, but they're already being slaughtered. Chip damage on the Archmage. Num, 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 num. These beetles are having a great old day. Arcane Tower, of course, helping. Good target fire here to take out one unit after the next, and that's the last Water Elemental now. Can STARBUCK hold?
Looks like he is holding. It was just enough mana, just enough footies. The peasants were protected fairly well. Of course, the ghouls, when they're on A-click, they auto-target the fighters, the footies and the water elementals, and not the peasants. So the economy here is still, in fact, intact. A couple of low HP footies. They could soon be healed up with the shop coming. But the tech timing now is the real problem, because they're Happy as far ahead.
Yeah, 50 seconds here. That is more than a minute. We're Happy's ahead. Of course, tier 2 doesn't do too much, one would think, but it gives you statues, and nowadays it gives you the opportunity to go for Happy's favorite purchase, and that is double mana pot, double dispel. And that's a lot of dispel, and that takes then the big advantage of STARBUCK away, which is water elemental. So Happy's tier 2 is more scary than ever.
A player's forces are under attack.
Looking at the economy, by the way, in STARBUCK's main base, we only have 5 peasants. That seems pretty low. I feel like lumber might be an issue for him this game. Seems like a shredder is going to be much needed. The farm, by the way, really shouldn't be falling. That's going to be very annoying if the Crippler gets in. But the farm holds. And STARBUCK is now at least healing. He's got a lot of footies. Would love to get some value out of them now.
Yeah, very sweet hold. That separates the good humans from the great humans. The usage of footmen. We see it in Infi, we see it in 40. Sock, by the way, had a neat little idea to go Blizzard Harass at certain points in the game. And I would say STARBUCK's style is closer to Sock. Last hit. Got him. No impale available. So maybe STARBUCK taking some inspiration there down the road. He has a level 4 Archmage. Level is good.
It's always wonderful to have that level 4 early on. It's going to be lots of mana regen for everyone who can use mana and has mana. That includes the second hero, MK, who's going to be joining soon. And that hero is much awaited. But there, of course, Happy has the big timing edge.
Can we talk about the fact how awesome this defense was, man? Many lower level humans would have fallen here against 19 humans of Happy with barely anything to work with and only 1 arcane tower up. Oh, early web!
Uh-oh.
Early web! Happy's new favorite tool, and he gets it, and the zap is wrecked. Oh, man.
At least nothing died. There was enough room for the footies to all pop out. All 7 of them, if I saw that right, did survive. And the heal scroll is forced early. 1 ghoul getting taken out. This could have been worse, honestly. It's only footies at the end of the day. Zeppelin gone, but whatever. And the footies now holding the door until the MK arrives.
Here we go. We got a DK surrounded. Can he close it with another water elemental? Looks like it. Staff too
STARBUCK.
late though. And we get the DK kill. Deny on the footman. STARBUCK is accelerating here in this match.
STARBUCK, let him cook. These were a couple of great moves by him. The AM now, look at the experience for him. 4.6. He's going to get to level 5 real quick this game. And then perhaps even a Blizzard transition could be a consideration. But then again, level 3 water elemental is also pretty good in the late game because normally humans tend to dominate the air at some point with gyros.
We do have double racks. Interesting. Yeah. No Griffin Aviary. And as if he wants to support my argument that STARBUCK is closer to Sock than to 40 and Infi. Now the Griffin Aviary, but not a priority. More knights, more gyros. We need a lot of gyros very fast.
1 aviary is now being added, but it seems like indeed it's going to be heavy emphasis on the Knight Gyro classic army and then a couple of Griffins being mixed in. While Happy is on the warpath, he's trying to punish the opponent's creeping, not creeping himself in the center of the map where he could be getting the other lab creep. Of course, right now, with the human army consisting of footmen, the undead has the upper hand, as those footies are now of not much use anymore.
Right on. Shout out to the chat, by the way, who keeps praising both players, whether that's Happy on Autumn Leaves or STARBUCK here on Hammerfall. That is what we want to see. Now, flag cannons, 20 seconds off. Crucial. Lich is coming. Ghoul Frenzy ready. Destroy, oh, half ready. Destroy upgrade as well. Can you afford the time to creep? That's a double Invo Potion and a Mana Potion. Exactly the item he needed.
The very early attack right here. We don't have tier 3 yet. No orb, no triple hero, not even Unholy Aura. But looks like he's about to get it. Yep, with a couple of peasant kills. That's a big upgrade for the undead already. Going deep here into the enemy expansion. There is a TP, and it's likely going to be necessary. But the MK now with Stormbolts might find some pickoffs against those fiends. The human army is still looking rather tiny.
That's true. We do have a Shredder though, and summons are falling. Very unfortunate that the flying machines get webbed here, but do you have the focus? It's a very interesting fight and a very crucial fight here. Happy pushing earlier than expected, going for the town portal. Coil is ready to prevent the next Stormbolt. But what he couldn't prevent is the next donation by Deviants. €5.55. Go Bucky, he says. Deviants, you have supported us a lot over the weekend. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your continued support.
So another good hold right here by STARBUCK. This one perhaps seemed a little bit less terrifying than the first one of the game. STARBUCK has the triple hero now out and ready, and also an orb of slow, not something we see that much.
True. That is very rare. Did he have such a surplus of gold?
Not exactly, to be honest. Wasn't able to build up a big bank here, still hovering at only a little bit of gold, with Happy taking now a clear supply lead.
Hello, thank you for the prime. Oh, big mana stone. That's sick. Both players have a lot of tools to work with. Supply numbers relatively even. Cryptlord and Lich parked to the side. Full XP on the DK. Is that where you want to engage with only 6 gyros? Probably not. Careful, STARBUCK. Can't afford any more gyro losses.
These are going to be crucial. Destroyers probably going to be morphed even more. Yep, there we go. We're up to 3 now. Gyro's going to be much needed. Supply has become very even, however, as the fight breaks out. The ghouls are in the economy trying to take out the peasants, but the water element's being sent up there to defend against them. I like that. But the standing army, especially as far as knights go, still seems rather small for STARBUCK.
We're waiting for the one Griffin. Production is finished. He did do the rally point, unlike Sock in the match against Happy. So can we engage now? Gyros are coming in. Happy once again. Oh, not webbing the gyros. Waiting for the one Griffin, but very passive. Oh, there we go. Yoink! In the middle of the undead skirts. That's a huge loss and very unfortunate. Range on web can be deadly. We still have a lot of gyros. Can the flat cannons carry this?
First Destroyer dropping low, but getting healed again by the Death Coil. The Death Knight still has some mana. That Mana Stone was absolutely sensational. Supply still fairly even. The Knight's now getting a good connection towards the Fiends. Who's going to find more kills here? Can Happy break through already and claim the 2-0? STARBUCK right now with his tournament life or his series life almost on the line. Mana Potion on the MK. He's got more Storm Bolts ready, but the Knights are all hurt. The Pally staff down. The AM level 5. Can he carry this by himself against Destroyers? I don't know.
I don't know either, man. This is looking fierce. Happy's Destroyer micro was great. The gyros were picked apart one after the next. The crucial damage wasn't there. Still 3 of them up. The Shredder is dead. 1 gyro, not part. 2 gyros trying to amass them again to get the kills. Supply can swing quickly if Happy doesn't pay attention to the Destroyers, but he always does. And the Mana Stone was a gift from the gods.
Tower broken, peasants in trouble again. So much mining time has been lost here over time. The peasants being abused, of course, always by the humans as much as possible by the undead. They know that is the weak part of their gameplay. And now there's no mining at all at its expansion. Happy sticking around at the Expo for as long as he can. At some point, perhaps Happy has to TP away, but he's done a great job already.
2 Destroyers down. Second last one. Gets saved here. If he can take out another knight, it would be great, but always crucial snipes on these gyros. We get another Destroyer kill. Very important level ups for STARBUCK here, and 2 gyros still up in the air.
Getting quite a few kills. Where are the water elementals, by the way? Sure, there's Destroyers, but when you have level 3 elementals, you should still be summoning them, I think. It takes a lot of Destroyer Dispel to get rid of them. STARBUCK looks like he's actually not
Mountain
using
King.
it. Mountain King! Dangerous right there.
STARBUCK is alive, but he is bent and bruised. 37 food only. His army is 3 knights, 2 gyros. Happy on the other side. Pumping or transitioning into air bombs now as he realizes there's no griffins coming for STARBUCK. It's just the knight and gyro army. That can be nice. But first and foremost, more statues, as currently there is not one on the ground. He can't replenish his mana at the moment. Little bit of time to breathe for STARBUCK.
Keep up the Paladin now as well. Level 3 for him would be huge. But this orange camp here is not quite enough. He's going to pick up a Ring of Protection +5, which is actually really good against the Focus Fire and the Orb and all that. Happy knows, of course, where he wants to strike next, where he's been striking all game against the workers. Peasants here completely exposed. As mentioned before, the tower was taken out, and that is the peasants in trouble again. And an Impale! Hitting every last one of them.
He just rebuilt them, poor lad. The gyro flies straight into the fiends. This is not looking great, man. Say so in the chat saying Orb of Slow should be on the Mountain King. I definitely agree with that. Bash and Slow now works together. Hail Mary by STARBUCK. We do have some Holy Lights. Town Portal invuln on Happy's side. He expected that. He is safe. Paladin level 3 now. Will that save the game somehow?
That's getting picked off one by one. Trying to take out Fiends, but Happy is swift with the reaction. With the Frost Armor on the coils, Fiends surviving for a long time. Knights getting picked off one by one. And that's going to be the 2-0 as Happy closes out this map as well.
Good game by STARBUCK, but good is not enough when you play against the world's best Warcraft player. Nice little back and forth, good fights, definitely a million times better than Autumn Leaves was, but it was an undead expansion that wasn't cancelled. And if you don't destroy an undead expansion while being harassed heavily, that's a problem.
Yeah, I feel like this playstyle used to work a lot better back when Happy and other undeads weren't so good at defending. I think many of us still remember the days where we saw 2 expo cancels, 3, 4 expo cancels. All of a sudden it's daytime. Here comes the Zeppelin. Here comes the Shredder harass. Perhaps another expansion cancel. But this doesn't really happen anymore. Specifically, Happy has become way better at limiting the damage he's going to take at his expansion and also finding the kills in return. Taking out footies and water elementals and then scaling hard with the Cryptoid. I would love to see a different approach being taken, being at least tried by humans, because this is the one strat, the one opening I feel like that no human does. They either go level 2 expo into harass or level 3 expo into harass. What if you just go level 3 expo and then you just defend? You hold, you wait for the attack and you fend it off when you have everything at home defending footies and water elementals. It seems to me like you should defend easily, and then you can more easily go into a tech game, macro game. But it seems like when players right now are trying to injure Happy early with those expo cancels and all that, they are the ones ending up with more damage on their side, seemingly always.
Gotta say, I respectfully disagree. Similar to how humans always have the upper hand when the Night Elf is not harassing their expansion. It's the same with undead and human, just the other way around. If you don't put any delay on the income, timing with destroyers just works out so fantastically well. 3-4 destroyers, rip your base, and then it's kind of it. It's already tricky. I feel like you need at least one cancel to somehow stop the undead war machine.
We saw a cancel here and it didn't work. Dondo is saying, well, then you end up with a worse tech and worse eco. Is that true? I'm not sure that that's true. If you go for the level 3 creep route and you go for a power build, if you pull that through, are you still faster than the undead? I would like to see it tried, though. I would like to see it tried because the other stuff isn't working.
Look at Mr. Remodimo, 2 of the greatest minds of Western Warcraft, and Dondolara and me tried to argue against him. But yeah, I mean, I would like to see this in-game, of course. One can theorize a lot. A lot of people said crows aren't working versus human, and then they win in the hands of Kaho and in the hands of Lawliot yesterday. So, yeah, why? I mean, seeing is believing, right? So, at one point, maybe someone can do it. What can STARBUCK do now to save the series? I can only imagine Labyrinth in front of his PC watching the game, 40 as well. Damn, one map, just one map. Take one map off of him. And you know what? Usually, STARBUCK gets one map in these series versus Happy. If he wants to repeat that, it has to happen now. And this is Concealed Hill.
Concealed Hill, it seems like there is a very clear creep route for the human in mind. Orange, green into expansion gets you perfectly to level 3. You can reach that super fast, way ahead of the undead for sure. For that reason, we've seen Happy deviate as well and go for a very fast expo creep. With 4 ghouls, creep the natural very quickly, and then go for a level 2 attack. This is the opening he presented most recently. This was yesterday against Infi, and it looked indeed quite good. Where Infi was trying to get aggressive cancels again. I wonder if this is perhaps now going to lead to a 1-base game by STARBUCK, because he tried to go the honorable way of 2-base versus 2-base. Didn't work out. And while I'm not a big fan of aggressive 1-base play, this would be one of the better maps for it.
I myself, first and foremost, am happy that this is not Pally Rifle. He tried that versus 120 and that was not good. So Pally Rifle in this matchup absolutely benched. I would echo what you say. STARBUCK is always good with the rifle pushes, and it's probably his preferred style over the 2-base. If like both strategies were at an even power level in the meta right now, I'd say he would like to be the aggressor and try to shut down expos. Oh, almost the water elemental to the Crypt Lord that would have enabled high level immediately, but the troll got the last hit. Well done, creeps.
It does indeed look like, while we fast forward, that Archmage is going to play 1-base here. Going to harass the instant creep and gets the last hit steal. Ooh, that's a huge deal. Level 2 now acquired for the AM with the footies showing up.
Okay, revenge for Autumn Leaves. Love to see it, this one as well to STARBUCK. Level 3, level 1 and a ghoul. Fantastic opener. Maybe STARBUCK just waking up a little bit too late for the series, but what he displayed on Concealed Hill is huge.
Waterman's going to give more experience to the Crypt Lord. Even picks up the tone. Cheeky little Archmage right there. Running low on mana now, but he's going to get the cancel on the Ziggurat. Is it going to be enough in the end? The tech has begun. The Blacksmith is coming. Crypt Lord still got level 2. Looking for more kills and more experience around on the footy. Gonna net him the next one. And the big item is still there to be picked up soon.
Alright. This Null, man. Surviving quite a bit. Happy still element that this expansion is necessary. Woodman's still there. Water Elemental ready in 20 seconds roundabout. Archmage damage, great. Creeps back at it as well. If he can cancel the Ziggurat for the second time, would be mental, but I don't think the damage is enough.
He knew the Impale was coming up, so the AM didn't want to risk it. Healing up a little bit at the fountain, but Happy, of course, aware. He has to prevent it as much as he can. Sending his summons over. Crypt Lord picks up the item. The Talisman of Evasion is okay. Makes him a bit more tanky, I suppose. Not one of the dream items, however. And now the Expo will start production. If another cancel could be found, that would be huge for STARBUCK. But with the AM so hurt and no level 3, not easy to find.
Oh, I hope he's looking, man. I hope he's looking. Crypt Lord at the shop. Careful. Impale. It needs to be a TP, right? He's trying to bait the Impale, maybe? Yeah, TP. Happy not falling for it, though, of course. I think this 1-base play is also a result of what Happy played yesterday versus Infi, just to throw it out there, where he was ultra aggressive against the planned expansion from Infi, but was utterly destroyed due to like the Crypt Lord and Ghoul movement. STARBUCK saw the replay, said this is not worth it, I can't deal with it, let's do 1-base for a start. So just because Infi played 1-base yesterday and couldn't crack Happy, it's not the same story here.
Well, it has been the same story, though, for many humans out there, and most of them, I want to say. The big problem is a high-level Crypt Lord. Even if you can pressure the expansion, even if you take out the expansion, if the Crypt Lord ever gets to level 5, that's lights out for the rifles. That is the big problem with his strategy. There is a hero that counters you. There's just so many things that have to go right, and I feel like you have to be so far ahead to win with Rifleman, and good luck with that against Happy.
Yeah, it's not the easiest task. Level 3 unlocked, that helps. The fountain is free, that is interesting. In the meantime, just the skeleton scouting. How far are you? Do I have to play defensive? Absolutely. Got the graveyard prepared, got the second crypt prepared. Towers are coming up, but Happy is only now on 2 bases. There is a window for STARBUCK, but also a bit inactive with parts of his units. Could be a bit more efficient, I feel.
Calling the militia over to the natural. Tier 2 expansion is extremely rare in this matchup, but I have sometimes seen it, including from 40. And I always used to think it was unwinnable, but 40 proved me wrong and showed me something else.
Suck as well.
Happy Scouting is on top.
I'm quite a fan of this Tier 2 expansion. It looks really good. It looks like it lines up if you have a good early game. Is this early game enough? Is another question, especially if these poisoned workers almost ran straight into the undead army, dodging bullets here.
Priest. The priest saw the undead approach Happy again with perfect positioning and stops his expansion in its tracks. No chance.
Maybe it's a ruse. Maybe it's a distraction, because STARBUCK is marching across, seeing 3 ghouls on the way. They're not in the main then. And there is a crypt up. Can he cancel that one? Alta lines up nicely. Tech has started rather late. If there's only 1 crypt, is that enough?
Yeah, using that crypt actually hurts a lot. I'm also surprised we haven't seen Fiend production yet. Crypt trying to be reset up again. The tech for Happy still pretty far away. He didn't start a tower yet in the main base, which seems quite greedy. But still scouting in the south, still seeing more militia arriving. Still looks like STARBUCK is thinking about a second base.
Yeah, that Impale for Happy didn't really do much, but the heal scroll certainly does. He can't afford too many rifle losses, and the town portal was used earlier. Careful, Bucky stops the Crypt Lord from another Impale via Stormbolt, and now you gotta flee. Oh no, the rifle miss rally. Almost a dono here. Priest have to work overtime. This Impale a million times better.
The adept training is late, Neil. It's very late. It would have been real good to have some dispel here earlier. He's still waiting on the upgrade. The beatles are still making things very difficult. And STARBUCK is pretty low on gold. If the expansion had been up already, then he might be able to keep up in an economy with the undead, but it's starting to slip away this timing.
Feels like this was a bit indecisive between Expo and push and a bit of desperation to get stuff done, but Happy catches him and Happy bites his head off like Ozzy Osbourne did with the bat. There's nothing left.
Yeah, not much hope either, I would say. It's looking a lot like a 3-0 Happy right here. Tier 2 is up, Fiends are on the way, DK is joining as well, and once again, we have a very well-leveled Crypt Lord. I feel like I say this every game that Happy's playing him, always finding great progress on him. Once more with a fast level 4.
There was some sweet priest micro, Mr. STARBUCK. Lovely. No, he is a religious man, so maybe taking extra care of the priest. Like priests take extra care of other people. Expo coming now. 1/3 is very desperate.
Level 3 MK timing is really good here at least. So this is where STARBUCK has a huge edge in the second hero level status. With the Death Knight not even quite out yet. But another attack group heading south. It's ghouls and some beetles. And those can make life very difficult for the peasants already, even with very little supply.
Okay, is there any fortification? Nope. Is there any way to get home? Nope. But there's another Impale. We fight for the Ogre a little bit. DK is here with the Coil Mountain King once again trying to wreck these fiends, and it actually works because the Coil was on cooldown still. We need some exquisite priest micro again, or we just type GG and Happy gets the 6 points and STARBUCK gets 0.
Happy today, the much better player. We had some close moments here, I think. Hammerfall especially was looking fairly promising, but Happy right now, this is no longer his problem matchup. I would say for a long time this was Happy's problem matchup, but through many matches, especially against Fortitude, Happy has found new ways and perfected his playstyle, and that is another perfect score for him, trying to get closer to that 6 points per match average, because right now he's only at 5.27, or he was, I suppose.
Unbelievable, eh? Unbelievable. 3 games left. That means in the point ranking, he's only 4 points away from Labby. I think everybody had high hopes for, or everybody, meaning Labby and 40, had high hopes that STARBUCK could steal 1 map, but Happy is just way too dominant, man. We look at the rankings, we look at the Excel sheet, and we see just a lot of green, and within these green wins, there's so many 3-0s. Versus Focus, versus Moon, versus ColorFul, versus Chaos, Sock, Fly, and now STARBUCK. There is a big discrepancy between him and the tier 2 elite, and he shows it day in, day out.
Yeah, we are here on one of the last playdays. What playday was that for Happy? Playday 11. So 11 11 play days played, series played against the best players of the world. 11, right? And he only lost 6 maps in all those series. That is just absolutely bonkers. Happy would love to keep riding this momentum towards the end of the season. Finishing first in the group stage is worth a whole lot. That means you will be guaranteed in the grand final already. More preparation time, more security, better chances for taking that big first place prize money, or of course having at least second place guaranteed.
That is correct. He's getting closer and closer. Lin still in his way. That would usually be a mega hype matchup. In this case,
Yeah. At the moment, I don't know if you recall the result from yesterday, Neo, but we saw Lin versus Fly yesterday, and I think it's fair to say Fly didn't have the greatest season. And yesterday he more than doubled his points against Lin with a 3-0, which is absolutely outrageous. Yeah, Lin is obviously in the pits of despair right now.
That's true. We gotta say, when we talk about the first spot still between Happy, Labby, 40, those are the only 3 that can still get rank 1. Labby only, quote unquote, has to play against Life, who's usually very good against Undead, but has been a bit disappointing here in the league. So Labby can also score high. 5 points doesn't seem to be unrealistic. Happy losing to 40 can happen. This is not a foregone. And of course, the mirror match was 1-0. God damn it, man. The last mirror match was insane. And
Yeah.
Happy lost to Labby as well. So don't take it for granted that Happy gets 1. Labby's still in the mix. 40 still in the mix. 40, of course, has to score now. And that is my segue to the next game that we got. Because 40 is playing next. 40 is playing versus ColorFul next. And this matchup has been quite fascinating. 40 has won a lot versus Kaho, versus Life, versus Lawliot. It was really, really close, but also versus Moon. And yesterday versus Lawliot, he also won a best of 3. So 40 goes into this as the favorite, not without flaws. And I wonder if Life saw the games yesterday and will experiment with Crows. Do we still have Warden? So many questions here. Love to see it.
Yeah, I'm excited for this match as well, and I wonder how 40 is feeling about this game. If indeed he wants to still score big for the rest of the season and run high up in the standings, get as far as he can, then ColorFul and Focus are supposed to be the big point guarantees for him. Like at least 4 points, rather 5 points, is what he would like to get here. Against Happy, it's going to be a very tough series, one of the highlights of the entire group stage. Against Lin, to be honest, he might have a surprisingly easy time if Lin keeps presenting the way he has been most recently. But yeah, normally against ColorFul here, he's going into it as the favorite, especially with the sick run that 40 has been on, right? You mentioned it yesterday. What is his win streak right now? It's something crazy like 12 wins in a row or something, so he's got a hot hand right now.
It is correct. In the Super League, it's 6 wins in a row. Versus Night Elf, he is incredibly good, but ColorFul is also on a tear. And I don't think that was in the cards, man. This dude is literally a roller coaster, starting off with 12 points out of 2 matches. It doesn't get any better. Then gets slaughtered 6 times in a row, and then starts a win streak again with currently 5 wins in a row. And if we look at the direct comparison between Fortitude and ColorFul here on the wonderful website Warcraft3.info, it's really close. In the last 6 encounters, it's 3-3. 1, 2, 4 out of these 6 matches were 3-2. So if ColorFul is a little bit more clutch here today, he can steal the victory. And for him also, super important match. We talked about how close it is in the middle of the match. And Sock is 0.02 points ahead of ColorFul right now. Scoring today is gigantic for ColorFul.
Big question for me is, what are the most recent meta developments? Because in this matchup, still lots of things are in flux. Especially the big question is, what about MK first? Is it still looking that strong? Is it still being played that much? And are we finding good answers on the side of ColorFul? When something new arises, and you have to come up with new adjustments to timings and style, that's normally when ColorFul struggles. When the meta settles, everyone knows what everyone's playing, and then we can rely on execution. That's when ColorFul shines. And looking at the last 2 matches between ColorFul and 40, this was in June, and July. That's right. 2 full best of 5s with only a single game of Mountain King first. So since then, things have changed. We have seen lots of MK first, and I wonder if their ColorFul has been keeping up with the developments and knows exactly what to do.
Yep, I think the Mountain King meta is out there now for long enough for ColorFul to realize what to do. I think he's not experimental like a Lawlight and surprisingly alive, so I don't see him do any AP pushes or something crazy. Huntress also don't seem to be his unit.
He likes the demon and he likes the rejuve, let's be honest.
That's right. And that leads to victories. But what ColorFul is doing more than anyone, except maybe Lawlight, is Wisp detonates. He's done that for the past 5 years, mostly versus Orc. And I think if you want to have a chance in late game fights as a Night Elf, you need to detonate against the Sorks. And here I see a big opportunity for ColorFul.
Yeah, getting to the late game in an even state sometimes seems to be the problem. So many games we've seen humans play the MK Fast Expo and then be aggressive on level 2. On the right map, of course. Some maps you can't just creep Expo level 2 and then run across. Concealed Hill, for example. But yeah, on many maps, this seems to be the favorite playstyle, and we've seen this be so oppressive, where normally the Knights rely on Demon Hunter and a handful of archers to fight back, use the Moonwells, use the Mana Burn, but when you get hammered 3 times in the face, Demon Hunter is going to be on 200 HP or less the entire early game. It seems like there's very little that you're allowed to do.
I would very much agree. It seems oftentimes rather convenient in that regard. Did we ask our chat what they think about the upcoming match?
We didn't start the prediction yet, in case that's what you're asking, because it's still going to be a little while. The players have not yet both joined the lobby. Fortitude is a little bit later, as he has just played a couple of times, and then we have to do the vetoes still, so it's going to be a couple of minutes until we get the next game rolling.
Then let's take a look in our Discord. Dizzy says 40 wins 3-1. Dyson says 40 wins 3-2. Jay Celorex says 40 wins 3-0. That's outrageous. I don't think that's possible. Kari, very cool Discord member, by the way, also says 3-1 ColorFul. And Sharky also 3-1. So it's 3-1 the expected result. I am with Swiss Gamerdad here with Dyson and say 3-2, but I don't know in what direction.
Yeah, so far our predictions in the Discord have been very much on point. Everyone was predicting Happy to win. I suppose that was very likely, and everyone was indeed correct with that. And everyone also, there's no exception, right? Everyone is saying also that 40 will win.
Yep. I don't think they did much prep on this matchup. They just think, you know, they've seen 40 offline win the championship. You know, 40 is contesting Happy for the best player in the world. He must win against ColorFul then, because ColorFul, we all know he's a great player, but he also has to work on macro decision making, creep routes, army composition, etc., etc. I am somewhat secretly rooting for ColorFul here.
Yeah, ColorFul, if he has his really good day, his best day, he is absolutely terrifying. But let's not forget about 40. Again, he seems to be on a hot streak right now. 12 wins in a row. He has reclaimed again. I was about to say clearly second place in the Elo standings, but that's actually very close. 1-0 is right behind him. But he might shoot up even more if he keeps winning this week. And let's not forget, 40 is the big bout machine, Neo. You must remember, I'm sure, the last 5, I repeat, the last 5 grand finals of Tier 1 tournaments, 40 was always in there. 40 versus Happy, 40 versus Happy, 40 versus Happy, 40 versus Lin, and 40 versus 1-0. Going back to Don't Force Me Cups, DWCC championships, and Bet Boom. 40 is always there, seemingly, when it matters the most.
He lost the last one, though. Is he still the big bout machine when he can't even keep up a 100% win rate in grand finals?
I mean, top 2 is pretty good now.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Where are you top 2?
Western streamers of Warcraft 3 on Twitch?
That's absolutely true. And also, table tennis, Neo. Don't forget about table tennis.
Oh! It's been a long time, man. It's been a long time. I'm not bad.
Such raw talent, though. You know, it always stays alive.
I'd rather put emphasis on the raw than the talent. But I know how to hold. It's not called a racket. Is it a racket in table tennis? I don't know. But yeah, I challenge everyone.
Wait a minute. We all watched Forrest Gump.
I hate that movie.
And you hated that movie, I remember.
I hate that movie.
But what
Jenny!
is
Hate that movie.
You have no heart, Neo. It's a heartwarming movie.
It's a heartwarming movie. She's an absolute bitch to him for 2 hours.
Yeah, but in the end, she's kind of nice, you know?
In the end, she's dead.
Yeah, but before that, before she's dead, she's kind of nice.
Because she's dying.
I don't think that's universally true.
I mean, she is dying. That is universally true.
Yeah, but it's not that everyone who's dying is very nice always.
That's
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's be honest though. Jenny, you know, Forrest, obviously, he was very interested in her, but he was a very limited man. So I don't blame her for being like, yeah, I think I'm gonna go out there in the world and see what else I can find.
That's right.
It is what it is, bro.
Yeah. Also, what's the name of the shrimp dude? Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan is awesome.
No. Lieutenant Dan is the one who has no legs. You mean his colleague with the shrimps? That's
Gabba. No.
Baba?
Baba?
Wait, what's his
Gabba?
name again? Bubba Gump Shrimp
Baba.
is what the shrimp was called?
Yes.
Bubba. Yeah, I think Bubba it was, yeah.
You go.
All right, we're starting the first prediction, by the way.
Screw Forrest Gump. Let's get that in there.
I like the movie. I think it's kind of cute.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not as good as Forrest Gump is in table tennis. Not yet.
Yeah, not everyone can have a table tennis legacy and a shrimp empire. Would be cool though, dude. Having a shrimp empire would be so good. I mean, making millions, that's obviously really nice. But also just having unlimited access to shrimp any given day and fresh shrimp as well out of the sea. Bro, like shrimp, if I had unlimited amounts, shrimp would be one of the best foods to be eating all day, every day, in my opinion.
I agree.
Shrimp
It's also
are so amazing.
amazing snack. Just have
I
some.
don't like them so much when they're cold, but it's all right. But cooked and warm, way better, in my opinion. But yeah, still. Yummy, yummy.
Yeah. We were in China.
Old mate dad says shrimp are gross. You are gross.
Exactly.
Get the hell out of here.
Get out. With the shrimp gang here. Fortitude also big in the shrimp business. Maybe he's the Chinese Forrest Gump. He probably knows how to play table tennis.
I think it's kind of mean to say he's a Forrest Gump type character, because there are certain associations that get made.
No,
with that
you
name
know what
and
I
that
mean,
character.
dude. I mean, like, successful in shrimp, probably good at table tennis. That is an assumption, of course. But 40 is just a chat. I think whatever he touches turns into gold. That's the kind of guy he is.
He's the kind of guy that we're going to be watching now in our second match of the day, because we've gotten through the vetoes, we've gotten through the nonsense, and we are now ready for the first map.
Exactly. Lots of talk about shrimp. I have the poster of a shrimp, but our
Really?
gamers here, for sure.
Is that like an emo band or something?
What? No, not a poster, the posture.
Ah, the posture.
Yes.
Okay.
I would love a poster of a shrimp too. That would make the living room, man, absolutely gorgeous. But let's talk about.
Imagine if you had as many arms as a shrimp.
Oh yeah, man, you could get so much done, man. That'd be fantastic. Just as fantastic as Warcraft 3 between these two former teammates at the Lao Pao Esports Club, now facing each other for points in the Super League, and we are on the last leg. Happy with the 3-0 win means Fortitude has to score high as well. His opponent is, of course, very familiar with his style. Also, very active. Played a lot of show matches versus Soccer as well. Fortitude was playing show matches versus Lawlion. These guys put a lot of emphasis on this matchup. They know what to do. But who does it better? Let's go.
Mentioning the MK first earlier already, and indeed it's going to be the hero of choice here for 40. Level 2 Expo, and then MK aggression is what we've been seeing a lot of. And I think Infi was the trailblazer with this, right? He was playing it way more than almost everyone else early on, and showed how really difficult this can be to deal with early game.
Exactly. And whoa, Fortitude was the one to pick it up right after Infi. And both are just incredibly strong with it. Both refining it, both learning from each other, very similar play styles. They have a good camaraderie going on here. And while I like the Mountain King on the one side, Remo, if you listen to some of my casts in the past 2 weeks, I am not a fan of the Warden. I think it doesn't really work anymore. But ColorFul is still a fan. I knew this would be the case going into this. Prove me wrong, ColorFul. The early drop is quite a help.
I've also not been too sold on the Warden lately. I feel like on a very good Warden map where she can really accelerate, she can still be really strong, especially Twisted Meadows, maybe also Echo. This map? Is this where the Warden is really good? Not 100% convinced, but she's got the big Mana Potion, which is a good start. She's getting 2 peasant kills right away. This ain't looking bad.
And one to the creeps as well. The Ogre is still up. Nice disruption. Well, I guess ColorFul needs to creep a little further. Doesn't do that just yet, but the tech has started, and that's the thing with Mountain King. Like, one base Mountain King is atrocious. You really want that base up, you really have to get the base up.
Forces are under attack.
Then, Invis. She woke up the creeps again, triggered a bit more bloodlust. Ooh, she gets the steal here in the item. That would be so big. Nighttime now, no detection against her. Is he gonna dare it? Is he gonna do it?
Got him! Item to the Mountain King. That was quick fingers by Fortitude, but the XP. An XP might be worth a lot more than a circlet right here. 2.4 on that Warden. And playing into the shadows so nicely, like Batman.
Still has that big Mana Potion as well. While Hunter's Hall is coming up. No counter expansion yet. And a bit of a weird looking Night Elf base, by the way. The Moonwell positioning here. Looking like the holes of a bowling ball.
It's almost symmetric, but not really.
The town is under siege.
Interesting architecture we got here. But, I mean, in comparison to a Sonic base, this is still 5 stars.
How does Sonic build his bases these days?
Bro. I don't know if he has a script that puts his cursor at a random point on the map. It's wild.
I like that it fits him so well, though, you know? Also, I would pay money to get a MTV Cribs-like room tour of his apartment. Bro,
Oh, yeah.
I would love to know what his apartment looks like.
Maybe you can ask. He's a good lad.
One of these days. One of these days, I'm sure we'll get our answers. We are getting Ancients of Lore as well. And still no counter expansion by ColorFul, by the way. And interestingly also, no Footy Scout looking for a counter expansion.
Yeah, feels like Fortitude needs a little bit of time recently to get into series. This is not the perfect start here. 2.7 only, courtesy of the steal, of course. Warden caused a little bit of a ruckus, but it feels like there's still potential to come back, as there oftentimes is with a human on 2 bases. ColorFul. This is something that I haven't seen before. Level 2 Warden Echo Harass. And you know what? I don't hate it.
It's 1 peasant here, but with the arcane finishing, she will have to back off. Okay, gets 2 peasants. That cost her about 300 mana. Not the most mana efficient thing ever, but okay, I guess she got some kills here. Didn't get too close to level 3 though. And this is why this map's okay for the Warden with getting consumable and level 2 right away. That's great, you know, with the first Ancient of War creep. But then the progress to level 3 and 4 is very hard. And this is what I was touching on earlier with, you know, very good maps for Warden still being out there. And there I can see her. But here, what is his position looking like right now? He's got a Warden level 2 and 2 archers. No Ancient of War creep happening right now. This is looking average, I want to say.
I have cast a lot of Human vs. Night Elf games in the past couple of weeks, but I have never seen a state of a game like this. Level 2 on 2 level dependent heroes, 7 minutes in the game is not great, but damage has been done. We get Dryads now, tech on the way, bears are coming, but also ColorFul being so adamant on one base is very interesting to me, or at least prioritizing tech over Expo, could still do that down the road. You casted Fortitude vs. Lawlight, and their surprise expansion bottom right was really interesting. Maybe ColorFul gets inspired by that.
40 is also getting more and more into the groove. Healing up his footies right now. Setting up more towers, by the way. Even in the main base. Is he expecting perhaps a bear bust?
We've seen that by ColorFul before in other matchups. Just 4 to 5 bears, charge up, hit hard. Maybe that can work. We got a talisman now, level 3.5, no Shadow Strike, which I think against the Mountain King is a very solid choice, as you can't kill the Mountain King anyway. More or less early shop. Question is, will you at some point go for a second hero? Because the Warden needs level 5. You kinda need more damage though. It's a hard decision to make, I feel.
MK is now the scouting party. Moving around in the north. Doesn't have much to fear, seemingly. Seeing no counter expansion. And now, seems like his decision to go towers was absolutely the right one. One guard tower going to be finishing at the Expo. Securing the second one to finish would be a big deal, so that's why the footies, I think, are getting into position here to keep the Elf army busy, while the MK is also running a bit of distraction.
Okay. So far, so clean. ColorFul pushing. 3 bears only versus 3 towers. I think the more defensive style of 40 is paying dividends now. Not morphing 2 of the bears is an interesting choice.
With Rejuve, the bears still pretty sturdy. Of course, they're also enjoying the new patch, taking less of that damage from the towers. We still got 2 more Rejuves here, by the way. But quick with the repair also. Town Hall so far hasn't taken much damage. And that is what ColorFul needs to get to have a chance this game, isn't it? He needs to take out this expansion.
Yeah, I gotta say, this bear bust with 2 care bears on 1 siege bear is not looking too impressive. It's still 600 gold. We roar up, but this is not a serious threat.
Town Hall didn't even drop into the orange, let alone the red. Repairs easily there. MK and footies in position. Not even a footman has gone down. This attack,
Town is under siege.
in retrospect, seemed toothless.
Yeah! Rock solid defense by 40. And from here on out, 40 is just scaling like crazy. He gets air. He's like 1/3 done with the tier 3. And the question remains, what do you do as the Warden player when mass air hits you? Pen of Knives isn't enough to level the panda. Maybe already too late. Tinker, is there a crow transition by ColorFul? Not that likely. At least he's trying to counter expand on the spot now, but he's got to stall more time.
Yeah, you mentioned the different options that are available to him. Crows or second hero or APs even. Big army, big upgrades, whatever it is. But all that takes money. And money he doesn't really have too much of at the moment. I guess 800 gold doesn't look bad, but once he goes into upkeep, that's quickly going to disappear. Point is, if he wanted to expand, he should have done it earlier. But he didn't try to expand earlier. He tried to attack the expansion. Where right now, Dryads are suiciding into the towers. Whoops. Having his attention on the Warden. And I guess that is good that she didn't die. She is obviously the most important piece of the army. But the most important piece is still not at level 5.
She has a big mana potion and the mana stone. Love to see that. Also love that it's withheld for the later stages. If ColorFul plays an excellent harassing ward now, there might be a chance to get this expo up if he forces 40 to respond.
Bears need to creep the rest of the lab right here. Is that level 5? Let's take a look. Always a crucial level for the Warden. And it is. Enough for level 5. And now the economy harass could get potentially very strong. while there's a footy scout in the north, seeing the Tree of Life very close to being done.
Nice defense here with the poison dryads against the harassing footmen. Still needs time to entangle, of course. Mountain King Blood Mage combo online. Interesting to see no Alchemist, but we get a Paladin instead. Could be an opener for massive AoE, but then again the question, is Northern Isles big enough for 2 heroes? We've seen level 8 Wardens before. It is a Panda now. Oh boy, do you need Town Portal on the ground! No!
A player's forces are under attack.
He left it behind for the Panda so the Warden could pick up other items. She's now harassing with the anti-magic. Those are easy peasant kills. But because there's a Panda in the game, she's not getting that quickly to level 6. But this is really good economic damage still.
5.3. Is it a bait? I mean, there's no curve here. How could it be a bait? It would be so funny if he buys a Town Portal now, but no, realizes it. So we mask as well. ColorFul can't complain about item drops this game.
And if ColorFul holds this attack, I feel like he should be looking in a pretty good position. Heal scrolls are going to be hugely important as well, and both went to the human. Oh, ColorFul didn't steal it. He had the money and the time, he could have taken the heal scroll. That looks like a clear mistake.
Was a bit slow here multitasking, but okay. Warden jumps in, being attacked though, of course. Hammer, only level 2. Trying to dodge, didn't necessarily work, but nice attempt by ColorFul. Griffins are here for the damage against the bears. This is what you want to prevent, but this is so hard to fight now when you're the Night Elf.
It's getting taken out swiftly. Good old Stormbolt Siphon combo. The Warden is quickly running out of mana, but has the Mana Stone still. That's what ColorFul's going to be banking on. And I use a couple of spells. Let's get the Sobi Mask. But no level 3 yet, and now also no mana anymore. Only the Dryads now left. The Dragonhawks charged with taking them out. They have 2 attack upgrades already. Good right-click damage. Here's the Mana Stone. More Fan of Knives, but not that many kills as it seems. Still a big army available here on the human side.
Siphon brings more mana. Warden being caught. The Dryads almost saved. ColorFul needs a lot of recovery here, down to 42. He's getting closer to level 6, but as we mentioned a lot in the past couple of weeks, how good is Avatar really when your opponent has an air army? Because for Avatar to really work, you need a lot of corpses. Air units, for some reason, don't have any corpses.
Very important for 40 to pick up the next heal scroll, and indeed he did. In the previous fight, though, he had 2 heal scrolls. Now he's only going to have 1. And the Warden back to her tricks. Anti-magic potion, running into the main base. This is again going to be a bunch more peasant kills and getting very close to the ult.
Kind of interesting that 40 is taking a defensive approach, going to the right-hand side. Moving a bit up north now for a Zeppelin maybe, but yep, being harassed, super annoying. Love how this Dragonhawk kind of stuck there, but we're only going for heroes. 5.8, time for the Warden to disappear. Time for a Shredder for 40, right? He's down to 8 workers. He had 26 at one point.
The Warden harass really working out well. Also in the expansion, there's only 4 peasants in the gold mine. I feel like ColorFul all of a sudden is looking in a decent position.
Seems like a bit ineffective play by 40 for sure. He's still got a hold. Panda's level 3, but the Panda is bruised. There's a little Stormbolt. Dodges the Stormbolt with an anti-magic. Love to see that development for the Night Elves recently. Getting better and better at that. Fan of Knives, Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire. Dryads are coming in. ColorFul needs to keep the macro up, but 3-2 on the secondary and third hero.
Level 2 Siphon now with the Stormbolt. Really good. Bashed as well. The Warden can't blink away for a long time. Losing out on lots of mana. And look how close she is to the level 6. 1 kill away, literally.
But how to get that now? No Shadow Strike, of course. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire. 1 or 2 are available. No repair by ColorFul. The Wisps coming in now. Little bit of mercy on Fortitude side for that Expo. Panda under fire. Warden blinks in. Need the breath. Got it.
1 kill. He just needs 1 kill for the ult. Are you kidding me? He can't get it. There it is now. Finally level 6. And here's the Avatar. But the Panda has fallen.
Lots of corpses here now. How many Dragonhawks can he get? Banish! Oh, what a sweet save that was by 40. 43 food against 65. Strong heroes, of course. Dryads pick up reinforcements in the middle. Very Moon-esque. Love to see this. Of course, Dryads were missing in the defense, but quick thinking on ColorFul's side, making this still a series.
And ColorFul is still alive, and he can keep harassing the economy over and over with the Warden with anti-magic. Then again, though, she's low mana, and she's low HP. It's a pretty long daytime that we have. I mean, at the moment it's Moonstone, of course, but it is natural daytime at the moment, so Moonjuice region is looking rough currently.
Panda also takes a
A
minute.
player's forces are under
Ideally, after a fight like this, you'd love to have an advantage, expand again, but the red spots are also still uncrept. Warden doing Warden things, though. Always the mana for the anti-magic. Doesn't help against guard towers, does help against everything else, and that's another kill. Buying time for the Panda to return, but then what? Like, I can't imagine a fight, even with Avatar, going a different direction than the one we've just seen.
There's enough time for the Panda to return. The Warden really needs some healing, though. Last bit of moon juice being sipped up. Another anti-magic. Clarity running. Another clarity going to be necessary for the Panda. Is there a heal scroll available? Because right now 40 doesn't have one.
Yes, there is. And he got exactly the money for it. The timing's very tight, optimizing the army a little bit. Don't want to give corpses away, so the footman is dead. And this looks like the knockout punch. How do you hold this, especially without Nature's Blessing and Knights in the mix, which I really like, this one token Knight. One Warden to rule them all.
A couple of bashes here could make things difficult, even for the Dryads. Magic immunity does not protect you from being hit on the head.
I've been hit many times in the head.
You mean in mosh pits or by your parents?
In general. School, parents, mosh pits. It happens.
We have noticed, Neo, so it's no surprise.
Thanks for your inclusivity.
I feel like 40 wants to have a second heal scroll, though, before engaging into the big fight. He's facing a lot of AoE damage after all. Fan and Breath of Fire.
Yeah, it's available now. He plays around the timings really, really well. Warden is preparing that fight, maybe forcing a heal scroll early.
Oh, he didn't bring a regen scroll, by the way. I would have thought he would bring some regen scrolls to exactly in positions like this, be healing up right now. He's got double staff, that also is going to serve as some free healing, but a 45-second cooldown on that.
The Dragonhawks are here against the Repair Wisps, against the Lumber Wisps. 1800 gold. Okay, Shredder is up. I see how it is. So you can use the 5 Lumber Wisp for detonate and repair, maybe. Panda needs to find the position, which is really hard against air. That's why some people prefer a Tinker these days, especially when paired with crows. But yeah, no crows to be seen, and I guess that's what's to be expected when you look at the ColorFul game.
Moving up a little bit more here in the north is the human player making use of more staffs. Still not going for the big attack. The longer this goes, the more I like it for ColorFul. We're not mining for that much longer either, by the way. 3 minutes in main and expansion for the human.
Calm game, patient game by both players as well. Not pressing the issue, forcing the issue when there is no clear advantage. 3 minutes, you mentioned it. Specialty of Northern Isles, expansion and main will more or less mine out at the same time. 40 is still scaling quite a bit, especially with the level 5 MK. Can't get too many kills here. ColorFul using Avatar as he saw 2 spirits here. No red spot taken yet.
Looks like 40's getting serious though. Going into high upkeep. Stormbolt dodged again with the anti-magic. Ward now can go forward, look for a kill here, but the staff play is looking pretty good. Now though, both might be on cooldown. The Blood Mage is low HP. Holy Light necessary for him. And indeed, we're seeing a lot of Dragonhawks in this human army, but many of them hurt. One regen scroll seems very necessary right now.
Yeah, a little pit stop at the shop seems to be what ColorFul is doing. 2 minutes on Avatar. He even have a cooldown on the anti-magic. That's rare to see. ColorFul has, of course, the advantage of expanding later. He has 10 minutes of mining. At some point, Fortitude is the one who has to act, and he does so with high upkeep.
Triple Staff of Sanctuary as well. That can be a ton of value over time.
Riot standing forward. Posturing up. Yeah, maybe for Crow... Like, at this point for Crows, it's too late, I feel. And before that, he was kind of strapped for cash, so I understand what ColorFul is doing here. Is this the big fight on open battleground?
Normally with the Hawks, you would like to be next to the trees to micro them above, make it impossible for them to be targeted. There's no flying vision either for ColorFul. Big army. Great upgrades as well. 3-2 finishing on the Dragonhawks and the single Griffin.
Players' forces are
But
under
only one hit. No, 2 hit scrolls. Excuse me. 2 hit scrolls. That is a lot better than 1.
That's correct. Let's see. It's gonna be a big AoE war. Can he hit the breath? This is looking fine. Of course, big miss chance because all the Dragonhawks are drunk. Lots of targets for these Dragonhawks though in Dryads. Can ColorFul weather the storm?
And now also the Avatar of Vengeance is being attacked. I wonder if that's not perhaps a waste, because that one is going to be off cooldown again soon. That's perhaps something that he doesn't know, but we can see clearly supply-wise we have the human in the lead, but the heroes, the Night Elf heroes, can look for more kills with more mana, with more AoE soon.
Clutch shield scroll by 40. Level up for the Mountain King finally. Lots of Dragonhawks about to fall. Are you still confident? Level 4 on the Panda marching forward. Love to have the orb on him, by the way. Blood Mage at 50%. Blinking forward. No mana for anything else. But if you spread the poison, that's a lot of damage. Stormbolt to the face. Staff out. Good fight by ColorFul. Great and important hold.
And was that enough to win the game now is the question. ColorFul's upgrades also looking fantastic. He's going to be on 2-3 in a moment. He was enjoying a long nighttime. The moondrops were looking grand. And now time is running out for Fortitude. The main base has expired. The expansion has still a little bit left because more peasants there were killed. That must have been spirits maybe, or I'm not sure actually.
There is indeed not much left there. When did that happen? There's still corpses there, so it's been like during the fight. Very impressive multitasking by ColorFul. Thank you, Dodo Rules, for the 27, and thank you for this creep jack. Warden is back, blinking in. ColorFul has a great shot here, especially if he kills that Blood Mage to take the mana battery away. But the creeps can be wild here. Many fell for it. New Dragonhawks. Blood Mage about to die. Avatar summoned again. Creeps are backstabbing now. This is probably the decisive moment in this game.
Looking for the connection as well. The air units, of course, clumping up always. And the big creep is still available.
Bolt. Shredder is coming in. Careful. There is a lot of Holy Light, as you mentioned, and so the Blood Mage maybe not the prime target. Lots of Dryads hurt already. We do have Mana Potions against them. Stormbolt always to the Panda. Staff's on cooldown. Careful now. Breath of Fire. Oh, ColorFul, are you pushing your luck here a little bit?
A bunch of Dryads alive. The Warden low HP, by the way. And the Stormbolt gets dodged with the TP. Beautiful play by ColorFul, keeps the heroes safe, got a bunch of kills, and now the supply is even, with him being the only one mining. ColorFul with a great hold for so long, now in a winning position.
You know what? Let me say it. ColorFul is a great player. Full stop. No addendum. No other sentences. ColorFul is playing an outstanding game here on Northern Isles. Jesus. The mechanics, the fights, everything seems to be clicking. As so often, no strategic variety, execution, decision making also. And level 7 and level 4 now. Fortitude on thin ice.
Absolutely. And I wonder if the hero picks are making things more difficult here for Fortitude. Very often when we see MK Mass Air, the second hero is Alchemist. Alchemist second and Blood Mage third. In the end game then it's mostly about giving mana to the Blood Mage, to the Alchemist, excuse me, for mass heal spray, for mass AoE healing, which obviously is great against Warden and Panda. In this game we're having a Paladin. Did this paladin do better than an alchemist would have? I kind of doubt it, to be honest.
I doubt it. Yes, I mentioned that earlier in this game. It's a bit off meta. Maybe Fortitude a bit on autopilot. Maybe not thinking correctly, or maybe, I don't know, felt the blood mage, felt he could close it out earlier. This didn't work too well, and ColorFul is using that opportunity really, really well, as a level 1 alchemist is a counter to level 3 warden. Haven't seen that here.
Now it's a huge Herculean task. ColorFul still has so much gold in this gold mine. He can still move the trees if he wants. He could build new trees at other gold mines. And 40 is dead broke. No more income anywhere in sight.
Yeah, I can't even go for an expansion anymore, even if that spot is crap. The warden is also poking and scouting the entire time. Fortitude wants to close it out. Supply lead for the first time. With positioning, you can still fix a lot when you're Fortitude, but will ColorFul allow that?
Stonebolt, Siphon once again. Use of anti-magic potion in this game, by the way, has been fantastic. Looks like ColorFul really was trying to prioritize this, and it worked out very well. Kind of impressed, man, I gotta say. It seemed like this game, the warden was so slow out the gate. Took her forever to get level 3. The bear bus didn't do anything. But once you got level 5, the game seemed to completely flip.
Yeah, I've been on a bit of a ColorFul hype train recently, even though he is not that flashy. Recently, he's very successful, and he just does the foundations super well. There is, of course, always a chance for a throw when you get nervous. Icarus syndrome in Warcraft is a thing, and Fortitude is playing the flying unit advantage really, really well. Care about that panda now. You need him to spit fire to be competitive here, and Fortitude is getting a good amount of kills on the left-hand side.
It's the positioning you dream of with air units. You can show up from above the trees again and again. Really hard for the Dryads to counter-target. But the fact still remains that only one player is making money right here.
Well, actually, Remo, both are streaming, so both are making money. But in-game, that is, of course, correct. Would love to see an expansion by ColorFul, but I also understand that he wants to go up at 80 and just close it out, which is probably be the safer way. Warden, Paladin, both hurt. Wait. Warden needs an invuln.
Wait!
No
What?
way, dude!
No way. Uh-oh. ColorFul. Don't you tell me. Oh, baby, don't you tell me.
Not saying anything. I don't want to risk.
So many misses from the Dragonhawks, by the way. They're not able to take out the Dryad here because of the Drunken Haze. Okay, we're seeing some wizard detonates. He had a lot of time to use that Invo Potion, by the way.
They don't respect the bashes, man. He's still gonna win this game. And that's great, because he needs to reward himself here. Panda body blocking nicely. Holy Light off. Cooldown, but didn't use it in time. Breath of Fire. Oftentimes slandered. Here it was the victory spell. I will just forget what happened to the Warden and keep singing the ColorFul praise, because front to back with a little bit of a blind spot there at the end, he played a phenomenal game. One of the best Warden performances, one of the best Warden Panda Dryad Bear performances. Amazing decision making, super steady fights up until a certain point. I'm gonna focus on the positive.
Yeah, I feel like the late game counter here was handled very well. I've also been very critical of the Panda at times, specifically against like rifle caster armies. It seems like he only seems to hit half of what he used to hit. But against air units, when everything's clumping up anyways, maybe there the Panda still has a great role. The Warden play was also exquisite. We said once you got level 5, she really got rolling. Had a slow start into the game, but once you get level 5, if you're then not too far behind, the Warden just has so much playmaking potential, so much harass potential, damage potential. How much damage did she even do that game? I didn't quite see.
44,000.
44k! You know what would be nice against that? An Alchemist, bro.
You know, I want to praise ColorFul for the Warden play in general, because many Night Elf players, when they play Warden, they're always focused on the level 3 and then do something, but then Expo is up and the army, the war machine is starting and Human is just outproducing you. Level 2 Harass was very impactful, I gotta say, a bit counterintuitive, and he gave up on that level for a long time. Was maybe a bit I don't want to say lucky, because one leads to another, but it was beneficial to him that the Mountain King didn't out-level her hard, courtesy also of a steal and stuff. That was all well done, and this economy harass was the foundation for everything that came after.
Yeah, the early creep perhaps a little bit shaky. Maybe scouting could have been better by 40 as well. But yeah, ColorFul comes out swinging right out the gate. That's good points for him. Of course, ColorFul, he is in the middle of the midfield. Best possible result for him would be 4th position. Worst would be 10th. So there's a lot to fight for. And of course, he has to also, you know, depend on his adversaries, his opponents in the league, to see how they're going to do. This is indeed his last play day. But if he would get a win here, or maybe even more than 4 points, that would help a lot.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the point ranking and not the point per game. With with a win here, he's surpassing Fortitude actually. With a 4-1, he ties up with Infi with a 3-1. He ties up with Infi and 1-2-0, and of course lots of distance created when we look down the barrel with Sock and Life and Lorelei. It's still gunning for him. As we said, man, it is a super important match for ColorFul. He's coming super prepared. He's coming in clutch. That's just game 1. Let's not sing the praising songs too loudly, but hey, I really like what I see, and what I also see is game 2.
Yes, sir. For our second map pick, Fortitude is going to have his choice, and unsurprisingly, it's going to be Hammerfall. Humans here, especially against Night Elves, seem to be very fond of level 2, quick expansion into Harass. While I hate that playstyle against Undead, I think against a Night Elf, it's a lot better. And I think with that playstyle normally, Mountain King on this map is not really doable. Or is it? Seems hard.
Well, I guess it's possible everywhere, but I would expect an Archmage. And Mr. Remo, I have to leave you alone for the early game. I gotta visit the restroom real quick, but you got this.
Hell yeah. Go, go, get her done. We're gonna see our heroes jumping out here in a moment. It is indeed the Archmage, really good on this map for the fast creep of the gold mine. With the footy pull into creep of the golem, you get a level 2 fast, set up the expansion, pick up the item, and then normally go across the map to be aggressive. And normally for Night Elves on this map, it is always the Demon Hunter. But it's not in this game. It's gonna be a Warden first, and I'm trying to rummage through my memory, which is oftentimes a failed endeavor. But I'm trying to recall, have I ever seen a Warden on Hammerfall? And I think the answer is no. Normally it's always Demon Hunter. I've even seen some cheeky Night Elves like Lorelei try to play some Keeper on this map, but now the Warden has also entered the arena on Hammerfall. And I was feeling a little worried for the Warden on map number 1, where she didn't get her level 3 for a long time, but ColorFul later dispelled those worries, because as we pointed out, once you get level 5, even if it's a bit later than you would like, once you have that, you have such huge potential.
Dispelled. He did, indeed. That felt great. We have an Archmage indeed, as you predicted, with that little bit of a different opener that ColorFul might expect. But okay. Todespunk, thank you very much for the Prime. 2 years, what a lovely time to celebrate that. We get Expos again. I'm a little out of breath, I gotta say.
Yeah, Archmage first. He's running across the map right now to get aggressive. Hopefully he's not going to be running out of breath. And a Warden on ColorFul. I was mentioning to chat, I think this is the first time I am literally ever seeing Warden on this map.
It is creepable, I feel. If you have good Ancient of War timings and routes, and if the Archmage leaves you alone. Maybe, yeah. I like the Shadow Strike adjustment. We've not seen that on map 1 because it was a Mountain King, but now Fragile Archmage, Fragile Horsey. Shadow Strike can lead to a couple more victims.
Then footies here will probably have to be sacrificed, but that is very much their purpose in the early game when expanding. Fortitude is keeping attention away from his second base, which is being power built right now. No danger for the peasants. No aggression there seemingly possible at the moment. And the Warden now beginning her chase after the Archmage, trying to block with the Watch Elemental, but didn't quite work out. Boots of speed might be necessary on both these heroes.
Well, well, we got a couple new supporters here. Thank you, Gaming Brewer, for the 41 month.
Town is under siege.
And a YouTube chatter says Warden has a better win rate than Demon Hunter. I'd like to see stats on that. Because, yeah, we'll see. No last hit here. Warden making progress. Good inventory as well for the chip damage. And I don't know, but it doesn't feel like Fortitude slows down the Warden progress too much. We're also on 5 archers, by the way.
That helps defending against the footies, at least before there's defend, and also helps with creeping. And now we have the counter expansion, by the way. Tree of Life coming up in the very known position here in this little nook next to the gold mine. Warden healing up from the Moonwells. And the AM, I guess, needs to do a little bit of creep work. Wants to get that level 3 for himself.
Yeah, level 3 seems necessary, otherwise detonates wreck you. I think this game is once again looking solid for ColorFul, who takes a different approach with an earlier counter expansion in that pocket where the Makruras once were. Rest in peace, Makrura. Jumping from one camp to the next, Fortitude, I feel, does a bit of a better job scouting with earlier footmen, which you can afford with water elementals, but only level 2.5 is not too scary.
What's a decent amount of mana, so some kills might be available here if the footies overcommit. One more Shadow Strike, and that should be a footy going down. Looking for that deny, and gets it.
Okay. And just another one. Is 40 not playing his A game today? He doesn't look this like the superior player that he usually is.
And the thing is, with his aggressive move, sure he slowed down the Warden creeping, but he didn't slow down the expansion. The expansion is just building anyways. It's no problem for ColorFul to creep this later. It's totally fine. He couldn't have, started mining there sooner. Instead, the Archmage could have crept, could have gotten level 3, could have gotten a Shredder maybe even. This was perhaps the wrong move, dare I say, from Fortitude.
Yeah. Goes to Reno. Thank you for the 56. Are Shrimp and Makruras related? Yes, they are. We're gonna have a family tree PowerPoint presentation soon by Soul 8man, I imagine. Archmage finally gets to 3. Took quite a while. But the Warden is regenerating. Fortitude waiting in the wings with the Footman to pounce on these lures, but he might just be a little bit too late.
It's gonna be a different army this time, I imagine. Not mass air, but perhaps rather rifle caster. Rifle caster would have a very tough time against the level 6 Warden, by the way. This some people have called unwinnable. So maybe in this game, there's a bit of a timer on 40.
Another kill here. He's not getting much done. He's not stopping the Warden progress. He did stop the expansion progress. That's what he does for sure, as you mentioned. But tier 3 on the horizon. Still building footmen this late in the game. They are kind of good against buildings, of course, if you want to keep up that aggressive playstyle.
End upgrade coming now, but it seems a little bit late. As the Warden is chasing after the Archmage. She is now out of mana though, so the AM is safe. But same seems to go for the expansion. Tree of Life walking over, gonna be beginning mining in about a minute. As ColorFul, however, will perhaps soon find out that he has more time still, because it's not the rifle cast that I was expecting. No, it is tier 3 again for 40 with an Alchemist this time.
Alrighty, so we do play the norm, and this Alchemist is not only great for late game when he's up against Mass Air and Fan of Knives and Breath of Fire, but also for these building attacks. Everything's getting attacked here and poisoned, but then you just heal against it.
Target fire on the Alchemist right away. I like that. The Shadow Strike here, I feel like has been working out really well. And that is a pretty easy kill for the Warden. Didn't even do much healing against these footies yet.
There was way more damage than I expected. What the hell? ColorFul is running the show. Alchemist down. Archmage might be forced into a town portal here too, because we do have the mana for another Shadow Strike. Ideally, you want to dodge that, blink forward. That would have been a dodge. And now it's all down to the Footmen, but can they carry the weight of this series?
They are delaying the Haunted, or rather the Entangled, by a long time. But it's going to be coming up sooner rather than later. And the Warden again, getting good experience, getting good progress towards level 5. And on the first map, we saw how good that level 5 is. ColorFul looking so good with this Warden, man. I'm pretty impressed.
Me too. Did not expect that at all. Blinking forward shows the confidence. Bears are in with the Reju. What a great support at this stage of the game. No dispel, of course. And you know what? 40 looks a little bit desperate. He's going back to the general. He's going tanks.
Tanks it shall be. Okay.
Or mass gyros.
We're still waiting for the day where that's good strategy.
Oh, Archmage! Dude, he did defeat ColorFul before with mass gyros. Twice, actually. Once on Lost Temple, once on Twisted. I had
How far ahead was he in that game, Neil? Be honest.
Well, not too far.
Now.
Tanks it is. For distraction, for the pivot into gyros.
Don't play gyros, guys. Don't do it.
Do you know how fun it is to play 36 gyros? It's all you need, dude. No control, like the heroes with the F keys, 3 control groups of gyros. What you gonna do?
Lose!
You have no idea what I'm talking about. You're a certified gyro hater.
I am. Shouldn't be 100% of your army is my wild position, believe it or not. One level 5 is very strong. I think it's less of a controversial opinion. And once again, the peasant harass begins. And this is where things can start to spiral downhill for the human. Fortitude, who was on such a sick tear ahead of this playday, right now, ColorFul seems to be his master.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is super impressive. Archers are kind of getting slaughtered now, which would have been a nice help against Zeppelins. That is available. 1, 2, 3. Frees up the supply, but also gives XP to the Alchemist. It's always nice to see. Still everybody's game, given how good Fortitude is with tanks, but we also have to say that 2 tanks are not that scary.
The player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, not at all. Especially when there's already bears on the field, which there is. The tank upgrades so far are only 1-0. Not that terrifying at all. And the footies now getting absolutely wrecked by this Warden. In this attack, I was about to say, shouldn't really do much, but it forces an uproot. It forces a lot of repair. And that is peasants, or wisps rather, going down, I suppose.
Aiming for the Alchemist once again, but this time we have a Paladin at the ready. Would love to have Reju on the tree now. Quite some wisp falling as well. He's only aiming for that Alchemist, who has a lot of HP, of course. Paladin out of mana, staff out, tree has to be repositioned. Bears deal with the tank slowly but steady.
Tank goes down, lots of experience for the Warden, looking for the kill on the Pally. Couldn't quite get it. But she's very close now to that level 6. Seems like a panda is really, really needed here against these tanks, though.
Yes. We're getting more and more tanks with the triple workshop. Nice adaptation by 40. Also nice time to strike. Now bears are here and ColorFul knows now. I don't know if he even saw that, to be honest. So there was no Ancient of War to protect here. The Wisp weren't in position for the repair. We do have Nature's Blessing now, so that's a big help. Well, Fortitude should work on more upgrades to make tank more efficient. And we don't pay a visit to the tavern. I am surprised.
Zeppelin saving some peasants this time. This is pretty nice, but still lost mining time, still the tower cancelled, and still these bears are damn hard to deal with. Same could be said for the tanks, though. Tanks in the main base, taking out the Moonwells, taking out the healing resource for the Warden.
These tanks catch him completely off guard, don't they? He's so overwhelmed, but we still have a bear bust. 4 bears with roar against the town hall with no masonry. We might just trade.
Yeah, that is looking like a kill. More rejuve, more roar, so much damage, and the warden rubbing her hands together, looking for the blink fan, and that is yet more kills. 2 more peasants falling, and now almost level 6. She's guaranteed to get it by taking out the tower, while the own Tree of Life is getting pressured by the tanks. But the town hall's down.
Alrighty, 40 on 1 base. Mass repair still. We do have the lumber back. No shredder on ColorFul. Only 4 lumber wisps at the moment, but Avatar is up. Army moving back to the left-hand side. And bears deal with tanks now as they should.
ColorFul has 1 Moonbell right now. He's so low on lumber, by the way. He lost so many wisps earlier. That attack against the expansion worked out pretty well in that regard. But very importantly, ColorFul got the Expo kill across the map, and while tanks can be good in the right situation, normally not a playable strat off of only 1 base income.
Rough indeed. Would love to make a case for gyros, but gyros are even more expensive per supply and per punch. Can the warden prevent this with the blink fan? Oh! Nope, 40 got it. Item also. Big mana, but the paladin up for grabs. Alchemist to the rescue.
Ali very close to falling and will go down here with another fan of knives. This warden again doing tremendous damage. She got to level 7 by the end of the game. And ColorFul is up 2-0 against the best human in the world.
What is happening? How is this warden working? Why is this warden working? What is ColorFul doing different than Life, than Lawlight, than anyone? How is ColorFul making the warden work? Remo, I don't understand.
Yeah, Warden is back on the menu, boys. Many people seem to be despairing with her, but ColorFul here playing her really well, even on Hammerfall. Like I said, that was the first time I saw her on this map, but it seems like ColorFul has great shape right now in this matchup. He has found his champion. It is the Warden, and she's working out very, very well.
40 doesn't seem to be ready. Yesterday against the Demon Hunter, he looked quite nice. Maybe not up to the task with the switch back to Archmage. This didn't look too scary at all. Once again, I really like the expo timing, similar to the first game. ColorFul just making great decisions. Looked like he was a bit overwhelmed with the first 2 to 3 tanks. But that was just it then. He did so much more damage. This was just 4 bears to kill that expo. Like, so simple.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to look like this either. My. ColorFul, is he the one to lead the Night Elves right now in their fight against the human? According to Lawlight, this was always the hardest and most unfair matchup for the Night Elves. But now with Lawlight's signature hero, the Warden, ColorFul's looking really good. Map 3 will be coming up next. This again is the map pick of Fortitude. It hasn't started yet, but I can see already that it's going to be Springtime. And Springtime is another one of these maps where we didn't really used to see Warden. But can ColorFul make her work here as well? I mean, every one of these maps wasn't an amazing Warden map. It wasn't Echo. It wasn't Twisted. But ColorFul able to pull her off every time.
Yeah, and also against different strats, against different heroes. Dude, if ColorFul wins the next map, he has more points than Infi. That is very impressive. Big points here. Oof.
Yeah, this would mean a big drop for 40.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as his potential goes.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, let's see. Next map is up. Springtime. Could be the last one already. That would be crazy. 3-0 by Happy in his match. Wasn't that much of a shocker, but 3-0 here by ColorFul certainly would be.
If 40 loses this map, he can't be first anymore.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Love to see upsets. Love to see upsets. And who thought ColorFul would upset us all? Springtime might be a little rough here. What's the flight plan is the question. Warden is doable. Demon Hunter is doable. Lots of things are doable. ColorFul. Will you kill a multiple-time Tier 1 tournament winner with 3-0 and increase your win streak to 6? Dude, this ColorFul lost to Sorkel Orliad, Cow, Infi, and then just decided it's time to kill nerds again. And that's what he does in the past couple of days. It's remarkable.
Very excited to see now where this is gonna go. Map number 3. Is it gonna be the last of the series? Or will 40 find his footing now? Will he prove that he is indeed a champion and can deliver when it matters the most? Some more points here would go a long way for the playoff stage beginning next week, Saturday.
Is that true?
I wasn't quite sure. Hold on. Never mind. Next week, Wednesday.
Saturday, Wednesday,
Players' forces are
whatever.
under attack.
We go back to the Mountain King. And I feel like this looked a bit better, but ColorFul is also switching things up and plays the Demon Hunter here now. So I think this is good for ColorFul. Makes it so that he's not facing an arch. He could play Mountain King into Archmage. Okay, I take that back. If 40 plays Mountain King into Archmage and for the first time rifles, that's gonna be a tough nut to crack here on Springtime. But ColorFul has shown us twice that he has solutions. Why not have solutions against that as well?
MK's looking for that nice little level boost at the start. So this is going to be a level 3 creep route with expansion, right? Merc Camp, maybe a green, into orange. So this expansion will not be that fast. Time for ColorFul to get prepared, but also, of course, time for the MK to level.
A player's
Got the
forces are under
claws plus
attack.
8, which is nice. Moving out with his level 2 and the first priest. He's not going to play one base here, Neo, right? Surely not. That would be crazy.
I mean, we do get the 4th farm at the mercenary camp, and I would be very surprised to see 4 farm 1 base. That should be an expo down the road, but it's already pretty delayed. Gotta say though, 40 was under pressure many times in this group stage already. Found ways to bring it back. Versus life versus STARBUCK first and foremost. Series versus STARBUCK, crazy. We got it on our YouTube. Amazing thumbnail as well. STARBUCK as a cowboy. Looking fantastic.
The 2 archers lost in the early game for ColorFul is not great. The first archer loss, very understandable. Just gets caught with a Stormbolt after being ensnared, I think. And that's how it goes. But the second archer was misrallied. And that loss was very unnecessary. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it does matter for the creep speed quite a bit. As creeping does indeed continue. Level 2 for the demon at the green camp, but the MK has the big edge here. He's going to creep the natural, and that's going to be level 3 for him.
This is such a classic 40 play. Late expo, emphasis on creeping and harass and a little bit of disruption and hero progress. And that's level 3. Boom, with double claw. Nice. ColorFul. A little bit under Zugzwang, but with Mercs you can do something here. Question is when and how much.
It's going to take a lot of mana and HP to creep this camp with Immolation. That is working out, and the mercenaries are being added in. We got the MK on the shop, selling some items, going for the boost of speed, and now going on the hunt. Would love to get this Berserker especially.
Coming in. Mana burn is alright. Only level 2, of course. Gets the healing. This will require a little bit more moon juice, and given how much mana there was used on the Demon Hunter already. Bit of a penalty towards the mid game. There we go. Wisp sniped as well. And Expo coming up, slowly but steady.
Looks like a very convincing early game for 40 so far, but the strongest point for ColorFul was always the late game. The high levels, of course, previously the high level Warden. High level Demon Hunter is also strong. Doesn't have the same insane harass potential as a Warden though, so I think Fortitude is already looking at a more measured and, you know, manageable late game.
Well, You can always staff into bases, but yeah, Demon Hunter first and foremost, a fighter. Thinking back of ColorFul versus Lin game 2 on this game 3 on this very map, Demon Hunter solos 25 food by himself. That was ridiculous.
Player's forces are
But yeah, kind of questionable to see that here. Still no tech, but we're at the 6-minute mark. 6-minute mark is always where the average tech timing is. Now we see it, and he's already sharking around for an expo. Won't find anything, but just shows that Fortitude is quite ahead.
Thinking about a creep jack here as well. He's got one storm bolt. That should be one kill. And that's it with the mana. Demon Hunter, very tanky, by the way. Tons of bonus armor. With being at almost 13 at the moment.
Yeah.
Losing the Berserker here is pretty annoying. But Dryads and Bears will soon make for a strong army.
Okay, Panda second. Interesting. Will only fall off when there's a lot of breakers, and that's kind of rare to see. Depends a very long game. But 40 is of course a big fan, and ColorFul is not one to go for too many timing attacks either. Breath of Fire, kinda nice. Basically, one third of a Footman HP these days without Breath of Fire. And ColorFul is pulling Wisps, and he's AP pushing. Oh my god, dude, that I live to see the day where ColorFul is not going for bears.
He's playing without Bears. Somebody check his IP right now.
Yep.
I'm not sure this is ColorFul playing.
Never. Check the hotkeys. Check the IP as well. Okay. 3 AP.
The timing is good.
Yep.
There's very little that the human has right now. He's about to explode into strong tier 2 production, but it still takes a while. Dude, I don't know when the last time was that I saw an AP pushed by ColorFul of all players.
I didn't even know he has the hotkey selected for that thing. Maybe he doesn't. Select everything with mouse. That's how rare it is. First AP up. We have it in 2 different spots here. And access to the Merc camp as well. We get Muddy on Fortitude side. The new addition against the strong Demon Hunter with early slow. ColorFul at the moment can't really afford this spell though. But Muddy, as so often, short-lived life. We got the Ancient of War in position. Demon Hunter already kinda low. This second AP needs to come up by field, but it's cancelled.
There's a lot of units that 40 has here. This might be an easy defense in the end. Militia taking out the other Ancient Protector. It seems to be working out as well. It's just seemingly too much. So many footies, so many peasants, so much base defense available, so many mercs as well, by the way.
Fortitude played something similar yesterday. Lolliot 4 AP rushed him on Concealed, and there the response was perfect as well. Perfect militia calls, perfect engagement, perfect transition into an early mortar team. He doesn't even need that here. This was a slaughter.
I don't think we're going to see a 3-0 here, Neo.
It would be a bit of a miracle. I agree. With the Ancient also falling, with the Archmage coming, casters, Mountain King still getting kills, 4.3, ridiculous. Mauler coming in, courtesy of Infi. Now wants to keep everything safe, the few things that he got left. Mercenary camp was really nice, like good Merc camp control, good attacks also, Militia to the right-hand side, Footman to the left-hand side. Like, extraordinary defense.
I'm surprised that ColorFul isn't tapping out yet, to be honest. He doesn't even have tier 3 on the horizon, let alone a counter expansion. He's stuck on tier 2 1 base with mass Dryads against what is Rifleman on the way. Waiting for a Sanctum cancel, but where is the damage, bro? He ain't got it.
Yeah, a bit of a problem, isn't it? Stormbolt to the back of the head with a bash. He's probably dead. But okay, Archmage here to provide the Mountain King with a bit more mana. It seems like it's a matter of time. Cool to see that ColorFul is willing to experiment. And in what position do you want to experiment if not for a 2-0 with map choice on your opponent? But yeah, he might need some lessons in that regard from Life and Lawlight.
ColorFul hoping to begin his comeback in the series here on this map. If he gets a win here, Fortitude, it would still get 4 points from this series. A 2-3 loss would mean only 2 points those will be very important for the final standings at the end of the season in 4 days.
That was too much. Fortitude wears the name for a reason, and he's never giving up under pressure. From a 0-2 to a 3-2 is something you see quite a bit in Fortitude games, and he shows once again that he's a master of that. Relatively simple and straightforward. Get level 3, get an expansion, put pressure on your opponent, and win the game from there on out.
Yeah, I feel like the archer losses here became actually way more painful than normally would expect. If he has 5 archers instead of 3, I think holding on to a counter expansion would be way easier. Normally the position on this map for counter expo is pretty good behind that tree line, you know, where it's hard to get to for the human, especially with a slow moving footy army with no water elementals available. But mercenaries very big help in the early game, big help in the defense. They made quite the difference here in this game.
Cool to see the adjustments. Cool to see how different this match can be. Now, the first map pick, ColorFul, and that should then probably be a Warden map, right? Given how the series went.
I would certainly think so. Question is if those were allowed in the pool. Twisted Meadows and Echo Isles, normally always the standout maps. Echo Isles, wait, we don't even have Echo Isles in the map. No, we do, sorry. Got that one confused. Question is if they were vetoed. Last Refuge is not known to be a great Warden map, but with mercenaries still available, lots of creeps still available, I could see ColorFul pulling that one off, considering the other maps we saw it with.
Well, I got your answer, Mr. Remo Demo. It is the meadows that are twisted. And if you were tuning in yesterday, you know the potential for human versus night elf in the hands of great players on this very map. It was an absolute banger between Fortitude and Lawlight. What are the lessons that Forty took from this? What are the lessons that ColorFul took from that, who probably saw that as well? Lawlight played Demon Hunter. I would expect another Warden given how ColorFul played this, and it's a little bit different than yesterday as well because we're opening up next to the Mercenary Camp, and that is a whole new situation, especially for the Night Elf, because he can then go for a lot of pressure with maybe more AP pushes.
Yeah, and it enables the Warden so much because it makes creeping for the Night Elf a lot easier. When you're next to the Merc Camp, you only ever have to make one archer for the entire game. You make one archer, and then you get mercs, and mercs, and more mercs, and then later on Dryas and Bears. That means the Ancient of War doesn't have to sit still and make units, but it can keep on creeping all the time. That's the reason why Ancient of War creeping with Mercamp is so good for Night Elf, and so good for the Warden, who's so reliable on high levels. And this is the best map to creeper fast and creeper well.
Could also play it aggressively again. Thank you, Drunken Bash, for the Prime. Thank you, Sonic, for the bits. Spent all money on Labubu dolls. I have no clue what that is.
It sounds like baby speak. Labubu dolls. I want the Labubu dolls.
Okay, I'm googling that now. It's a plushie from China.
Okay.
It is for... It's basically the Chinese equivalent of a Monchichi.
That name doesn't ring a bell.
You don't know Monchichis?
Oh, no, I do know them. I just didn't know the name. I always thought they were so ugly as hell.
Well, so am I. You still hang with me.
But I don't have to look at you. Oh God, is that a blessing.
Okay.
Warden level 2, looking for the first bit of harass. Of course, we are fast forwarded to the right time, aren't we, Neo?
We are, of course.
Nice. And the first master has been picked up. Warden thinking about blinking into the main, maybe, but that would cost a lot of mana.
Player's forces are
Arcane Tower is already coming, so he's going to have that covered pretty soon. As the MK keeps on creeping. Still going to take a little while until we actually get that expansion up.
I agree. This is very late. And of course, ColorFul is teching a bit faster in that regard. Making good use of the Warden. Blinks in. Has the cloak. That is lovely. I mean, she can hide anyway. But the Shadow Melt ability, that is nice. And has to rely on some right clicks. Will blast through the mana most likely. causing quite a ruckus again.
Forcing the MK to fall back, but we have the Arcane done now. Fellow Knives for the second peasant kill, but it's still very manageable losses here. Only 2 peasants, not the end of the world, as we're seeing more mercenaries also getting hired on both sides. This is where the MK can sometimes have the edge in the Merc battles early, because the Stormbolt is absolutely wonderful for picking off those single important Mercs.
Or Fiends. Chechi can tell you a lot about it.
Are under attack.
Great fan. He must love current Mountain King meta. PTSD all day, every day.
To the old level 3 Stormbolt with Banish, one-hitting Fiends was kind of funny, as long as you weren't the one playing the Fiend.
Yeah, but maybe a bit annoying over time. Thank you, Tastestosterone, for the sub. Much love. Expo Mercs, this is a very expensive early game for Fortitude. ColorFul charging up once again. I'm pretty sure this Huntress Hall comes up in time, more or less. Huntress Hall positioning interesting. We'll see the unit. This is basically a scout Huntress Hall.
And it's the little square of Moonwells again. Almost symmetrical, but not quite symmetrical.
Stormbolt! Ooh, to the Shadow Priest, who can heal, not to the Warden. Nice disruption here. Love to see some MK staff action.
And speaking of staff, the Warden getting ready to go up north. There's a Wisp up here, and those peasants are looking mighty injured.
Spin to win. 5 seconds till cooldown is off. Ancient still under attack here, but he got level 3. Splits by 40. So it's not that easy to get a multi-kill. He's being cheeky again with another AP.
Seen by the peasant right away, and now things get weird. We got footies in the main base, taking out the Moonwells. Normally those are very important to the Night Elf player, and he wants to protect them, but he has also an opening to take out a lot of peasants. Maybe even take out expansion. No, never mind. I take that back, because there's no units there, really. The Night Elf units right now in the middle of the map, not doing too much.
Fortitude's Expo still isn't finished. New militia, 3 of them. We have more mana. Can he even finish that Town Hall? 2, 1... Oh, very close affair. They're gonna die, but of course, what's the price? It's another move. Well, that was the target on Hammerfall already. Second one also falling. ColorFul's gonna be supply blocked soon, but the AP is also up. Yes, things are indeed getting weird.
Footies rallying across the map, hitting again the Night Elf base. Of course, lots of damage being done to the Moonwells with no damage being taken. There's no towers here, there's no units here, but now there's a Warden TPing back. Wants to save those remaining Moonwells. Has lots of mana, lots of Fellow Knives, also a big heal potion she could use to fight. And the expansion, I suppose, is still standing, but there's still an AP up there.
Exactly. We'll put some damage in there. Fortitude is still tier 1. Warden is getting some solo experience. Love to see that. Spin to win. Berserker falling. Huge XP gains for this Mountain King. And the Ring of Regen is such a nice item now. Can stay here forever.
Players' forces are under attack.
Even Huntresses being added in. Those do help quite a bit against the Footies and also decent against the Mountain King. Ancient of Wonders taken out, no cancel there, no items for the Warden. At last, 40 TPs home to the expansion to clean up the mess with the AP.
Remo, I think you put it perfectly when you say that this is a mess. This game is an absolute mess. Expo up, but it costs so much. Tech is delayed for minutes, as we say, usually 6-minute timing. We are now at 7:30, still no lumber for it. Warden didn't make much progress. The Mountain King out-leveled the Warden, which is also absurd. And only now we get the lores. Like, who thrives in this chaos?
I think 40 is definitely the one coming out ahead here with the Expo mining and the Mountain King being so strong. And importantly, the Warden, she's not so close to level 5 yet. I would say I'm liking 40's position quite a bit more. But that doesn't mean it's over. Not by any stretch. We've seen once the Warden gets level 5, her potential is incredible.
Very defensive Mountain King now. Kinda rare to see that he's not roaming and being aggressive. But it seems to be working out this far. Very conservative Warden usage with like potions and stuff, but she was never really under fire. With Blink, she can always start trouble. Speaking of starting things, tier 2 on the way as well. And ColorFul With that one Huntress investment and now double lore, is he going for an AP push again? But for that, I don't see any wisps on the map.
It's unclear right now where we're gonna be going strategy-wise. Fortitude also isn't sure. He's trying to find out. He's scouting with a footy, looking for a Tree of Life, but there was no one to be seen. As the Warden's looking for more kills, but there's some denies as well. Still on level 4 on the Warden, but a good Stormbolt dodge right there, even if it's the expensive blink.
Right on. Level 1 costs quite a bit. Now we staff home, heal up. Ancient of War continues to move into positions, but with what do you want to creep? You have like 3 units, 4 units maybe? And this is Fortitude's game to lose now. With that Expo up, with that tech running, with the rifles coming, he's gonna go into mass air very, very likely once again. And then again the question how you stop this.
Last 2 series between the two did go full distance, by the way. Also 3-2, 3-2, both going to 40 in the end. Did one bar Cup 25 and then the WSB. Chances of a 5 mapper here again, pretty high.
I agree. Now, Devotion Aura, sweet. It is of course Twisted Meadows. Wild things can happen on Twisted Meadows, given how big the map is, how much room there is. But yeah, ColorFul on 1 base versus Fortitude on 2 bases. We've seen some sick expansion snipes on ColorFul. Maybe he can do something in that regard.
Would need to get to Bears though to have a serious chance of that, and to be honest, Bears aren't far away. Only roughly 30 seconds until our tier 3 is finished. With human tier 2 about to complete as well. Pretty low lumber at the moment on 40, but the Shredder is gonna rectify that momentarily.
Good to see. Tier 3 done. More XP on that Warden. Mountain King now roaming with the staff as there's no disable, just slow, can always staff out if he wants to. Is it a Tinker this time? Or will we go to a Panda again? He would then be once more under-leveled. Nice snipe, man. He's buying so many seconds right now with just 1 roll.
Oh, Zeppelin unload, trying to take out the Ancient of Lore. He has to make sure this Master Training finishes.
Well, 20 seconds. Warden is here with the blink, with an orb as the anti-air. Okay, there was a solid defense, but I would assume that he wants to be way closer to the human expansion right now and not stopped in the middle by 1 dwarf.
Yeah, and this 1 dwarf took out 1 bear already. 1 bear in GNL form. Because the Master Training wasn't quite done yet. Now it is. Warden over at the Merc camp. 40 perhaps thinking about going for some of his own mercenaries, while Zeppelin is still saving all these units. Great play now that we're seeing from 40. This is the 40 we were expecting today.
Exactly. It once again took him some time to get online. Maybe he couldn't get any warm-up games in. It's slowly becoming a pattern that's similar to 1-2-0. 40 always needs a game or 2 to show his full potential. It is not tanks this time. It is once again mass air, rightfully so. Warden has a long way to level 6.
Going for a bear bust. This looks like map number 1, right? Where on Northern Isles was doing basically the same thing. Able to pick off quite a few peasants, but the anti-magic potion wears off and now he has to back away. Can ColorFul try to expand again? Because this attack in itself didn't do that much.
Yeah, the difference between this push and Northern Isles was of course 2 bears. That's double the bears that he had on Northern Isles, and even there it wasn't a cancel, so that was the success rate very visible on display here on Twisted as well. Tech almost done to tier 3, and from there on out 40 is only gonna be stronger. Level 5 unlocked though, with the bone chimes, not too bad. But yeah, the way to level 6 is a steep one.
On level 5 already though, the peasants can have an absolutely terrible time. ColorFul has the right hero for the job to come back from a difficult position.
Yeah, the peasants always have a bad time, whether in Warcraft or in real life.
Yeah, especially in the Middle Ages, it wasn't fun, unless you enjoy having the bubonic plague.
I had so many mosquito bites a couple of days ago. I look like I have a bubonic plague.
That's why I only stay inside now. No mosquitoes inside.
Well,
W.
you think so, but then you open the window once and boom, there you go.
Keep the windows closed. Windows closed. The shades drawn. No sunlight, only darkness.
That's my man. And that's another bear bust. This time into the main. We have a Zeppelin ready to evacuate peasants for once. The Overlord takes care of the working force. Dragonhawks are coming in. But against bears, they're really not that good.
One comes in with the blink fan, but now out of mana. Trying to TP away. So some decent damage done. Only a single bear falls in the end. But Fortitude really on defense mode this time. He's going for double Zeppelin. Wants to have double protection against the Warden.
Always wear protection, everybody. We got a counter expansion coming. Similar timing to the one on Northern Isles, which was eventually still ColorFul's game. But that was with gold running out for 40. I can't imagine him not expanding for a second time if the situation should be even in like 10 minutes.
This could still be a long game indeed. We got the Panda out now, especially wants to get secured versus, well, I guess tanks and air units. That's the great thing about the Panda. Breath of Fire can be really good if things are close enough in range. The range is indeed the big factor these days. Even the MK is protecting the main base, so this is not where the Warden wants to blink in. Gonna eye up the expansion, but there we also have another Zeppelin.
Cave-dwelling dwarf. Just like us, never leaving home. Panda making strides, Warden trying to find some angles of attack, but he also sees that zap here, that zap there. Is not the greatest potential for Warden at the moment.
Yeah, good defense here by 40. I feel like humans have been neglecting this for too long, going for Zeppelins in the main base, because this does limit the Warden's impact significantly. There's a counter to this as well. If there's like 2 or 3 hippogriffs, you can try to take out the Zeppelin with the Warden. But that's a lot of tech, a lot of time, a lot of investment.
And again, we don't go Alchemist, huh? It's again the Northern Isles combo. We like that.
Well, we'll be able to say if he wins or loses.
Only following the success. Ay, ay, ay. Good fans, but also like 3 heal scrolls already, man. That is phenomenal. Fortitude can finally creep his expo. That is still not level 3, I think. Especially with Fortitude going in for the creep jack.
Ring of Region for the Panda is okay. One lower getting easily sniped. That one was not protected in the main base. Another one has to be remade. The Warden, she's in the main. She's healing up, getting more mana. Still not that close to the ultimate.
It's a rough game for ColorFul now. And this is his first losers pick. Should raise some questions. Still progress on 40, but always conservative, always careful. Doesn't want to fight yet, as he's close to 80, waiting for some reinforcements. But with ColorFul starting to creep, this might open up an opportunity. With 3 more units coming in. Oh boy, the Dragonhawk streaming in from everywhere.
But any supply pretty quickly. The upgrades really aren't looking that good yet. Is he working on more? Yes, he is. 2-0, in fact, 2-1 already queued up in the blacksmith. Gonna have to wait a couple of minutes for all that to become available. And of course, also we know heal scrolls are hugely important. And there, 40 has 2 already. Stormball dodged again. ColorFul seems to be able to do this again and again.
Yeah, really nice blink micro here, but will that help him? Just keeps him safe, doesn't do damage. Blinking forward now, Blood Mage under a little pressure. Breath of Fire, nice, but we have the heal scrolls. The counter to this AoE damage on the Night Elf side. ColorFul, this seems hopeless. Can you create a miracle?
Level 6 can oftentimes turn many things around, but he's not that close to it yet. The bears getting taken out one by one by these griffins. The magic damage, even if not many griffins, is looking good. Panda in trouble, low HP, has to TP away. In this fight, goes to the human.
20 food advantage, 1000 gold, levels looking good. ColorFul's expansion starting to pay off slowly, but okay. I wanted to yell already that there was just 4 out of 5 wisps as there were yesterday for Kaho, but no, fixes that immediately. But still a red spot. It's still level 3 for the Blood Mage. Staff of Silence is amazing. Yes, you can dispel it, but still, especially with all these blink dodges, you can prevent it for a second and then boom, hammer to the head and then boom, warden down. Great playmaking item for 40.
And great levels as well. MK got 5 a little while ago, Blood Mage now on 3, and this really makes the hero feel 2 times better. That level 2 Siphon is so much more mana steal, can take it away from the foe and give it to the friend. Only level up missing now is the Pally. And this camp should be enough for 3. Warden in the main base though, she's looking for Peasant Harass, and look how different of an outlook this is now. We have the Zeppelin here, ready to save everyone, and I wonder, why don't humans do this way more often? Go for the defense play, go for the Zeppelin, keep your workers safe.
Because that's not so much action for us. There was also an incredibly quick response by Fortitude. Dryads falling left and right in a situation where ColorFul can really not allow this. Amplifying the Paladin on top for level 3. Workers safe as you said. And against the healing, Warden doesn't really have the damage at the moment. Air superiority, hero superiority, and the solution against the Fan of Knives. Level 6 is absolutely necessary, but can't be reached with this harass.
A little bit of a fumble there by 40. The warden was still around. The peasants walked towards the shop, and then there was an easy opportunity for all of a sudden 5 kills. He saved them so well for so long, and then a little slip in concentration, and the warden punishes. And now, all of a sudden, she's got it. She's almost at level 6, but damn far behind in supply.
MW, thank you for the sub, 21 month. Hope the Pokemon Snap world record hunt is going well. As we discussed last time. Double anti-magic now, interestingly. But yeah, we're at such a dominant position, man. I really struggle to see where Fortitude is supposed to struggle. Trying to poke into the expo, but there's again 2 guard towers. We know what happened on Northern Isles when the Dryads were trying to inflict some damage here. Of course you want to rely on level 3 Warden, but it's another base coming up exactly as predicted.
A player's forces are under attack.
And I doubt that there's going to be the time or the overview for ColorFul to spot this and stop this, because right now he's going to have to be worried as well about his own expansion. There's the air army of Mass Dragonhawks and a couple of Griffins, plus the hero trio ready to take out the Tree of Life, and there won't be any saving it. In fact, there's no attempt to TPO.
What was saved was all the militia. He thought he'd get level 6 with the tower, but that wasn't enough. And now the cleanup crew by 40 wipes the 6 o'clock. His main base, I mean, he's getting sieged by 2 heroes and a bunch of Dryads. And this is a castle. It's 2,500 HP. This will take forever. He can portal at any given time when he thinks the necessary damage is done, which is, I guess, about now. And he's buying time for the expo left-hand side. Gets the 3rd defense upgrade as well. This is getting more and more hopeless.
Let's just run out of gold as well. Things are going from bad to worse, as it seems. As the castle is still standing, can resupply the gold mine, setting up a 3rd base as well. Fortitude has everything going for himself right now. Does he have the heal scrolls also? Right, there he's a bit low. Only has 2, I suppose you can call that low, but it might be enough anyways.
Alright, level 6, 1 avatar to save them all. Breath of Fire kinda nice, Fan of Knives kinda nice. It's only Dryads, so those can't be storm bolted. Of course, Fortitude still very, very convenient supply lead. Dragonhawks, of course, not the best fighters. A couple of skeleton spirits were raised, so disengage. Let the Regent Scroll work, and all that mana was for nothing.
Beautiful value here once again. Back to the shop we go. More heal scrolls available. The previous 2 weren't even used, by the way, so now we're up to 3. Oh, big AoE here, though. And that is where the heal scroll is definitely necessary. Also Holy Light to heal up the units. But this might be a decent fight for ColorFul. He's got a good-looking army here.
Start was nice. Gets a Griffin, gets 2 Dragonhawks, I feel. Moves them back in here. Fodder for Warden and Panda. If Fortitude stays in this, he is surely overcommitting. Can the heroes truly carry this?
Lots of kills on both sides. Level 4 now for the Blood Mage. I suppose that's not really a big level up for the Banish. Almost a kill, saving that Dragonhawk last second. Some mana has to be given over to the Paladin probably to give him some more Holy Light. There's still a decent army left over for Fortitude. He can still reproduce, and ColorFul is still not mining, but soon he will be, thanks to the Tree of Eternity in the new position.
Alright, as always, had to be mentioned, this has the penalty of staffs not ending up in the main, especially with the 2 heroes being so mana dependent. This will be noticeable, especially for the Warden, but she has a staff. It's still 3 bases running for half a minute, then it will be 2, and I'm still not sure if ColorFul scouted upper left.
Yeah, and even if he does scout, if he does scout, what can he really do about this? 4 towers there would take a long time to take out. In the meantime, he will be getting punished. This time, the level 6 Warden, the ultimate, doesn't seem to be destroying this human army. Sure, there's losses always for 40, but he's always got good money coming in.
Yeah.
Economically, a great game for Fortitude. In general, a great game for Fortitude here on this 4th map.
Yeah, way better than Northern Isles. Doesn't give ColorFul too many opportunities. Plays a super sweet forward Mountain King. Then he played a super nice defensive Mountain King. Warden doesn't accelerate as crazy as she was on Northern. And he always got heal scrolls, man. Not only 2, but 3 at the critical moments. And now we're kind of playing a bit of cat and mouse. It was simple to get the Dragonhawks back. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire. Okay. Is that enough, though? The heal scrolls. They're just waiting for the heal scrolls. And in the meantime, killing every single Dryad. ColorFul is blowing a 2-0 lead. And we go game 5. I think that much is certain.
Very confident play here by 40. He just right-clicked on the avatar. He knows with that summon of ultimate, that ultimate summon you could say, gone. Easy fight for him. 3 upgrades, my. Super strong heroes. Great usage of heal scrolls. I guess he has to purchase some new ones now. The main for him has expired, but he set up the 3rd base. Picture perfect game. A wonderful display by Fortitude. A very different look. Kind of crazy how much better he was looking on map 3 and 4. Compared to the first 2, where we were in shock that he got kind of rolled by the opponent the way he did.
Yeah, ColorFul not able to put so much pressure on him and derail his game. Would love to see this again from different starting positions without mercs. That was quite a bit.
Fortitude.
Speaking of bits, thank you Smerdiako for the 100. He is Fortitude. Who can stop him? Very good question.
Who can stop me? Well, ColorFul is getting very close today. And so far in this league, there were only 2 players who were able to beat 40. It was a Labyrinth and a Lawliot. ColorFul could still make it, though, today.
Is ColorFul known as a performing player on game 5s? I don't...
Is he a clutch player? No. No, he's not.
Then how could he win game 5 for a STARBUCK? Huh?
Even a broken clock is right twice a day, Neo.
So what you're saying is a broken clock is enough to defeat the best Western player?
Apparently, yes.
Wow, STARBUCK, do you hear that? The slander. I'm gonna punch that dude in the face next time we meet.
That's what happens at every Rara Land, Neo. That's nothing new. People are waiting all year.
Your goddamn balance suggestions! Yeah, we got that room of punishment for the VIP ticket holders.
I'm very surprised that Lawlight hasn't given me a punch in the face yet. But every time he sees me, he's like, Mr. Mana Burn.
Yeah, dude, you deserve it. You deserve it. At least you went away from exploding mechanical critters and ultimate damage type rockets.
Bro, that would have been so fun.
Yeah.
Guys, Neo is the reason we can't have fun in Warcraft.
Okay, next time. You know what? Next
It's all
time.
your fault.
Next time, I'm not saying a single word. I'm not saying a single word. Not to a PTR, not to your balance suggestion, nothing. Reddit gets what Reddit wants, and I'm not gonna say a single word. And then we'll see how fun that patch is without my influence.
It's gonna be the best. We're gonna have fast expansions in every matchup. Every expansion is gonna cost 20 gold. Let's go, baby. That's
There
what we
you go.
need.
You get what you wanted. There you go. I see we got map 5 up.
Yes, indeed, we do. Last refuge for our 5th map, Decider. Does he dare to play Warden here, I wonder? If he plays as well as map 1 and 2, I feel like there is a way to make it work. But when under the gun, I could also see him rely, once again, on his old love, the Demon Hunter.
You also, if I'm not mistaken, it's so easy to confuse these night elves, they're all the same. Which is totally not true. What about Tavern Heroes? Oh, there's an altar. Okay, no Tavern Heroes. We've seen a few Beastmasters, Fire Lords, etc., but it's more of the Korean style. We then will we have a Demon Hunter? Yeah.
Are you
okay.
fast forwarding?
I am fast forwarding. I am in the
Nice.
process of fast forwarding. I was thinking if he wants, like, Live played super aggressive with a forward engine of war at the merchant. That was super cool. Then he YOLO'd his Demon Hunter into a bash. That was not so cool. But thought maybe he walks in the footsteps, doesn't do that. So straight up game for now.
Demon Hunter versus MK first. This is the duet that we're seeing the most these days. And the Wisp Scout is spotting the Merc camp creep right away. Not the easiest camp to creep, really, when there's no water elementals to make use of. But as long as the Night Elf isn't here, then no big problem. Having some lags as well.
Yeah, my floaty was stuck. I got a heart attack. I was plagued with disconnects over the past, over the weekend. And I thought, oh no, it's starting again. But it is not. It is not.
One peasant dying to the creeps. Not ideal, but still okay if it's only one. And it is. Other 3 saved into the main base. Items being picked up here. Lion Horn for the MK. 2 int tomes as well. Don't sleep on the int, boys. Intelligence goes a long way.
But only in Warcraft, not in real life. Stay dumb.
Stay dumb, stay happy.
Exactly. Exactly. To say happy is dumb. Man, next Rara is not gonna be pretty for you.
Neo, normally it's supposed to be Twitch chat rage baiting, not the streamer rage baiting.
Of course!
Stop it.
We gotta farm the clips, dude. Go with the meta.
The meta is gross. It's like tower push meta. I still remember those days. I still remember ColorFul's base layout. He is in love with that square Moonwell formation. Maybe this time, for the first time, he can position it perfectly. I gotta say, it upset my OCD brain a little bit, that it was always a little bit off.
We'll find a way. So we got Shadow Priests now, we got expansions. Demon Hunter for a Demon Hunter. Relatively passive. And it's once again 40 marching across the map. Not in time to harass anything. Boots of Kel'Thuzad on the Demon. Lovely.
Ooh la la, that's very nice. Trying to bait the mana burn perhaps on the wrong target, but he has revealed his true self. It's gonna be a wonderful kill here right away. Oh, what? Deny on the Bursey.
Uh-oh.
Good damage still on the demon.
It's Immolation 1. I thought that's a bit outdated. And everybody is playing Immolation 2 and Mana Burn later. With that pressure, he still goes for Mana Burn.
Yeah, I've liked that look as well, the immolation priority. But ColorFul, quite often a little bit slower to adapt to new things. You know that.
Don't say that too loud. Humans have been extremely aggressive here, and usually the Night Elves go for the gold mine rather quickly, right? But ColorFul didn't do that, knowing that the humans march across. And that would have been a perfect timing again for a very hurt Demon Hunter after that orange camp. But ColorFul was adjusting, and now his Demon Hunter's looking good.
He's continuing to creep here with the Panda joining. It's very easy creeping them thanks to Drunken Haze. Would be kind of cool if Immolation ignited Drunken Haze. Maybe a little Imba, but also pretty cool.
That's also been my fantasy, man. Also Rain of Fire. All the fire.
Wiggle. What other fire damage is there?
Player's forces
There
are
is
under attack.
here the Demolishers, the Burning Oil,
Burning Oil.
Liquid Fire.
Wow. Dude. I think the last time I saw that was the fresh Reforged days.
Oh yeah, when Lin was so frustrated with Night Elf that he went for Demolishers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or some humans were also like, oh my god, Spellbreakers are unbeatable. I can't kill them. And then they tried to make Burning Oil demos, and that wasn't the answer.
No.
Spoiler alert.
Yep. Chat says Flame Strike, smart chat.
Flame Strike.
A player's forces are under attack.
Flame Strike's so cool. But rarely seen. I guess in Petty Rifle meta, we see it a decent amount.
I was about to say we see it quite a bit, but you think it's dead.
Yeah. Later on, there's going to be no Petty Rifle games, guys. Only one map.
Did Revo? Now you are rage baiting. You're rage
Only one
baiting with PRU.
Just wait now. You're going to see. You're going to see. Drunken Haze Brother Fire here. Displayed for the first time. Ooh, nice save on the Bursey. Look at that. The footy linebackers protecting the Bursey. That was nicely done.
Love to see it. And heroes at 50%. Not ideal. Archers hiding. I like that move by ColorFul. And every bash, yep, can lead to precarious situations. Well, you gotta play around that bash, man. But you also gotta play around this absurd damage of the Demon Hunter. Breath of Fire once again. Not looking too great without the Drunken Haze. Mountain King has boots, so he's getting away. If only the Dryad could throw one of them spears.
And why aren't the Dryads hitting the footies? Hello?
Showdown.
ColorFul a little overwhelmed here with dealing with this pressure. That could have been done a bit better. Lost one more archer here, I guess, than necessary, but can get some return kills as well. Oh, and now here's the Mud Golem. Very annoying always for the demon.
Do I have to mention that I love that we get the Mud Golem against the Demon Hunter? Feels like I say this like 4 times every day. It's so smart.
Once more, he's not gonna enjoy even one sunset in his life.
So sad, man.
Rip.
But you know what they say? Only the good die young. That's why Muddy
And
is
he
the
is
best.
the goodest of boys.
He is. ColorFul, please don't pull a life. Slow. Mana Potion.
Oh, no! Wait. That was close.
This won't happen to a world-class player like ColorFul though. He had that finger on the TP button. Or, lag again.
Yep.
Is Pharaoh messing with the things again? Our main supporter of the month, Yangfang, is on a hate spree against the panda.
Player's forces are under attack.
You guys would get along. You and Yangfang, the anti-panda coalition.
Yeah, Panda not in his best state. I think we need some buffs. I think we need some buffs on the Panda. We need some buffs on many heroes. From the side, Waves the Potom, ignored for decades, heavily buffed and still garbage. Kind of, I still find that funny, by the way. Potom's damage was insanely buffed on on Searing Arrow, and she's still bad. More buffs. More buffs. Keep buffing.
Player's forces are under attack.
Maybe she's just in the wrong hands.
I mean, if you want to say that all Night Elf players are bad, I mean, you said it, not me.
I mean, Pato is playing her a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Pato knows how to handle self-rolled cigarettes with whatever he can put in them, but not so sure about the Potom.
Don't know what you're indicating here.
I think there's some emotes about that.
Important last hit here for the level 4. Demon Hunter is a beast, man. Lin's Demon Hunter has single-handedly killed Lin. And he killed 40 as well. 2-base situation. This is only a tier, like a tier 2 push with rifle casters. No air. Breakers, of course, will make the Panda worse than he currently is. And we got so much healing on the Demon. I worry a bit for 40 here, I gotta say.
Yeah, this is insane items, dude. Quel'Thala's big healing, Ring of Protection, heal wards.
So draining mana really nicely. Archmage only level 1. Archmage needs to creep for at least, I don't know, man, level 2, level 3. ColorFul. Was it an upset?
Maybe the mass can outperform the class, though. We got a lot of supply. 70. Barreling down the middle. Heal scrolls picked up. In the potion as well. ColorFul has to get ready for this hold. Why is he not producing, though? Hello, sir? Don't you like bears?
Well, he's
I like bears. I also like turtles.
He's waiting for the Moonwell to finish. Here we go. Wanted to squeeze a little bit of juice out of that gold mine. We got Roar, we got the region of the bears in fighting shape again. The front line is in a wonky spot. Breaker's not close to the Panda. This caused some trouble.
The fire doing decent damage, but so far no kills. Heal scroll could be used right now, perhaps. No, holding on to it still. Tries to get maximum value out of it.
Heal scroll, man. Heal scroll counters the Panda. Demon Hunter in trouble, needs the potion, respects the bolt, respects the bash. Love to see it. ColorFul's army is still looking quite nice, and the reinforcements are still trickling in. He's onto something here.
It almost seemed like an easy hold. This huge human army doesn't seem to be doing enough damage.
No staff!
Oh! I take it back. This human army is doing enough damage.
Night Elf players are like water. They always find a way. Despite also no heal wands used. He needs it now. Oh, 105 seconds without the carry. That is impressive. How that turned from very good to very bad.
But he cannot keep pushing really, though, I think. He needs some more heal scrolls. 500 gold is indeed enough for 2 of them. Gonna go over to the other shop where they should be available. There's the one. And there is the second. Alright. Now we keep going. MK right now doesn't have to be worried about mana burn. Big army for the human. 75 supply. 1 archer. Going for a suicide run. Alright. Didn't like to stay in this world anymore. I respect that. It's all about the Demon Hunter, though. He needs to return.
60 seconds. 63 seconds for Fortitude. What a gift. The Demon Hunter on a silver platter. And he takes care of that. Now we got a staff, but of course too little, too late. We got the Blizzard up this time. Archmage far forward, but the bear still very, very squishy against that. Panda throwing his breath into the back line. 2 bears about to be extinct. Archmage reposition. And the Mountain King is a vanguard in the front.
Seconds for the Demon Hunter. Wenzi finally back. Another bear gets storm bolted and killed. It was only 1 loss, though. Only 1 bear has gone down, but many more are very hurt. Oh man, those heal boards are real good right now.
Ooh, so much healing coming in. 15 seconds till Demon Hunter. Stormbolt on the Panda. I don't think he can do anything here, but he's burning a lot of mana with the breaker shots. Also killing rifles. Oh, killing dryads. The rifles killing dryads. And this looks like a pretty clean up job. But again, this heal ward keeps ColorFul in the game for now.
Hunter's back. Alright, can ColorFul dislodge this push? If ColorFul pushes back the human here, forces him to TP away, maybe he should have the lead.
Here we go, though. Onto the tree. Magic's Mortar team. The Blizzard. So good. The Whispered. Huge issues. ColorFul losing the base. Heal scroll. All that damage negated. Has a second one to heal everything back to full. The bash is still a viable weapon. Slowly but steady. Fortitude is losing units and he's TPing out just when he does. He still had that heal scroll. He could have stayed longer. The supply is even, but the base count is not.
Now ColorFul gonna have a lot less income streaming in. To be honest, he's got a lot of resources. Supply block though. Very supply blocked. Cannot spend his money on units right now. Bit low on lumber as well. Has to wait a bit longer to set up the expansion anew, but I think that's what he has to do. He's working with strong heroes though. Even about to get 5, and the panda isn't that far away either.
I thought the panda sucks now.
Yeah. But
You
on
said
level
strong
5, or perhaps even on level 10, he's not so bad.
Okay, good. Just want to make that clear. Otherwise, we're going to be coded as hypocrites again.
Especially the Demon Hunter, though. Look at these items, baby.
Ooh.
By the way, he lost a Tome of Agi on the ground. If he loses the game, it's because of the Tome of Agi. I can tell you that. He's about to hit level 5 with plus 11 agility.
He's so crazy. Also plus like 66 damage. Didn't see that Helm of Valor just yet, but of course that makes everything even better. Gives a little bit of HP for these fights. Might be useful. ColorFul though is facing a big 80 food army. And again, this is a little bit of a problem. Like in general, you can't transition into another big unit. The hero's gotta carry. Would love to see a second orb actually.
Praying for a heal ward right now.
That'd be ridiculous.
Mana Stone also pretty good, and Panda almost 5. The Knight of Heroes are crazy.
But Fortitude is teching to tier 3 now. And that's then gonna be a whole new layer of issues for ColorFul with the third hero, with the staffs, with whatever you want to go for. This does take time though, and it allows ColorFul to maybe go for one push or have one clutch fight.
This fight position here would be amazing against the Bears. Back here behind the shop in this narrow choke. This is the dream position for any human army. And ColorFul knows, no. We ain't going in there.
Well, but then what do? You have to go to the south. You have to break that base.
Maybe not though. Maybe you can wait for the mains to expire, then walk over. It's still a long time, 3.5 minutes. But maybe the heroes can keep this game even in the meantime.
Do have 3 heal scrolls again on 40. Love to see it. And then another healing hero or blood mage as a third. The power of Moonwells, but it's also daytime. We need detonates. Haven't seen detonates all game. Now on one base. You might be able to afford that. But yeah. Bear Bust from the left-hand side. Oh, that was a nice little trick. Didn't work.
A cool idea to set up a bit of a flank. Drunken Hate's Breath of Fire comes in. Archmage getting hounded by this Demon Hunter, taking a lot of damage from the mana burn. Oh my. I am pretty frail hero. First heals are going to be necessary soon. But now 40's falling back into the perfect counter bear position.
That's almost unwinnable, man. The breakers hold the ground and the blizzard does the damage. 6,000 already. Nice little start to the fight, but 40 resetting that fight, getting into the perfect spot as you mentioned. Demon Hunter has to go forward a little bit for that mana burn, but always about to die. One bash away. And look at these bears, man. They barely have any health.
No nighttime yet. The moon just is running low. Very low. 40, what's he doing on tier 3? He's only adding a workshop so far. Frag shot, mortar teams, of course, really good. 40 doesn't have that much lumber to go for the heavy tier 3 investments. But he's got a lot of gold, so he can reproduce like crazy.
Mortar teams with frag shards on top of this army is surely the knockout. ColorFul needs the play. Inner fire coming. Mortars coming. And yeah, ColorFul's worry is to get some health done here. Demon Hunter gotta carry. There's no other way.
Now almost 5. He just needs one more kill, but that kill seems to be hard to get. Mana burn here on the Archmage. Has to be in. Has to be in. Where's the burn? They could have prevented so much blizzard.
Oh, the breakers are burning all that Demon Hunter mana. Panda still has the scroll here. Almost a surround bash. Careful, blizzard on top. 40 wants the hero. 40 wants the 3 and 2. And 40 wants the 4 points. This Demon Hunter is begging for a bash. Doesn't get it.
D-Mana out of the fight. It seems like this Knight of Army has absolutely no teeth. Very easy to deal with it now. Bears being taken out. Level up for the Archmage. Panda did get level 5, by the way, finally. But his impact isn't really being felt right now, especially because there's always heal scrolls.
And the bear army wasn't even at full force as they were still healing. And now Blood Mage, now Mortars, Frag Shard should be queued somewhere in a fire as well. And there's barely any progress on this Demon Hunter, man. If he would be close to 6, maybe. But now with the Blood Mage, we also will get banished against it, I assume. There's so many answers to very few questions.
Yeah, 4 heal scrolls, man. That's just crazy. Goes to show how well 40 was able to keep alive his army. Basically nothing died for so long. He was building up a huge gold bank. He still got 1,500 after using all that on items. He could go up to 100 supply easy now.
Yep. If lumber isn't the roadblock here. Controls the fights very well. That push to the upper left-hand side got ColorFul good. Of course, all invited by that Demon Hunter kill. That basically gave Fortitude the map. Still looking for like Wisp Datos, but yeah, there's nothing there. There's just nothing there.
Of course, in this map also, there are many narrow chokes to fight in, very bad for the Bears. This is another one right here where the human army is standing at the moment. And now it's the Demon Hunter getting mana burned. All of a sudden, he's not the only one with that tool. The Blood Mage only has level 1 Siphon. It's not amazing, but it's still pretty good, especially when he can give over mana to a level 5 Mountain King, who's now also being constantly cast invis, making it hard to find him for the burns. And this human army is looking so damn powerful, getting up now beyond 90 supply.
One could say it's looking better than your army. And it remains true, man. Dryad's always forward. Here are the Wisps as ColorFul is mined out. Burn that mana and pray as hard as you can. It was a huge opportunity. 3 match points. But Fortitude defends every single one. And now the Mortars and the Frag Shards and the Blizzard. It's just so much damage.
A bunch of heal scrolls available as well. Blood Mage in the back, taking a lot of damage from this Demon Hunter, by the way. But he's got the invuln, he's got the heal scroll, should be no problem. Good burn here, right before the Stormbolt. Good damage also from the Panda. Is being out-healed all the time. All those heal scrolls. 40 is shrugging off the damage, easily dealing with the Elf army.
And that's why he's such a world-class player. Triple kill on the Bears. He had one opportunity and he seized it. Can't make these mistakes against game 540. He is a mental monster. The big bout machine cruising towards another win. ColorFul's win streak was impressive, but ColorFul's win streak is over.
Yes, indeed. Fortitude, man, we were all in shock. It seemed like perhaps this was going to be a 0-3 for him today, and he would have left lots of important points on the table. Doesn't get the full 6 points or even 5 points, but the 4 points still will be of quite some help. And now that gets him up to 47, I think.
Okay, probably less points than expected. So for ColorFul, if you tell him 4 weeks ago, hey man, you're gonna get a 2-3 versus 40. It's like, yeah, I know, because that keeps on happening, man. 3rd time in a row. 3-2 for 40 over ColorFul. Game 5 is just 40 territory. And of course, we're gonna update our sheet. Shout out to Result. We're loading a lot. Seems like stuff has changed in the best and worst ranking department.
Oh, loading.
That sheet. Keep loading.
Apparently for 40, first place is in theory still possible, especially if he beats Happy and gets wins elsewhere as well.
Alrighty, here we go. It is updated now. Yeah, 3 players still in the race. 15 points he needs out of 3 remaining games. Yeah, and then of course Labby has another game as well. It's a 9-point difference between himself and Happy, but of course he can make sure that that gets lowered as well.
Yeah.
This is an impressive win streak for 40 now, man. 7 games in a row. Has to play Happy, has to play Lit, has to play Focus, and I raise my index finger. Don't underestimate Focus.
Going to be the last game of the season for Focus. He's hoping to escape the bottom 3 at least. Of course, could still escape that in the playoff stage. Bottom 3 are going to have to compete for the relegation spots, where new players are going to try to get in for next season.
Hopefully Jens makes it, man. Such a huge Jens fan. Jens is the GOAT gamer. And of course, the War 3 champion. STARBUCK. But yeah, for ColorFul, little bit of a missed opportunity, right? We look at the points here. He stays ahead of Sock, but Sock still has 3 games. Life still has a lot of games. It was an opportunity to get a good chunk of points into Infi and 1-2-0, but now with all the games done, he will stay behind them. So instead of rank 5, he has to settle at best rank 7, as he's done with the season. 3 points on average, smack bang in the middle. That is so symptomatic for ColorFul. It's so I want to say it's so average, but you know, it's just very vanilla. Not too great, never too bad either. Just right there.
I wonder how he's going to be doing in the playoff stage. ColorFul, not really a player who crumbles in the playoffs, but also we don't really see excel in the huge moments like a Fortitude, for example. I would expect him to land in the middle and stay in the middle in the playoff stage.
Yeah, depends of course a little bit on who he's facing there. Chances to face a Night Elf or Orc are relatively high. Those are both good matchups for him. So might gain a rank or 2. We'll see about that. 40, as we said, good win streak, is still keeping his distance, is about to surpass Kaho, who is finished with the season already. 40 still has 3 games to do, and he will definitely score a couple of points here and there. Is now ahead of Infi and also ahead of 1-2-0, so 3rd place more or less guaranteed, we'd say. Yeah, ColorFul, I think we summed up his series. Ups and downs, man. It was just 6 start, horrendous follow-up, great recovery. This is ColorFul season so far.
Yeah, kind of what we expected, I think, landing there in the middle. If he gets a better position than Life, I would be very surprised. I gotta say, I was expecting a bit more from Life in this tournament. The way that Kaho was performing, that's kind of what I was expecting from Life. He was underperforming a little bit, in my opinion. Life still has 2 matches to play against Labby and STARBUCK. They are at least some points, though, should be guaranteed. Oh, wait.
He needs 10 points.
He needs 10 points?
Yeah.
Oh, holy hell.
And how was the direct encounter? Unlikely. He lost the direct encounter. He needs 11 points.
He needs 11 points to overtake ColorFul.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I think ColorFul is definitely going to finish higher then.
I think so too. Also, ColorFul higher than Lawlight, way ahead of Moon. 2nd best Night Elf ColorFul. Did not expect that, given that Lawlight also had a top 4 finish leading into this tournament. Shout out to ColorFul, man. Better than expected, for sure. Now the main event of the day. And ColorFul did perform better, but Lin performed way worse.
Yeah.
4 games in a row that he lost, including being the only player who lost the series to Fly, and that was a 0-3.
Yes.
It's just misery.
And at least you can make the point, well, he lost to get STARBUCK, but it was close. He lost to Kaho, but it was close. He lost to ColorFul, but it was close. Oftentimes he had the lead, but then some things seemed to go wrong. It was a 0-3 against a player who only won 5 maps before that. It was a shocking result yesterday. I hope it was a shocking jolt to the system for Lin. I hope it was a wake-up call, because this is not the Lin that we need to see to lead the Orcish Horde.
That is correct. After Lin lost to 1-0 and Labby, everybody said Undead is OP. They Then he lost to STARBUCK and everybody said human is OP. Then he lost to the Night Elves and everybody said Night Elf is too strong and Orc is too weak. And then he loses to an Orc. So, Orc now OP?
Yeah, perhaps Fly is getting OP. By the way, shout out to D-Son in the Discord, who had perfect predictions so far. He said 3-0 happy and 3-2 40 against ColorFul. And his next prediction is 0-3 for Lin. So, another 0-pointer.
Yeah, as I said in the beginning of the cast, this is going to be the black or white. Either it's the grand return of Lin and he puts himself together and he's exploding into like his former self now, or he's getting battered once again by Sock's extraordinary Pala rifle strategy. We have, of course, to take a look at Sock's position here as well. 2 games left to do. One against Lin, and that one has started now. And then against 1-2-0. I think he has tremendous chances to score at least 8 points here, get the double victory. With that, he would put himself at the same position as an Infi. If he overperforms here a little bit, he might still be able to attack the top 6, top 7. And I did not expect this prior to this tournament from Sock.
Yeah, normally, Lin would have gone into this as being the huge favorite, but Lin right now extremely far away from his best shape. Lots of losses recently, lots of disappointing results. Also, he has voiced lots of frustration, which is very relevant for his performance, has been throughout his career many times. Lin is right now in 7th in the ELO standings, the lowest he has been in forever.
Yep.
And I have to go to the toilet real quick, Neo. Sorry.
I wish
be right
you
back.
all the best, my dude. I'm gonna cast the game for you. And we see the first map here. The standings were kind of wrong there. Sorry about the stats. Sometimes a bit quirky. Sock upper right. Lin bottom left. Is this the grand return of the War Chief? Or will he get battered once again? I'm praying to the Horde gods. We open things up with a Farseer as we always do, and ooh la la! Everybody talked about an Archmage. Everybody talked about the Pally rifle. But nobody talked about an MK. Almost a classic here on Concealed Hill. A Chemico play from the 2010s. Sock brings it back. And that will be quite a surprise to Lin, I imagine. Hammer to heads is the strategy, as humans take more and more of a liking to this Mountain King, as we've just seen in the series of Fortitude versus ColorFul. Will Lin find the perfect counter to that right away? And will he have the best counter creep route? As that was his strength recently. Disrupt enemy creep routes. He was always there. In the past couple of games, Lin oftentimes took a lead in the series and then blew it. Now, how much damage can this Farseer do? And what is even the creep route with the Mountain King? I guess since you don't have the water elementals, you can't go for the lab. We're starting very conservative. And we start similar to how you'd play against the Paladin. One thing that cannot happen. Stormbolt to the Farseer, instant surround. Lin, be careful, while at the same time gotta be ruthless and vicious and send the woofies in. B2W woofies in the chat. So far, he's keeping good distance. But, oh, can he get a kill early? Sock, little slow with the peasant move there, loses one. That is usually acceptable if you come from a lab creep, but this was only the little orange. Good start. Chat is discussing if Lin recently became a dad. It's been quite some months. It's not like fresh.
Forces are under attack.
Is that another one here? I gotta say, this is not an extraordinary early game by Sock then. Couple of losses, early success for Lin. Headhunters are coming in, but doesn't expose them as the Stormbolt is so oppressive. Is that two? Yeah, 2 kills, right? Not bad. Lin with Headhunters and Wolves can of course creep very, very nicely. On Sock's side we see 4 farms, Militia coming over, Mountain King Expo, and then Mass Air. Huh.
A player's forces are under attack.
It must be Mass Air, I assume. That would be the classic. Will be a bit troublesome to find that late game, but maybe you don't allow the late game. This is of course a perfect invite to another harass with everything being poisoned. Mountain King is looking fine now with level 3. That's of course what you accomplish. Farseer always sacrifices his own levels for the greater good. Should still have some time. Level 2 is always nice. Wolf Scout and will confirm that Expo, which is a great intelligence, great knowledge to have. Thank you, Zushi, for the 26th month and always being a positive force in chat. So Mountain King goes on a stroll, on a hammer throws stroll. On Lin's side, Radar Walker. This almost looks like... Oh, one kill. Not that... Oh, bash right on top, man. Feels bad. This feels like... Shockwave? Shockwave lame?
Yeah, I haven't seen this in a while. Have you seen MK Fast Expo lately in this matchup?
Was it? I think there was one attempt, but it didn't really look too good. I said it's a Chamiko Concealed Hill Classic from like 2017 or something. But apart from that, no vivid memories.
Yeah, against Headhunters in the early game, it always looks amazing. You can pick off one by one, get some kills super easily. Indeed, that is what he was able to do. Question is, how is it going to be doing later when you don't have Brilliance Aura for your casters, when there's a lot of Orc units, when there's Spiritling to protect them, maybe some heal scrolls. But I would say the MK got a decent job done early, got a great timing on the shop as well, can start healing up right away.
Alrighty, yeah, this is great distraction, of course. Tech will still take some time, similar for Lin to level. It's just distraction, it is just buying time. And Lin, Radar Walker. How are you? How do you like this Radar Walker approach?
I think I like it. You don't need Purge against no water elementals. Spirit Link is always good. I would like to see expansion and Torrents. And we are going tier 3 now. Maybe he's gonna go for a tiny. Walk chat.
Torrents versus Griffins.
I don't see no Griffins.
Well, that's because he's tier 1.
Yeah, so there's time. You know, there's time. Chill out, bro, okay?
Okay, Donnie. I will relax.
Relax, guy. Come on. Great item here as well, by the way. The Legion Doomhorn is actually fantastic for all these slightly hurt units from Spirit Link. Almost losing a walker to the creeps. Then we know you're not in the best shape right now, but that's something you want to avoid.
Thank you, Smurdy, for another 100 bits. TC needs to find levels right here, right now. Tier 3 is nowhere to be seen, by the way. Did you really see that?
What did I say?
Oh, did I maybe not fast forward?
No, I think you did.
I did? But didn't you say tier 3?
9 minutes.
No, I'm at 740.
Yeah, then I guess.
We have to sync a little bit, Remo. You have to stop. You weren't there, okay? It's your fault, of course.
Okay, I'm basically stopped at 9:15.
Okay, I'm at 8 minutes. We got the red spot. And there we go. What do we got? Unholy Aura. Really, really, really good. Oh yeah, there's a tier 3. Look at that. How unexpected that Lin would go one base tier 3. I mean, nobody could have seen that coming. I need to post it on my screen. Archmage. Oh, that's why you don't see Griffins. Yeah, that all makes a lot of sense now, Remo. What a prediction from you. You read this game so incredibly well. 8:36 right now. Okay, and we do have Shockwave confirmed. This was something that I anticipated. For real, for real. And of course, with a double movement speed aura, this is phenomenal for these plays with Raiders and Tauren and Shockwave into bases. 9 minutes now. Plus another consumable.
20.
Huh?
9:20.
Yeah. Another consumable here. Scroll of the Beast. Really good. 9, 10. A little bit of scout in the middle, but there's nothing to be found. 9:15. Sock is barely moving out. 9:20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 7.
Alrighty.
Here we go.
Okay, this is very interesting though. This is 2 base versus 2 base. Exactly the way Warcraft is perfect and the way Blizzard should patch the game to make it more of a thing. And Lynn's looking for the Tiny Great Hall counter expansion. Question is, can Sock build a big, strong army fast enough to punish that 600 gold investment? And to be honest, right now the answer seems to be no. He's at 50. Sure, that's nice, but the standing army at the moment is 3 footies and 2 rifles, so there's still more time needed for the human.
That's right. He is producing now. Question is, how greedy does he want to play it? Got a sweet Watch Award on the left-hand side. Orcs, yeah, these expo timings, man, they oftentimes crippled them in recent history. This one might actually work. It's coming up. Doesn't take much longer. And then can Lyn catch up? He also needs burrows. Need a little bit of fortification. But yeah, with Tauren versus Breaker Rifle Caster, depending on fight position, etc., of course, this could be devastating as Sock doesn't have clap.
Are supposed to be the ultimate counter to breakers, but they take a while to get to. We're getting pulverized first. Oh, also, by the way, I just realized, if Lyn ever gets to clear the fountains and chill there, Tauren's pretty good.
Oh yeah. The orcs oftentimes struggle with healing and regen in general. Fountain of Health helps with that. Maybe we should just put more fountains on more maps.
The Raiders are so fast here. Look how quickly they get up north and threaten the expansion. Chainwave against the peasants. Seems like the Shockwave maybe didn't connect that well. And Sock will have to respect this. He has to go home, deal with it. And that gives Lyn some more time. Shockwave, more kills. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. He's gonna get this kill.
It's connecting really well. He's still got the Scroll of the Beast. There's very little repair. Lyn maybe with the surgical strike here is holding on. Blizzard is coming in, holding on to that scroll, I mean, and then has to TP. I feel like there was potential for more, but if you had 25% damage to that, it's still not a full town hall, and so he keeps it safe. Sock on the other side sent his footman for a scout, expected an expansion, finds an expansion. Did he see the double Tauren totem though?
Players' forces are under attack.
I don't think he's covered the main base in a while, but yeah, indeed. Double Tauren totems. Mass Tauren's on the way, baby! Tauren meta. Here we go. I think Blizzard and Clap could be pretty good against it, though. Lots of damage over time if you can hold the front. Speaking of which, though, he doesn't have Clap yet. I feel like retraining is definitely necessary in this game.
This is the moment of the cast where Remo has stopped listening to his co-caster, ladies and gentlemen. It happens.
What do you mean? They're always listening.
Of course. These footmen don't do that much. Just scouting, of course. It's a lot about scrolls. Sock has 2. Lyn with 1. He still needs some time. Sock still needs some time. He is not aiming for tier 3, right? This will be a more or less 80 food push. But Lyn seems pretty ready.
Sapper. Ooh, what does he have planned? Oh, first Tauren. Ooh, big kill. If he gets it.
Stormbolt to the face. No staff, of course. No. Oh, does he want to use a speed scroll? Not really. Okay, forcing a fight now against Chainwave. Barely any breaker. Shockwave hit a bit. It wasn't perfect. One Devour. Oh, it was a big chance for a Breaker Devour. Oh, no, it wasn't, because he got the Mauler before. Okay, I apologize. That was the bigger snack.
Lin very low on lumber, by the way. This is kind of a typical orc thing that we see happening a lot with the tiny Great Hall. You go for the tiny, you put the lumber peons in the expansion, and then you want to go for all these tier 3 upgrades, but you don't have the lumber income anymore. Ideally, you want to pair the tiny with the shredder, but that's 1,000 gold. That is very hard to afford. So Lin is probably going to be struggling with lumber this whole game.
Yeah, and
he also finds himself down in supply.
Yeah, down in supply that he can't catch up because the sapper blew up on 2 burrows that have to be rebuilt now, but he's not doing that. He's got to fight 60 versus 60. Breaker down, of course, supply always a bit misleading due to Kodos. Is this the fighting army? Can the Torrent connect?
Torrent's pretty fast these days, especially with the TC aura, and even faster with the speed scroll. One Torrent still goes down though. It can't be Res Neo. There's no Master Training because again, the lumber is too low.
That's right. The 9-minute mark, always where the orcs struggle with lumber. Blizzard not interrupted here, and Snare might not be available. Lin is taking a bit of a beating here. Farseer far forward. Careful, buddy. Has an info potion on the TC. Needs to swap it. Got it. Still got one. Oh, no, didn't get it. The Mountain King got it. Here we go. The Bash, and he's dead. But
Mage!
Get it.
He was right-clicking on the Farseer and got pulverized to death. Oh, poor Archmage. Tree in the face.
Oh man, this is Lin taking a very, very solid fight. He's in the lead now. Supply block is not really an issue anymore. He can produce again. Shockwave level 3. This is extraordinary. Lin might break his losing
Players'
streak.
forces are under attack.
Only the first map so far, but this is a good start. At last, Sok is going tier 3. This was perhaps necessary earlier, but man, all the momentum now is gone from the human. His army is tiny. He lost the hero. Not having Clap here, I think, really was a big problem. You need to use the Clap to slow down the Torrent approach. If they can just wail away, that Pulverize, man, that will do a lot of damage over time.
It was. We also didn't have too many sorcerers. And of course, slow has to be reapplied constantly on these Torrent as they have resistant skin now. It's not very efficient, especially when low-level Brilliance auras are a thing. But Mr. Remo Demo, who's the real prophet now? We get Griffins.
Well, we get him, though. Because Lin is on the way north with a terrifying army. Good move here by Sok with a Zeppelin drop, trying to punish the peons and, most importantly, force the orc back. But Lin might just be saying, whatever, mate, you have your fun. I'm gonna have some fun as well.
Right on. This is a tiny, tiny, tiny army. Town portal needed. All we got was that burrow. And a super defensive TP. It's like a setup for Blizzard.
Master Training is coming up, by the way, so we're going to have Ancestral Spirit available soon. And available also for healing are the Fountains. This seems to be a dream game now for Lin. He's got tier 3, Torrents, Fountains opened up, 2 base. Can Sok somehow find a way back here? I mean, Griffins could be the perfect unit for the job. There's not good anti-air at all on board.
There's one Headhunter and one Raider. If Lin gives Sok too much time or fails to kill him, Griffins take over, man.
And the lumber is still looking very rough. Sometimes I wonder, aren't orcs too stubborn with how they spend their gold? Shouldn't you just make like 5 peons here and say, hey, I would like to have some lumber, please? But they're like, no, we never make more peons. Never. Wait, what did he say again in the campaign? They normally say, we'll never be slaves. In Warcraft 3, they say, we'll never make peons.
Yeah, that would be a nice idea. Shredder, of course, has become more modern. Mountain King! Ripperino! Lin gets the win. Oh, man. Fun game. That came pretty much out of nowhere, man. This Mountain King exposed and Lin pouncing on him. He had to kill Sok before the Griffins arrived. He did kill Sok before the Griffins arrived. GG.
Yeah, rare to see a game like this. Fast expansion from the games I saw lately. Very rare in this matchup. But Sok, with his own style, not successful on the first map, but perhaps on map 2, things will be looking better for him. And that map is coming up, I think. Wait, is it? Hold on. Yeah, it is. Northern Isles.
Wait, Northern Isles is Sok's loser's pick.
Yes, it is.
home turf of the orcs. Let's see.
It used to be a great map for pally rifles.
Someone said we're not seeing any pally rifle.
I said we're going to see one map of pally rifles. Don't twist the facts, Neo.
Schmack.
And we're loading into the game, and I can already tell you, Neo, it is not going to be pally rifles. Well, who had the right call here?
Well, you said we're gonna see one game of pally rifle. What about if we don't see any game of pally rifles? We'll see.
You said we're going to see 66% pally rifles.
Yeah.
You thought I forgot about that,
Yeah.
didn't you?
Do we still have the chance to get 66% of pally rifle or what?
No, 60%. But that is good enough.
Come on.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, Neo. All right, you're saying we're going 5 maps, and all 3 other maps will be pally rifles. Okay.
Totally reasonable.
All right. You want to double down on that with a 5 Turm-Boy bet?
The legendary 5 Turm-Boy bet. Yes, of course. 5 Turm-Boy all day, every day.
Dude, I haven't had that in at least 5 years.
Hell, it's about time.
Yeah, and to be honest, it is kind of gross, but it's also kind of funny.
Gotta say, Remo, whenever I get groceries, I see the Turm-Boy on the shelves, and I always think a little bit of you.
Yeah. I don't think of myself when I see them. That would be a little bit narcissistic, but I think of the good old days where when going to a party, you would bring Turm-Boy, because it used to be, by the way, in case you guys don't know what we're talking about, Turm-Boy is a beer in Germany, and very cheap beer in cans. It used to be 29 cents per can, which is insane value. Nowadays, I think it's like 55 or 60 or something.
These days we bring Rogue Energy to the party, and you can do too with 20% coupon code B2W, rogueenergy.com. Way better than Turm-Boy.
That's true. Number 1 is Rogue Energy. Number 2 is Turm-Boy.
Big discrepancy between 1 and 2.
Oh, big last hit here as well. Oh, and he got it with a fuss here. Oh man, that's very bad for the AM. That's no good. That don't feel no good, Neil. No level 2 now anywhere in sight.
Yeah, what's an Archmage without level 2? Not much. Archmage at 50%. Archmage under-leveled. I got a little bit of a lag. I hope you too, otherwise we're not synced anymore. This looks like a pretty straight-up rifle game. Pieldin is ready.
Yeah, 2-farm rifle tech. The intention here is to get tier 2 fast, get out the Mountain King, start creeping him quickly, and then, once you get 50 supply and level 3 Mountain King, then you're in really strong fighting shape. You can throw your weight around, and also go for an Orc expansion cancel quite easily if the game has been going well for you. So far, though, game is not going well for Stock. Not at all. Game is going very well for the Orc.
This burrow position gives him a little bit of an opportunity, thanks to the water elemental, but not interested in that. In the middle, we farm a footman. Sock is giving him a couple of gifts here.
Yeah, that one last hit honestly had a huge ripple effect, cascading through this game. Now we're on tier 2, and the second hero is not TC, by the way, it's Shadow Hunter. And I'm getting hyped because that means tier 3.
Yeah.
Give me more torrents. Give me more torrents. Torrents, torrents, torrents. Torrents.
You'd be like, in the next life, you're gonna be a great cheerleader. Short skirt, chance, flick flags, all that.
I'm gonna be a Tauren, bro.
You're gonna be a Tauren?
I wanna be a Tauren. Oh no. Hoof to the head.
Just grow out your body hair and it's kind of similar. And of course you need a septum too.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
We can make the next Rara, Remo. Easy.
Wait,
I do it.
Wait. Does every Tauren have a nose ring?
In my mind it does. Is that like I was about to say Gambino effect. No, Mandela effect?
Yeah, Mandela effect. I mean, wait. The TC certainly does.
Yeah, that's for sure. Chat, help us. Dude,
We're asking the real questions here on Back to Warcraft.
In my mind, I see the Monopoly man with a monocle right next to a Tauren with a septum. Yes? Yes? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Double Torrent Totem, baby. Let's go. It would be kind of funny if every matchup from now on is just mass Torrents, no matter against what.
I mean, they do have to catch up in terms of play rate from the past 23 years, right? So
True.
the more Torrent, the better.
I don't know if you remember this, but I'm pretty sure it was a Northern Isles game as well. No, it might have been Sacred Valley. But there was a game where Lin played Torrents. This was WCA 2016. Was it grand final or third place decider match? I'm not quite sure. The most disastrous of all the WCA games or tournaments. Do you remember?
No, I did not. But that was 1-0 winning. Oh. Shadowhunter, bit under fire here. Of course, you got to transition to these Tauren, and this goes right into the power spike of a Sock.
Has to pass the TP. With that, the Shadowhunter gets away, but the Headhunters are perhaps not so lucky. Then again, it was only 1 or 2 going down, so not the worst thing. Militia were ready to help out in the fight, and Sock can now claim the central creep camp. But tier 3 is done, and Torrents are on the way. Not even any walkers, just straight up Torrents, baby.
Why was it the most disastrous WTL? I don't remember this at all.
That WCA was in this stadium arena thing.
Oh, that was 2019.
What? There was no WCA. Wait.
Oh, WCA. I was at Gold League for
WCA.
some reason. Ah.
WCA.
Oh, I
yeah.
might have been asleep. That was a disastrous tournament. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ooh, that was not good. Oh, it was so empty. That was so empty. Oi, 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 oi.
Then going for the Orb of Lightning, going now for Adept training. Pulverize on the way as well. Is he going for Berserker training? Yes, he is. About to have a lot of high quality units, but not that many units, to be honest.
Exactly. We also missed to Pulverize. 40 food versus 40 food. Mountain King has Clap. Mountain King has a potion. And we
There's
have
the Purge.
a bit of slow. Here we go.
Oh, look at the Purge damage against the Water Metal. Let's go.
Boink. There's something so beautiful about a big man with a big log killing things. Tier 3 on the way for Sock though. Once again, Griffins are the answer.
Alrighty. This time, quicker reaction to the Taurens. Kind of wild that these days we're seeing tier 3 on both sides in this matchup. Not all the time, I'm not saying that, but we never used to see this ever for 2 decades. And here come the Purges.
Sock has had some great games with that at Raraland versus Soin. I remember. Absolute beauty. Mountain King is coming in. Blade Master 3rd, similar to what we see on Twisted these days.
Shit.
Okay.
Super cool.
That is potentially the best orc late game anti-air. Beauty invisibles, by the way.
So we're not going to find out if the TC has a nose ring, but we're pretty sure that he does.
He absolutely does.
Paladin 3rd. It's Blade Master 3rd.
Yes, as I
Yeah,
just
no, I know.
Okay.
But I'm just reiterating the point because it's so wild. Like we never used to see this.
It is now.
And in Twisted normally it seems to work so well because despite being late as a 3rd hero, there's so many things to creep, so many items to pick up. I gotta say, I'm a bit more worried for him on this map. There's not that many creeps here.
You get the claw +8 already. Is he? He's playing with mirror image then, right?
Yeah, mirror
Yeah.
crit.
Mirror crit. That's a lot of bad luck in your life if you continue to crit your mirrors.
Don't want to do that. How many mirrors are in your apartment?
2.
A player's forces are under attack.
Is that
One in the
reasonable?
bathroom?
Yes.
Yeah. Or 2 in the, and one in the bedroom?
No, 2 in the two in the bathroom.
2 in the bathroom.
Yes.
Ah, like one on the door or one on the wall, I suppose, and one above the sink. I visited another house the other day, and there was also 2 mirrors in the bathroom. One above the sink, as always,
Yep.
and one right above the toilet. So when
What?
you're standing up peeing into it, you're sort of looking right in your face.
That's so weird.
Which is a very weird feeling.
Yeah. You strike me as a guy who has a mirror in his bedroom on the ceiling over the bed.
On every wall, Neo. I need to be able to see myself at all times.
Don't throw stones in that bedroom, Remo.
Are under attack.
Oh no. Stones only in the garden. In the tiny great hall in the north. Lin really confident here. Not waiting for a big fight win, going for the tiny great hall straight away, solo creeping the Blade Master. And all of a sudden he's gonna hit that level 3.
Oh man, and all of a sudden he's quite good with the battle bongos on top. But here are the Griffins, and guess what? Lin got a lot of things, but he did not get reinforced defenses.
Low lumber again seems to be the problem. This is a recurring theme. One burrow goes down right away. Having Ensnare wonderful right now, but we're playing without Raiders so far. I guess the first one's now coming. Okay, Lin, are you maybe gonna make some peons this game? What are we thinking? What are we thinking?
Oh, he does make 1 now. I don't know if he builds more than that. Solo. He could, with that expansion, maybe actually go for a Shredder to afford everything. Levels on Sock seem to be getting better. It's gonna be a little bit of an issue when you get higher level devotion or on upgrades. We get Inner Fire Griffins, by the way.
Yeah, Fire Griffins,
bad.
baby. Let's go. Soccer's going to be able to build 1 giant, very strong army with all the gold he's been saving. But he won't be able to rebuild it when it's gone because he's got no expo.
Okay. Stressful game for both of them. This will not be an easy fight. And of course, we only have 1 shop. Controlling that, especially for heal scrolls, will be massive.
Town
Upgrades
is
for
under
Sock.
siege.
0-1 soon. Yeah, he is armor stacking these Griffins.
While creeping up the triple hero. Was a very slow start for the Archmage. Now he's close to level 4. 4-3-3 would be so strong for these heroes. Oh, but the casters don't want to fight alone. Uh-oh. Great timing to fight right now for Lin.
Alright, with Claw, with Gloves, with Orb, with Heal Scrolls, with everything, and a little bit of a supply lead. Clap is slowing everything down, giving Sock an opportunity to kite and wait for upgrades. 2 Griffins coming in just a few seconds.
Done it from the main base as well. Can help out in the fight, but the Pulverize might make things difficult for them. We'll see. Blade Master attacking the Griffin in the back. He's got some decent bonus damage. No Coda Beast, however, in this Orc army, so there's some bonus damage lacking there. Griffins, though, still all alive. The Holy Light is doing a great job, and the Inner Fire is also looking good.
Oh, Griffins start to fall! Clutch Holy Light, Clutch Staff, well done by Sock. Level 4 now. There's still so many Griffins. They have 9 armor and so little to attack them. Fortitude was able to track Lin before Mirror Image disjoints the focus, but he just continues. Clap! Oh man, that clap was mental! But he can't capitalize on it. Lin with the perfect disengage.
Blade Master almost went down right there. He dispelled the speed scroll as he was running away, but didn't have enough for a Stormbolt, I guess. And man, those Griffins look good. They look real good.
Uh-huh. They look good in pretty much every matchup, I gotta say. And now it's clobbering time onto peons. The little shockwaves, they strike back. Great damage on peons. And now, Lin, how do you win this?
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, maybe he just does it. MK is looking strong. Archmage and Pally as well. Levels are good. They're gonna try to move north for the defense, but he's 20 supply down.
Against Griffins. You know, if he'd be a tech ahead or something, that'd be great. But it is the struggle for orcs, or for a lot of factions. But what to do against Griffin? What is the right answer? Raider Headhunters, super weak versus Clap MK. Bats, at some point, it just doesn't work that well anymore because the stacked armor with level 2 devotion and an armor upgrade. You need way too many bats. And then what's left?
Not even to mention inner fire. Could still be added. Yeah, there it is. Griffins now with 10.5 armor. Crazy.
Yeah. In a world where everyone has infinite resources, Bloodlusted Wyvern are the answer, but that is extremely expensive and not really reasonable. Massive detonate here though on the inner fire, but is that enough still? Blade Master needs to crit for his life.
He's having a wonderful time right here with the claps in the middle of the Orc army, and that is gonna do it. GG. And Sok takes this map and will not give this away just yet.
I think at some point there's just no counter to armor stacked Griffins. It just isn't.
Yeah. Yeah, once we get to this point, it seems to be really hard to deal with. Maybe Lin needed to not expand and force fights earlier, go for raiders earlier, try to pick off the griffins or the casters when the army is smaller. Around 50 supply, I think that's when Orc can fight really well, but getting up to 65, 70, that's where the Griffin army just seems to be insane.
And now we will have to see if Lin can deal with the defeat. Seems like when he got one loss, he gets all the losses. He needs that momentum. And now that momentum is broken. Reasonably broken. It was Sok's first losers pick. This was supposed to be his map. Like, it's a normal series that it goes back and forth. But this Lin has to be observed with special eyes these days, I think.
Tidehunters is going to be Lin's map pick coming up next. Might be a more standard game. Might be a more normal strategy that we've observed many times. Tidehunters is great for playing Farseer Headhunters into TC, into Shaman maybe, and most importantly, Tier 2 expansion. This is what Lin was so good with for so long. I could certainly see him fall back to that normal but strong strategy.
Can you play Griffins on all maps? Probably not. Will we see the Pally Rifle? Is it a normal Archmage game? Lin has to be ready for quite a bit. And Tidehunters ready for us. Ooh. 5 points still up for grabs for both players. Nobody will get a clean sweep. F7. Here we go. Overlay is working. We are so ready. Remo, are you ready?
I am ready! We're seeing the first heroes, Farseer versus Archmage. This map was never known to be that amazing for Pally Rifles, so I'm not surprised to not see it here. If we go to springtime, then I'm saying, alright, that's likely a Pally Rifle game, but Sok here is relying on his AM fundamentals once again. This map is also often played with a 2-farm tech, going quickly into MK, trying to go for heavy creeping. MK creeping quite strong on this map. But that's not what we're seeing here. It is 3-farm, in fact. So, bit of a slower tech, a bit more footies, maybe. Perhaps even a fast expansion, but that didn't work out too well earlier.
Yeah, we'll see. Sok surely has some tricks up his sleeve here today. Love to see it. More different playstyles. For Lin, the start to the game is always the same. It doesn't really matter what he's up against. Build a Farseer, build some Headhunters, run across, and try to slow Sok down. How much will he be slowed down is the question. And will Sok expand here without a 4th farm?
First item being picked up, Ring of Protection, not exactly his dream find, but Lin is going to show up before the camp is fully finished. One last hit steal here would be huge for the Orc. So I'm going to try to prevent it as much as he can.
Might be able to block him a little bit, but that would expose him. Wanted to go for the Murloc, didn't get it. Cleaner for Sok this time than it was on Northern Isles. Now, Lin has to be very, very careful to not donate a wolf away. That happened to him in previous series. This would be level 2 then.
Yeah, exactly. Very important here to not give away XP. Close there with the wolf, but doesn't give it up. And Sok is playing a fast expansion. Second time on 3 maps. I like it.
Damn, did not expect that. And yeah, 3 farm expo. I've been using farms as orientation if this is 1 base or 2 base. And now Sok is messing with that. I hate readjusting.
Yeah, this might be a difficult game for the Archmage also moving forward. He's going to be stuck on level 1 or 2 for quite a while as the first footy goes down. But losing some footies here is okay if it protects your peasants, if it protects your expansion. And that expansion indeed is going to be protected by that first tower coming up. A good fortification early on. And there's still no level 2, so Lin doing a good job here, microing his small army well.
That's right. Gonna be a lot about the mid and late game. And the strategy. Lin has shown some Firelord aggressions yesterday. Versus human that might also be possible at a given timing if you want to pounce hard. He's up against expansions a lot these days, and more often than not it seems to be working for his opponents. Whether that's Labby or the Wolf blocks the Headhunter, whoopsie. Or now Sok. But a solid amount of Headhunters would love to see Troll Regen down the road. Archmage still struggling with level 2, and that will now open up the game for more aggression from Lin.
Yeah, AM is struggling, but the Farseer might have a fantastic game. He's off to a great start with these items. +5 int, right out the box, that is sensational. And if he gets level 2 and 3 and maybe even 4 quickly, this could be a Farseer carry kind of a game. Is he gonna dare even to push into the Arcane Tower? There are plenty of footies here defending, and in fact with the defend upgrade, these Headhunters can't do much right now.
That's right. Even though it's weaker than it was before, it's still a nice ability. Sok also disabling it immediately again to get the movement speed back. Love to see that. Efficiency is key. As a German, I appreciate that.
Is he gonna get this wolf now? Maybe that would be level 2, but no, again, Lin in time with the re-summon. But Lin was a little bit too late with the burrow back at home, so the second hero is a little bit delayed. TC now being started, couple seconds behind the norm as a B series coming up as well.
Okay, that looks like TC Shockwave again, huh? I'm not a betting man, of course not, but Radar. Oh wait, it was Shaman, then Stomp.
Lots of Headhunters very hurt here. And just 1 Headhunter kill is enough for the level up. That would be certainly enough mana then for the next Water Elemental. If Lin saves all the Headhunters here, that would be a fantastic job. I don't think that's possible, really. AM chasing with the boots. Can he deny this one? Oh, still alive. Still alive? No way.
It's like our old intro. Okay, gotta deny this one, but the other one is still in the game. Wolves snacking away. And yes, still no level 2 6.
Wow, bro, that was sick. Perfect storm position.
Level 2 now. Another deny. 6 minutes 30. No brilliance aura.
Bro. Okay, that was sick. That was sick. That is the Lin that we know.
Was about to say, man, this feels like the old Lin.
And look on the left. 3 Headhunters hurt, pulling them back into the main base, and he can heal them all up. He saved them all. That was so hard to do. Amazing early game by Lin.
Alright, he needs the Orc Hospital, getting Radar and Shaman in against Archmage Water Elemental. This will be a great counter. There's not gonna be many Water Elementals, but if they're there, you want to get rid of them ASAP. So this Archmage is pretty much hard countered. Should have gone Pally Rifle.
I think Rifleman we should at least soon be seeing. There's a Blacksmith coming, some tower fortification as well. Imagine he sees all the assets here. Defense level 2 and further. That would have been insane pants. Finally we got level 2. Finally we got the Brilliance. TC hits level 2 basically the same time as the Archmage. That is absolutely outrageous. Lin is looking fantastic on his map pick.
Remember how happy he got 4 levels in 4 minutes, and now Sok is struggling to get 1 level in 5 minutes? Outrageous, man. Outrageous. And the Shaman get a footy because of Purge. Things are going Lin's way, but I've been here a lot in the past. This is not a foregone conclusion.
It's a big footy army running out. AM, did he pick up the heal scroll maybe?
Nope.
No, he didn't. Sees the expansion being built here, but without footy support can't cancel it.
And there should be Shaman in close proximity against the Water Elementals. Oh, they're actually a bit further to the side. But now there's a lot of mana on the Archmage, so nice to have them in the base where the burrows are the point of attack, but also that is shut down.
Counter expansion about halfway finished. Okay, we got the invul, we got the heal scroll.
Are under attack.
Perhaps there's some playmaking potential here now with that, but everything is spotted so well by the wolves from the Farseer. Lin, really, with a fantastic early game. This was a beauty to see.
Would be even more heartbreaking if he loses the game now, huh?
A town is under siege.
Yeah, for us and for him, I imagine. Little footy attack again in the main base, but we got the nets flying. That's more experience. The TC was already leveled well. Level 3, quite early. He's gonna have a big head start over this mountain.
He still didn't decide for a spell, by the way. No Stomp, no Shockwave.
Players
And Sok will outscale him at some point when we go tier 3 again. Expo at 30% and Sok in no position to punish that anytime soon.
We're gonna see the peon slide over in a moment. When there's no tier 3, having fewer lumber peons isn't that big of a deal. There's not that many important upgrades you need to get and have to spend lumber on, so this should be fine economy-wise. Lin is working on pillage, by the way. Wants to get some more resources on this aggressive posture. But it's Sok who's the one with way more resources. 1200 gold in the human bank.
A little short on lumber. He's going into breakers, so no tier 3 griffins anytime soon. Could be a last resort, but he is muscling up a big push, and this expo just finished, and just when it finished, Sok comes in for an attack.
The best he can hope for here is a couple of peon kills, and I guess those are nice to get. Right now his heroes are just way too weak to fight against the orc heroes in any serious manner, plus also his army is just too small. Has the TC decided yet? Yes, he has. Stomp is now the choice.
Okay. Despite the incoming breakers, maybe he didn't see them yet. I think it was the first round of production. Needs to rebuild a couple of peons, but yeah, spending gold is at the moment easier than spending lumber later. Grunts mixed in. They have a newfound strength with the rifles being a bit weaker against them. Clap should still tear them apart. Blizzard could still tear them apart. I see them as a pretty cheap on-top unit for this stage of the game.
They provide some valuable normal damage, especially against the Mountain King. If you only have piercing and magic, the Mountain King can truck off all that damage often quite easily. He's got great items, by the way. Fully stacked MK. Passes the pendant to the Archmage. Perhaps it's going to be selling that, but ideally you want to keep that with mana potions. Can be good for the hero. Then continues to have great vision. In the early game he did scout very well with wolves and Farseer, and now he's also got sentry wards. But Sok has built a big army. Maybe he can soon go for the strong attack, but I guess he feels he needs some more levels. Understandably, with MK still only being 2.
This could be an opportunity here in this TC. We got great shop control on Lin. Item is the Boots of Kel'Thuzad for Sok that will be sold down the road, won't help him in the fight. Lin, a bit hesitant here. His expansion didn't pay off. It's under a little bit of harass. And this army is respectable. Plus the heal scroll invul on Sok as well. Not sure if that's too easy to fight. We wait for another heal scroll. Yep, got the second one. Perfect shot timing.
20 supply lead. Is that enough to overcome the hero disadvantage? Going for the Mountain King right away is Lin. The Moon Potion is going to be forced here pretty soon. MK, by the way, very close down to the level up. The clap is huge. And the heal scroll is in right away to counter. One more kill, and that's it. Now we got the level up. Now the MK is level 3, and the clap is wonderful. Stomp on the other side, also looking good. Lightning shield on top. Where's the Dispel? Oh, he doesn't have Dispel. He forgot about the Adept training.
Oh my god, that's nasty. So much damage on rifles, also the Militia. He realizes it now, goes for another attack upgrade. Chain Lightning trying to do as much damage as possible. One exit kill each. But still, this is Lin on 50 food only. And Sok is standing tall with 70. He can just region scroll up, let the Brilliance Aura do a Brilliance Aura thing, push across, and probably win.
Is he gonna take a little pit stop at the red? Yes, he is. That gives Lin some more time to heal. Time he much needs. Kill cells now. Desperately required. And who's gonna get the next heal scroll? I imagine Lin wants to pick it up. He's moving into the center again.
Yeah, he has the necessary amount of resources. We will have Dispel in the next fight, and we will have Invis in the next fight. I worry. I think you gotta lame now, man. You can't fight this anymore.
Now players' forces are under attack.
Going for a little bit of Wolf Chain Lightning Harass. This is intended, of course, to pull the human back into the main base. But Sock is not taking the bait. He's going for his own attack against the Orc expansion.
Interesting. Lin, of course, gets resources from this. He does have Pillage. Town Portal home by Lin. Rax falls. No more rifle after this one with the breakers are, of course. Oh, Archmage!
stop!
In the middle of it all! Can he kill him off before the TP? Can't. Not enough damage in that fight. And more murder with a Headhunter and a Shaman falling.
And a Kodo. That was a
Ooh.
lot of losses, actually. That TP kind of backfired on Lin. And this game is starting to look better and better for Sock, isn't it?
Supply-wise, Lin is catching up. He gets the next heal scroll. Chop control is marvelous. But Sock can still go tier 3.
Forces are under attack.
He still has... This is like Rara 2023 all over again. 2024.
The Orc army also just doesn't have that much damage. How long it takes just to kill the creep camp here.
4 rifles doesn't really give him a chance to go for Wyvern, also against Stormbolt Water Elemental. And Sock just wave after wave. Is Lin ready? The speed scroll is on cooldown. He's trying to backstep now. Needs to save this expo.
Bossier does indeed have really good items. You mentioned the Shockwave earlier, and I wonder, was Storm really the best choice here?
Yeah, in the first fight, absolutely. That looked good. With the TC diving deep. But yeah, we'll see about that. Raiders are trying to go through the backline to the casters. The TC has no damage uptime. Oh man, this fighting position is horrible for Lin. What can he do? TC is almost dead. Has an invul, but of course no Shadowhunter to heal him up. That heal scroll was the last bit of HP. Needs the invul soon, and then the human must be gone. But Sock, resilient, stays in this fight for as long as he can. Supply narrows down. One last Hail Mary for Lin somehow, somewhere.
Beast comes in, could get off a Devourer as well. It's a very scrappy fight now all of a sudden. We're getting Blizzard as well, trying to use all of his abilities. Of course, there's Purge, so Water Elemental, I suppose, not that good. But Human Army is still holding on.
Lots of bruises everywhere. Casters into the Sanctuary once again. These breakers cannot be touched, and Lin taps out. Sock with back-to-back wins. That was too much pressure. Can't deal with it. Despite a million heal scrolls, not enough for Lin to take the W home. Another loss. Very, very close.
Another loss, Neo. It keeps happening. And you tell me, after an early game like this, does old Lin, the usual Lin, give that game away? I don't think so, but at the moment, man, something just ain't clicking. Something ain't working.
I kinda wonder where the big mistake was here. I mean, you can argue for Shockwave late game against Stomp, but also like Sock not having this spell could have ended games previously.
Yeah, I feel like the Kodo addition was perhaps late. It seemed like the first Kodo came in only very late into the game. If you have Kodos early, around 50 supply, then you can eat breakers right away, diminish the human units, keep devouring, keep chasing, end snare, speed scroll, pick off more. It seemed like Lin wasn't able to strike while the iron was hot, while the death ball wasn't fully there.
So the classic problem versus human, as it is for Night Elves as well. Gotta kill these peasants, man. But it was... When? Sock played nice counter pressure, even with a level 1 Archmage.
Next map, though, I feel like could be very good for Lin. He is choosing to go to Twisted Meadows, and here, the triple hero strat with tier 3 with Blade Master 3rd, I feel like has looked very good. You can rely on there always being items for him to find, levels for him to achieve, great damage for him to have in the late game, and also really good against Griffins, if those you will be facing later. Lots of open terrain.
Okay, maybe more lames, maybe some attacks here. Sock has a chance to claim 5 points here. That would bring him up to 43. That would pair him with ColorFul, whom he defeated in the regular season. So that would pretty much secure rank 7-ish to him. 7 or 8. It would put him ahead of ColorFul. So important points here for Sock.
Sock's last game of the season is going to be against 1-2-0, by the way. That is also going to be an interesting match. I feel like Sock not so amazing against Undead anymore as he used to be. But against 1-2-0, I think there's still lots of points possible. 1-2-0, I think, is pretty widely known. Struggling the most against Human at the moment.
Stick with Farseer Headhunter. Congrats to the 5 Turmbräu, by the way. It will be very hard to achieve that 66% now.
Yippee!
Yay! Guys, if someone has a Prime sub lying around, I have to invest €1.25 in beers to pay my betting debt. That would be nice if it's available. Just check. Yeah, macro games should certainly help a little bit. Sock bottom right hand side. I feel like Sock is playing a lot better than in game 1. Not giving Lin too much time to unfold, keeps the pressure high, and of course then orcs have to invest a lot of gold into the recovery. And then for Human, it's pretty much free thanks to Brilliance and Heal. And then you got relatively cheap region scrolls as well, since they're AoE. Lots of reasons. Now we start with a lab that should be a clean creep.
Big item here also available. The right item can go a long way. This is perhaps the worst of all the Rune Bracers. Alright, those are not going to be useful ever in this game.
I totally did not forget to fast forward. Here's the harass. Can Lin get some steals? So far, nope. Now we're live. Usually, you need to get a peasant kill here, I feel, to slow things down. I don't know if he has enough damage, though. Oh, he's running into creeps as well. Saved.
Didn't get the peasant. At least the headhunter took minimal damage from the creeps. But yeah, really good fallback. Targeting him by Lin was kind of weird. He didn't target the peasant that he could have attacked with the wolf, so only the Farseer was hitting the peasant. Didn't seem exactly optimal.
Chip damage now for Sock, of course. Kind of nice to have the Brilliance Aura running. With that, he can enable a lot more counter pressure. And 3 farm tech now. No tier 2, no macro game. Lin also teching with the Headhunter chilling a little bit. Now engaging with a bit of a pull. Early trolls.
And even gonna creep the camp away. This is one of the favorite things for Orc to do at nighttime. Go for the Merc camp. And with that pull, it is fairly easy to creep. Militia call. Wait a minute. So cancel the tech!
What?
Cheeky play, cancel the tech!
Player's forces are under
Oh, I can't like having met Sock a couple of times the past 10 years, I can imagine that smile on his face.
And defense is researching right now as well, so this is working out really beautiful on the timing. Once the camp is cleared, there's no head-under danger. Oh, but Lin follow-up scouted the main base, and he saw the tech cancel. That must tell him what's going on.
Sees the Archmage coming from the right with level 3 and that item. That is for sure a tell. Defend isn't up yet, but will be in a second. Now, can is it enough, man? With the Berserker and the Dispel, that should be an almost perfect opportunity.
He can right click it down though, right?
Yeah.
Especially with the scroll. Does he need the scroll though? How much damage will he take in the meantime? There's the scroll.
He's currently only attacking the army. Now it's time to clobber this town hall down. Lin needs this win at all costs.
If this doesn't work, he's gonna be screwed pretty much, but damage should be enough. There's gonna be some follow-up kills.
Berserker down.
Oh, town hall. Why are the wolves not attacking the town hall? Lin!
Oh, no!
Lin!
Oh, he got him and he didn't
0
cancel!
seconds! Oh!
Holy! Huge losses, of course, but also for Sock, everything in shambles. It wasn't cancelled. He's at 500 gold. He has no lumber. He can't tech.
boy.
He can't counter expand. What can he do?
Rip. It costs 600 gold, but the lumber is even more tragic.
Dude.
Man, what a scroll of the beast. That was a good scroll of the beast.
Do you think he purposefully didn't attack with the wolves for a bit to let that expo finish to gamble for the cancel?
Hell no. Hell no, if he miscalculates there, that costs him the game.
In the meantime, by the way, beasteries get cancelled. No answer to that right now.
Do they though? Hold up.
TC is here. Should help. Ooh, Shockwave. Archmage is hurt. Can he snipe?
Tech lead is ridiculous, dude. Tech only now started. I wonder why Lin didn't go Shaman though. Wouldn't Shaman be so good here against these elementals now? Kind of surprised.
Okay. Force shop coming up. Yeah, that's right. But Totem, of course, opens up a smoother transition to Tauren later if you need them.
TC already creeping up the first camp, looking for that quick level 2, while the Archmage is going for the Merc camp on the enemy side, so that's favor being returned. And he has good experience, to be honest. I'm not far away from level 4 anymore. By that MK second, he's gonna have a slow game.
Okay. Well, maybe he can somehow crawl towards Griffins and still win. This shop is also down. In the meantime, TC and Archmage battling for the Mercs. Shadow Priest killed, level 2. Mauler for Sock. Yeah, he has to rely on Mercs now, but that is a feast. Archmage trying to snipe some Raiders, but Sock just taps out. That is too much. We get another game 5 for Lin, but this time he's not getting reverse swept. He's in the process of starting a comeback against Sock. And oh, would it be sweet if he wins this game 5 now.
Can he finally break the loss streak, Neil? Can he finally do it? There was a lot of red recently in his results. 4 losses in a row. Is today the day where he's finally gonna break through it? Very close series, very entertaining back and forth. And I guess Sock has a little bit of an edge having the last map. No, wait, that's the neutral map. Never mind.
Death Note
No, wait,
said
it
the
is.
same. I think you're wrong.
Love yo.
I think the first map is neutral map.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so too. Yeah.
I'm so confused, man. We gotta say, Lin has been in game 5s 4 times and he won 0.
That's not the best win rate.
Right. We'll see, man. We'll see. Sock probably knows, okay, I kind of invited him to this play, right? Because he was teching already, then cancelled, then started this expo. Not every game goes this way. If Sock plays it the regular way, he should still have very good chances. But maybe this is the little bit of momentum that Lin needs.
Right, boys, who's ready? Decider map coming up now. Hammerfall for the 5th map decision between Stock and Lin. Thank you, Dr. Jones, with the resub as well. Who's going to get the 4 points today? You get that with the 3-2 win. And who's going to get only 2 when losing, but still getting those 2 points from the map wins?
It's a very good question. We will play this out on Hammerfall. Before we go into this, I want to give a little bit of a community shout out to the Fountain of Mana League. They will have their signups open today. This is the Discord. This is where they will announce it. It is a wonderful community grassroots initiative for players on the level of like Dice, Inspired, Edo, down to the bottom where I will be. I'm waiting with bated breath for the sign up links to come up. I tried to summon the link already. Want to set, not yet. But now let's focus on the game and on game 5. Sock wants the 4 points, even though he now lost the battle to ColorFul for the rankings, and for Lin. And this feels like it's way, like, worth way more than 1 map, than 1 win. This is about, this is about everything in this league. And we do get the Pally Rifle, and Mr. Remo was right all along.
Hey! You wanted to say it, so I didn't have to say it, didn't you? Yes, indeed, Pally Rifle has always been very popular on this map. It's a small map, easy to push across, easy to creep in the middle once you got the necessary levels, and easy to punish orc expansions, perhaps most importantly. Pally Rifles has become a lot more manageable and a lot less popular lately, but sometimes we still see it busted out. I think STARBUCK also was playing it quite a bit recently, wasn't he?
Indeed, and Mr. Remo, it might lose in popularity with the common folk, but from an observer perspective, if I had a fast forward button for the first... I forgot about that. If I had a fast forward button for the first 5 minutes of the game, I would love this matchup. There's so much dynamic. It has become so dynamic with some tech switches left and right, and the late game is just glorious. Fortitude has played it as well versus Lin and was very successful in that. The late game plan is usually not to push with rifles anymore, is to reach griffins. And then we've seen how impactful they can be. Lin has adjusted a little bit to the panda nerfs and is playing more Naga. On some maps, Alchemist second, which I didn't see succeed, even though the idea is cool. Fly already discussed it, leaves the game. But yeah, it's about to make as much damage as orcishly possible.
First attack upgrade being researched here early for the Headhunters. This is pretty standard. Vasi, of course, crept the first camp early on. Didn't get the greatest item for himself. Ring of Protection, in fact, is going to be bad unless he goes for a Panda or TC. STARBUCK, wait, was the STARBUCK who tried with some TC play? How did that go?
STARBUCK tried with TC play?
I saw some orcs
that
trying
looked,
with TC.
Yes, that looked very good if you have the time. That might not always be possible. Something that I want to point out from STARBUCK's human perspective is that when he was playing against Lin, they were fighting on the left-hand side next to the green, like between green spot and expo, and therefore Lin wasn't able to do any damage to the base, it wasn't able to force any militia, didn't do any damage to the rifles, and that broke Lin very, very early on. Sock wasn't able to accomplish that, so this is already looking a little better for Lin.
Wolf being taken out here, a little bit more experience. The downside of creeping the first camp the way that Lin did is it takes one full set of wolf, then you have to resummon the wolf, so you see the fast here is low mana and might be low mana for a long, long time. As the wolves are back in the main base, still looking for kills, but not finding them. Good reactions here by Sock.
But Naga will be coming. It's very unfortunate that the Farseer is so low. Good positioning on that herd rifle, but this is one Holy Light gone. This is the second one. Solid prep for the Naga follow-up.
One more wolf into the back of the base. Really wants to get that peasant, but not allowed. Finally, the tower is protecting the workforce. And solid defense here so far by Sock. But more pressure is yet to come with the Naga you mentioned already. Headhunter number 7. Gonna pick up the lady.
And Attack upgrade is already done, as so often.
A
What are we
player's
doing now? We
forces
try
are
to
under attack.
backstab. He sends the Naga to the right, but Sok smells it, retreats into the back of his base, not to the right-hand side. This could have been a mean sandwich.
I like sandwiches, Neo, especially with salami, pastrami.
I'm a tuna guy myself.
Tuna, very good. Tuna, very nice.
With that American fake cheese, you know? It goes so well together. It's crazy.
Whether it's real cheese or fake cheese, I don't like it really.
Fair game. That's a
Only,
very...
only cheese I like, I think, is melted cheese.
Yeah, it is melted then.
Lasagna. Ah, okay. Maybe not really.
Nice. But look at this, man. The farms are gone. That means not too much production. There's also very little room for anything in the back there. At least you got a shop up. There shouldn't be enough damage to kill the altar. I think this is a super clean game for Lin so far.
Yeah, at least Sok was able to minimize losses, not losing peasants, not losing rifles, but he lost the farms. He had to spend lots on items. Lots of healing was cancelled on the rifleman. And lumber-wise, he's looking okay, but not fantastic. While Lin, of course, is on the way to tier 3, looking for that torrent play.
That will still take some time. Chat is criticizing you, saying that the Naga is no lady, Mr. Chatter. She is literally called Lady Vash in the campaign. She is as much of a lady as you can be.
Might be a little bit dangerous to look at, might be a stony experience, but a lady she is in my heart. What's the third hero going to be then follow the lady and the gentleman on the orc side? Usually lately it was Shadow Hunter then, wasn't it?
Correcto. With the Hex against the Siphon, heal wave so essential when other healing is so expensive. Firelord is always cool and flashy. Kind of ironic that a Firelord's cool, but you know what I mean. Hex does the same as a Soul Burn, but the healing puts him on top. Speaking of healing, Lin needs... Sok needs a little bit of that. Good distance between his heroes and the Blood Mage, always able to run out of the tether.
A player's forces
And
are
no
under
levels on that human side yet.
Typhon on the Naga. Paladin's so close now to level 2. One wolf indeed would be enough. And that aura upgrade is a huge deal already. And there we got it, finally.
First Walker's coming in as well. He's just brute forcing the Blood Mage. Not sure if that's the right call. Militia coming in. Now it shifts, and we got Spirit Link, which is super good against the single target damage of these rifles, as there is no dispel against it. Gotta spam that a little bit, then mana is becoming a bit of an issue. Lin contests this incredibly well, gets the first torrent out. No pulverize yet.
No third hero yet either. Then gonna fall back. Maybe? Oh, maybe not. And Sok begins the tier 3. He knows he's gonna need more than just rifles soon.
Double end snare. The trolls are doing work, but of course their allegiance can change. Deny. Well done by Sok, who's playing a fine game as well here. Or fine series, let's say. Headhunters start to get low, get low, get low. Great save. Oh, great save into Deny. And now the Tauren are here, working on the pulverize.
A player's forces are under attack.
Berserker training just finished. A lot more damage potential now on these Bersies. But Sok should get this item. Then trying to punish this perhaps with a kill against the ensnared target. There's no banish yet, and that indeed is a kill. Good save on the Walker as well, while the Farseer was at home, picking up the Orb of Lightning. And a block on the Blood Mage. He has to use that heal potion he just found.
Lovely to see. Also the ethereal form. Lin is playing the best series so far in the Super League, I guess, but it's still far from over. Sok's tier 3 transition is halfway through. The issue remains that Griffins can't counter this unless you have an absurd amount of Headhunters. Naga is moving back. We continue to creep, and also Sok is letting go to get a little bit of shop control. It is the Wand of Mana stealing. Nice to get revenge on that blonde devil. By the way, if you don't like Blood Mages, we have an FCK Elf shirt in the shop. That doesn't go for Night Elves only. No. Can also be applied to Blood Mages.
And with almost 600 gold, is it time for a tiny?
Oh, please no. Oh no.
Player's force.
Oh, don't. It's like rule of thumb. If you instant tiny at 50, you're gonna lose the game. If you build a bigger army first and then tiny, you're gonna win the game. But I'm just waiting for Lemes to show up in the chat and saying, oh, is it the tiny throw again? Because I have literally seen that 25 times in the past month.
There's no Griffin Aviary, by the way.
A player's force.
The tier 3 tech is going to be only for 3rd hero, apparently.
Maybe he forgot.
That would be bad.
I mean, he forgot about the Dispel on Priest before. We'll see about that, man. We'll see about that. Can the Tiny finally win? We got a Book of the Dead. Perfect item for Sock here to delay the fight.
No adept training done yet. No Dispel for a while. Kali, by the way, kind of low HP. He's going to have to be a little bit more careful with his positioning. Siphon on the Walker. Seems like an unusual choice. Flame Strike now coming in. We mentioned it earlier in the cast. Now being displayed for the first time. The first Tauren has gone down. And there's no chance to res it at the moment. Lin under serious pressure here.
Exactly. Of course, the expansion is running for him. It is supposed to win him the game. We still need some levels. Sock ahead in that regard. We make a transition towards the Beastery. Second shop by Sock. He preemptively goes for it, as well as for the Fire Lord. Oh, Lin. He's not in fighting shape.
No, he is not, and the human sure is. Blood Mage a little bit late to join. He picked up some items from the shop.
Is it happening again, man?
It might be.
Five best of fives in a row with game 5. Ah, that like, is it really necessary to fight after you invested 600 gold to fight upper right when your opponent has a Book of the Dead? Of course, he could know this, but then he still fought into it. Expo is basically dead right now.
Player's forces are under attack.
One evolution on the Torrents is kind of cute. Flame Strike doing good damage already. Hex against the Blood Mage seems to be coming in a little bit too late here. And we don't have many real Torrents in this fight.
That's right, man. That Flame Strike took so much out, he can't resurrect them anymore. Sick healing against the Chain Lightning. Nicely done. Shadowhunter is finally coming for the Hex. Rare to see that the Fire Lord is that much earlier than the Shadowhunter. Was severely late, but rifles are falling.
Kills.
2 of them. Can Lin keep his army alive?
Torn illusions are gone. The Purges are looking really good against these rifles, by the way. Hex again against the Blood Mage, but there's still more Holy Light. A decent amount, still more on mana. Next heal scroll committed. How much money does Sock have left? A good amount, actually. More heal scrolls coming in, but when the rifle numbers are dwindling, then the DPS seriously drops.
Ooh, got a good potion of mana here from that Shadowhunter who's out of the fight for now. Headhunter is struggling. 3 of them about to die with Purges. He prevents that. Level 3 on the Naga finally takes down the tower. No anchor. But Lin still, he's 10 food up, but it doesn't really feel like that because everything is so low and hurt.
2 Torns in production right now. Maybe he's waiting for those and then gonna re-engage. Level 2 Wolves summoned as well. Of course, the Human Shop is up there, which is a beautiful addition, I feel like. He can always fall back there, get the clarities in, get more spells ready.
Time for Lin to recover. Is he fully mining? No, he's not.
A tense game.
More peons. More income. Hex rather quick. Going for the Fire Lord. But there's always the Holy Light. Super defensive position on the Paladin. Love to see it. Tauren marching forward. He really wants this Fire Lord extinguished.
Pressure here on Sock to get things done, of course. Mass Tauren production he will not be able to deal with over a long time. He doesn't have Griffins, it's only rifles, and they might have enough to break through here. He's going to lose another Tauren. That's a level up. There's no concern for reses. Fire Lord taking so much damage. Holy hell.
Ooh, soul burn here. No spells, of course. Not too sure. It's a bit of damage mitigation. Lin is cleaning up this push now. to 15 food ahead, still down in levels a little bit. Can he recover in time? He must. Would love to see a Walker for Spirit Link spread because there is still no Dispel and that would distribute the damage so much. But then of course you missed out on Torrent production, which is what you need. So weird that 4 rifles and 3 heroes can be so scary.
Leon's getting punished again, couple of them being picked off, but it's a lot of Torrents by now, with more Torrents, of course, in production.
Is he cutting him off now? Militia coming in. Firelord under fire, ironically. The staff is there to save him. More and more Torrent. The Horde is marching forward with the War Chief up front, of course. Siphon, Siphon, Siphon must be distributed. Blood Mage then, of course, always trailing behind. Flame Strike deals a good chunk of damage as Lyn is walking straight into it. Fumbly Bumbly with the Shadow Hunter able to do a lot of damage, though. The pickaxes destroy the Headhunters up top, but the Torrent marching forward against rifles.
Blood Mage doesn't have much mana. Pally doesn't have much mana. This is when the game can slip completely out of the hand for the human. If it hasn't already, he doesn't have the mana anymore to keep fighting. Absolute slaughter against these peasants, and Lyn's expansion is still up. Not fully running, only 2 peons in there, but he can easily resupply. Falling back to the shop. Time for more clarities. And Sock's time may have run out. He's got perhaps one last push left over.
Tug of War is crazy. Sock's tier 3 allowed Firelord and a staff. That's all he got from it. The lack of griffins might break his neck, ironically.
A player's forces are under
More
attack.
peons. That's all the production right now. 10 food lead. Not the end of the world, but he take out the shop here in the north. It's great.
But knows he has to get a move on. Time is against him. He doesn't want to fight these Torrents right now, but he has to fight them right now. There's no better window coming.
He'll scroll invuln. Is Lyn confident enough to fight this against the shop? Very much looks like it. Hex against the Siphoner again. Can he get the Torrent in position? With the speed scroll, he must.
That Mage separate from the rest of the army. The Firelord's surrounded! And he's gonna get pulverized to death in a moment. Mana Potion gonna save him for a little bit. It's another surround on the Blood Mage as well. Both seem to be stuck here. Its rifles falling. Blood Mage in trouble. And the Firelord as well. The heal scroll will keep them safe. A 3-point surround, but opened up with the resummon of the wolves. TP out by the Paladin, trying to save the rest of his army. He is the general. He is the healer. And he can save the rest of the boys. But Lyn will gladly take that time for more production, more gold streaming in, more creeping as well. Lyn has this game now in the palm of his hand.
Man, I am exhausted just watching these games. Must be... I don't know how Lyn must feel. He can't allow a mistake here, of course. He's taking quite some damage. The Torrent all at 50%. Still no heal wave. This will be a nice addition, of course. We're closing in on the 20-minute mark when mines slowly run out. Maybe a little bit of prep for Sock or an all-in push. There's no fortification at Lyn's Expo. He continues with Torrent and now Walker Master upgrade with good resources. Is this the first time where Lyn gets a heal scroll? No, still not available.
A player's forces are under attack.
It might be the first time, though, in a long time that he's going to win a series in this tournament and win a 5th map decider at long last. Gigantic lead now for him with a superior army, with a superior economy and supply. Not the superior heroes, I suppose, but he's got enough advantages.
Can Lyn close it out? Or will he make one fatal mistake as he did a couple of times previously? Flame Strike dodged nicely this time. Shadow Hunter being sucked again. Not hexing against it. Giving this up, but the most important part is the damage in the front row. Torrent down. Level 2 finally. And this Flame Strike. Oh man, we're having grilled Headhunters, but can he kill this Firelord finally? Yes, he can. No more Soul Burn here. No more Incinerate.
Bastia level 4, proccing more purges with the Orb of Lightning. Also some reses now coming in. The first Ancestral Spirit, the Torrent is back, and Lyn is still looking strong at 61 supply. Sock is trying to lick his wounds, he's falling back. He's got very strong heroes now. Pally about to hit 5, and the Blood Mage also close to 5. But he's fighting an uphill battle when it comes to army production.
Love to see the Orb of Lightning doing work here with the purges. Firelord back, but no mana, no blood. No Archmage, of course. We get some interceptions with the rifle. That might be a double kill for Lin. When is Sock tapping out, man? He's stemming against the defeat. He is at half supply of his opponent and a tier down, basically, as it's only tier 2 units. More purchase, more damage, more pulverizes. Lin, this gotta be yours.
Can't move, man. Every hit is a purge, and now Lin with 71 supply, gigantic army. Was even scouting for a possible expansion. Of course, that's not the case. No opportunity for that. Sok is completely out of lumber, by the way. He used so many peasants earlier in militia form. Sok is running out of options.
Yeah, and there's no nuke with this hero combo. The damage is coming from rifles or griffins. He decided not to play griffins, so these 2 rifles are your damage against 1300 HP Tauren. This can't work.
I believe it can. 30 supply against 72. That should tell you all that you need to know, especially with the expansion difference. And Lin must be feeling good here. This series was getting close, man. It seemed to be slipping away from him, but now getting a win under his belt today, that should alleviate some of the anxiety he was feeling.
That recovery after the more or less botched fight in the upper right that was incredible. It would have been such a Lin moment to throw the game from there on out with the tiny throw, but the tiny is now, of course, getting him further and further and further ahead. Helped him in the push, even though it wasn't fully saturated. Sok can only try and muscle up one more time, but that's pretty much the equivalent of me muscling up in front of a mirror. It's also ridiculous.
Yeah, that's it for the gold. His heroes are looking so good, dude. 5-4-3. If he had like 60 supply with Griffin rifles, that totally would be a possibility. But that is absolutely not the case. Even now, great levels for Lin's heroes. Shadow 3, Naga 4. Fasha has been 4 for a long time. And let's deny some Torrents. Easy healing.
Exactly. There we go. We got some Tauren on Tauren action. And everything is back to full health again. Blood Mage made it to 5. There's no more income for Sok, as you said. 1 heal scroll. 40 food. We got an equivalent number of Tauren 2 rifles. There's no way he can lose this now.
It would be a miracle and a half if Sok can win this game. He's going to try to do it and give it his all. He's got some illusion heroes as well. Here come the boys. The militia have been called. Everyone is coming in for this all in. Ultimates? Can ultimates maybe save him? It would be a start.
The big orange bird is nasty against this. But alright. We take care of the illusion. There were some damage sponges here. Incinerate working fine. We do have Flame Strike level 3. That's really good.
But the first one got cancelled with a hex.
Well,
He just
that's
gave
great.
mana to his own illusion, by the way, with the Blood Mage. That was a big misclick. Whoops. And that means he's out of mana now for the rest of the fight.
Lin's
Okay.
clicks are getting better and better and better. The interruptions of Flame Strike first and then Siphon as well. Lin is marching forward. The rifles are biting the dust. The Blood Mage, the Blonde Devil, might just be killed off depending on the number of ensnares and pulverizes. This is just ridiculous, man. How does Sok think he can win this? 1 pulverize to slay them all.
With a bit of mana again, but not enough for a Flame Strike in the nastiest surround available. Actually, wasn't quite a surround. He gets out from that scary situation with all those Torrents. And those Torrents also being saved on low HP. There's not enough DPS anymore in the human army to really make things difficult here for Lin. We even got some Raiders now, by the way. More catch with Ensnare, more kills. Victory lap now for Lin.
Maybe for the first time in weeks, he's enjoying Warcraft again. This must feel so good. He's breathing dominance right now. And that is where Sok taps out. Lin is able to break the losing streak. He can still win. and might start a win streak now when it matters most at the end of the regular season. Ooh, that was a breakout performance potentially.
Had to work hard for that though, dude. That was not a stress-free day today for Lin. Maybe he can finally burst the knot that he was feeling and experiencing for so long. 4 points today. That improves his average points per match. And our smart Excel sheet tells us that in theory, a top 5 would still be possible, but he's got some damn dangerous opponents still ahead.
That is right. You see this sheet? Shout out to Result. Lin now ahead of Lawlight in the points per match ranking. Pulls ahead of Focus as well, catching up a little bit on life. He still has to face Happy, Fortitude, and Sad Lawlight. This could then be a final for like rank 10 or 9. And I don't know. I don't know how much is possible, to be honest. This is so hard to tell. Could be anything now. Could be like he's flipping into hyperdrive and he starts to own with a little bit of momentum, or he starts the losing streak again. I would suggest that the viewers tune in for the last 3 days of the group stage to find out.
Hell yeah, absolutely. We're going to have 3 days left from tomorrow until Friday to close out the group stage. And as we mentioned earlier already, Happy and Lin and Fortitude, they all still have games on every single day. So the big legends, the big players, the race leaders will still have lots to play out and lots to determine for the last couple of matches. Happy is guaranteed top 3 already, so he's looking good. Fortitude, though, in 3rd position at the moment. No, in 4th position, actually, strictly speaking, with the points. Could still make 1st, even if he has an insane end to the season, or 5th. So still lots possible there for 40. And same for Lin. He has everything still available, from 13th to 5th place still.
That's right. Oh, man. For Sock, he could still fall to rank 10. That's how packed it is in the middle. Not too much room for improvement. He still has that match against 1-0 where I don't see him without chances, to be honest. This, oh man, everything is so close. Every map matters. We've said it since the beginning, and it still remains true. Except Moon and Fly, of course, who are already done and guaranteed. So, do we have the matches? I do feel like we have them. I got a photo in our WeChat group, and that usually means schedule. Oh my god.
Oh shit, we got some good matches tomorrow, boys.
Oh, boys. I don't know what you're doing tomorrow, but I would be tuning into this broadcast. The first game is again, like, it seems to be that our Emperor is an early birdie because we start the match with Happy. And he's dominating this league pretty much, right? But there was this one matchup where he struggled. And that was, for some reason, the Undead matchup. People say that's the best encounter, the best proof that the game is imbalanced. He's playing freaking 1-0, and the last encounter between them was a hell of a show. Plus, Happy with the 1 loss to Labby. I expect fireworks. Dude, tomorrow I can skip my morning coffee and my morning Rogue Energy because this game hypes me up enough.
Yeah, absolutely. These two undeads always seem to be able to make for close series, and 1-0 very often has been able to bring Happy to the brink and beat him. In many other matchups, it seems like 1-0 is definitely 1 or 2 steps behind the Emperor, but in Undead Mirror, they always make it close.
So, after that Undead Mirror, we surely need a series where we don't have an Undead. Remo, if you had to pick 2 players that are not undeads that you would like to see in a match against each other, which 2 players would you pick?
Well, 40 and Lin wouldn't be a bad call, would it? 2 of the legends, 2 of the most successful players of recent years, the king of the orc against the king of the humans, they also are facing off tomorrow.
Ha ha! It's amazing! There was tier 1 grand finals before. Outstanding, man. That is gonna be the proof if Lin found his step again. Maybe good for him that it's more or less going to be the same matchup, so he can just fine-tune a little bit from what he learned today and what 40 has shown before. Some homework for sure. 40 looked like a monster, but also today showed that he's not unbeatable. And after having a match with no undead, we obviously need a match with an undead. So Labby can show us if he can accomplish a 13-game win streak in his last remaining match versus Life, who has a lot to prove. Everybody said he's the best Night Elf vs. Undead in the world. He can and has to show it tomorrow.
Yeah, Life, honestly, I feel like has been a bit disappointing this season. Has underperformed, I would say, compared to what we've seen him do before. But the most important stage is yet to come. Closing out the group stage and then having a strong showing in the Ascension could still land him very high up there. Life, by the way, still is yet to face STARBUCK as well, where lots of points are certainly still available as well.
Right on, for both players. So tomorrow will tell us what the real shape of Lin is. He can make quite an upset, cause quite an upset versus 40. We will see if Happy gets his second loss and give some hope to Labby and 40. I think Happy tomorrow can claim the group stage win. If he wins and Labby loses, more or less. Depends on the points. We'll get into that later then. And yeah, Labby, 13-game win streak is absolutely possible. Especially when Happy struggles, he could earn super important points for a possible group stage win for him.
A loss to 1-0 is absolutely in the cards. This is something that we've seen Happy fall to and 1-0 achieve many times before. Looking at the recent results, okay, recently actually it's been a long win streak for Happy, but before that we very often saw 1-0 scoring and finding success.
The last game between them was so sick though. Holy smokes, the B Cup upper bracket final was a sight to behold. That was 6 weeks ago or something? Yeah, 4-3 is insane micro. One of my favorite series this summer, I guess. And we had amazing series this summer. And we're going to continue tomorrow. I'll be back later on as it is Gamescom time. And there's always an opening night. That's in two and a half.
Gamescom, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Want to go?
To Gamescom?
Yeah, on Saturday, I think. You and me.
No.
Why not? Stormgate
It's loud, it's sweaty, it's stinky, it's lots of games that I don't care about.
Well, so are we.
Man.
I mean, not the games that we care about, but loud and stinky.
No, thank you. You guys have fun.
You will never want to go out with me. Man, okay, what a missed opportunity. Then I guess we have to cast Warcraft. I think that's for the better. But opening night Gamescom, we don't have to be there, Remo. That's the good thing. It will be streamed. And whenever there's a bit of like these presentation and game, what's it called? Game conventions thingies. We have a lot of fun watching these games and make fun of what's happening there on stage. How often do they say excited? We have a counter up.
Excited,
they are always so excited. Remo,
so passionate.
I can't tell you how excited these guys are, and everyone is more excited than the one before. It's gonna be great. Last time we had the what was it called? Donkey Simulator thing with Warcraft Reforged in the trailer. It was glorious. So yeah, we're gonna have a good time. I'm gonna open up a little bottle of wine and mix it with Rogue Energy, and then we're gonna have a good time with the Gamescom opening night in like 2 hours-ish.
All right, that sounds cool. And tomorrow, of course, we're going to be back at the same time, 1 p.m. CEST. I guess we're going to be starting quite a bit earlier, actually, for a little bit of a pre-show, I imagine.
Yes, for sure.
Yes, indeed. Getting ready for the final days of the group stage.
Here we go. Mr. Remo Demo was wonderful with you once again, even though I owe you 5 Turmbräu now. You probably have the list with how many Turmbräus I own you.
I'm not even joking. Your mic cut out a lot right there. I don't know what you were saying.
You probably have the list with how many Turmbräu there's open.
Ah, yeah. Roughly, my mental list says 15.
Oh, that's very generous of you. I 15 is fine. Okay, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in, and Mr. Remo, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, boys.
With that said, and with having said goodbye to Mr. Remo Demo, we go to our sponsor. We mentioned them a little bit throughout the broadcast, but of course, another month of Rogue Energy support. And hopefully, you guys can help us that this support will be continued for September. You can show your appreciation for Rogue by clicking the link !Rogue to tell this wonderful company that you are coming from us and that we generate traffic from them. And if you find something you like I like my cherry mix pretty much every day, go grab them. With the coupon code B2W you get 20% off. If you can't find the one flavor that interests you, you can go for a trial package here in this wonderful Back to Warcraft colors, maybe with the shaker coming in, a couple of different flavors, and then you can make a choice, and then you can go for the tubs. I recommend the cherry one, as I said before. Not only an energy powder, by the way, also electrolytes with the hydration formula and a chill formula to calm you down in the evenings after you devour 2 liters of Rogue energy. You can go for the chill. That is wonderful, and we appreciate your support very much. Plus, the upcoming 10 days, we are sponsored by GrabTap. If you're a mobile gamer and to procrastinating a little bit or push your town halls in mobile games, GrabTap makes it so that you can actually earn money while playing and accomplishing missions there that can then be used on, for example, Amazon gift cards, which you can then put into gift subs on this channel, so we all benefit. We have a community up. I saw during the stream that a lot of people are participating already. The more you play, the more you support, and we'll be playing a little bit together then. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can check it out with !GrabTap, and that's gonna be with us for the upcoming time. Now, I'm gonna raid you to a Warcraft channel if I find one. And then we see each other in 2 hours for the wonderful opening night. And I think I'm gonna rate you to Ox, aspiring Macedonian Australian streamer who plays orcs. And of course, orcs have to be celebrated with the grand return of Lyn.
Restless mind.